Block 1. Audiobook title, The Great Defender, 01-93, by the Bibliophile. Arrival. Smallville, Kansas was over 400 miles from Pickettstown, Colorado. Clark ran that distance in a few minutes. Once he arrived at the outskirts of the town, he took out his phone and called his best friend. "I'm here," he said. "It's quiet." "Even to your ears?" asked Chloe on the other end. "Yeah." Even in a small town like this, he should normally be able to hear cars honking or people talking. It was silent, although not in a way that it had been before Clark's incredible hearing had developed. There were still sounds like the wind, running water, or wild animals, but no people. "You see any clues?" she asked, and he started walking around to investigate, checking for them now. He scanned the buildings with X-ray vision and was greeted by the sight he'd feared most. Each house was littered with corpses, days old at most. The majority of them had holes in their bodies, the wounds shaped like something had burst out of them. Clark shut his eyes at the sight of a child's corpse, too mangled to distinguish any features. What stood out more was that it lacked an exit wound like the others. Instead, beside him was the body of a dead woman. She had a wide tear in her abdomen. Clark's imagination filled in the blanks. The phantom must have possessed the woman and killed her child. Why? Sick pleasure? Instinct? Did it even matter? This phantom had been locked up in the Phantom Zone for a reason. Only the worst criminals in Krypton's history had been imprisoned there, and even after becoming a practically formless phantom, this one had killed dozens of people. They must have been frightened and confused. Nobody could have expected an alien to possess them and go into a rampage. Not even Clark. "Hey, Dot. You all right?" Chloe's question brought Clark out of his morbid thoughts. "It's bad," he answered. "So many people." Dot. "If I hadn't." "Stop it, Clark." She took a commanding tone. "This isn't your fault. Blame Zador Brainiac, not yourself." Right, he replied, although he couldn't muster the confidence that she had in him. The only reason the Phantoms had found their way to Earth was because they'd followed him during his own escape from the zone. If he'd been careful, if he hadn't fallen into Brainiac's trap, then these people would still be alive. No. Stop it right now. He had to focus. Clark steeled himself and searched the town with his keen vision. It wasn't likely that the Phantom would stay here for long before moving on to another town, but there was still a chance it was still present. On the opposite side of the town, a dark figure floated above. "I see it. I'll call you back later." He hung up and quietly sped between the buildings to approach it while keeping out of sight. The creature looked exactly like the phantoms Clark had encountered in the zone. A shadowy shape that had a head and arms, but no legs. Just indistinct mass below, like a black curtain made of fog. "Be careful, my son. The phantoms are dangerous. They pose a threat even to you." Jor-El's warning for dealing with them was clear, and Clark scowled at the voice in his head. Intrusive, just like so much of the Kryptonian technology he'd encountered before. He didn't have a choice though. Kryptonian tech was the only thing that could send it back to the Phantom Zone. The only Kryptonian tech he had at the moment was a blue crystal shield no bigger than the palm of his hand. The crest of the House of L emblazoned in an irregular pentagon. The crest was a winding curve, which looked a lot like the letters. Clark approached the Phantom, knowing with absolute certainty that he kept his footsteps quiet. Somehow, it still noticed his presence. Its head turned toward him for a brief moment, then it fled. It streaked through the air at an alarming speed. Clark zoomed after it. He'd outraced bullets before. This Phantom wasn't going to get away. The chase led to the forest out of town. Clark needed to be more careful with his footing, but he still kept pace and closed in. If he leapt, he'd reach it. Now, just a little by. He yelled. His speed dwindled and he tripped, falling clumsily to the ground. What had happened? He groaned, writhing in the grass in pain. His blood felt hot, burning like acid as it flowed through his veins. Each breath felt like needles stabbing his throat. Only one thing could cause this kind of pain. Kryptonite. But kryptonite? Here, in the middle of Colorado? Where had it come from? He didn't have any time to think about it. The Phantom had noticed that he'd stopped chasing after it. It turned back, and with Clark's now sluggish senses, its speed was blindingly quick. Clark could barely even muster the strength to crawl away, but he couldn't let the Phantom possess him. The thought of the devastation it could wreak with his powers was nightmarish. The phantom wouldn't leave either. His body was far more durable than a human's, capable of surviving the possession indefinitely. With a pained grimace, he used all of his remaining strength to raise the crystal. The phantom raced at him, flying too quickly at him to change its direction. Eager for his body maybe, if emotions like that even applied to the monster. The moment the phantom collided with the crystal, the device emitted a blinding blue light, and the two vanished from the forest. Clark landed hard on the ground, and tumbled, momentarily disoriented. Hitting the ground didn't stop his movement. He was still falling on a rocky slope. His body bounced off the ground and tumbled, but it didn't even hurt. His strength had returned too, and he shoved an arm into the rock to halt his descent. His red jacket was dirtied and ruined, and his jeans weren't in the best shape either. He frowned and looked around. The sun and sky were the right colors, and he still had his powers, so he wasn't in the phantom zone. He was still on Earth. The only clues to where was that he was currently on the side of a mountain, thousands of feet above a forest below. Clark turned his attention back up, and took a sharp breath. The phantom? There were four now. How was that even possible? That didn't matter. He had to focus on putting them back in their zone. They were headed somewhere, ignoring him. Where were they going? Clark looked to the distance. Combined telescopic and X-ray vision allowed him to see through the trees to a location several miles away. There were people there. Loggers, it looked like, whose lives would be in danger if he didn't stop the phantoms. With a burst of strength, he pushed off the mountainside and landed with a boom in the forest thousands of feet below. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he flashed between the trees. He needed to get there, fast, and he pushed himself to reach them before the phantoms. It took him 2 seconds. Run. Get out of here. You're all in danger, he yelled once he reached them. They stopped working, but didn't move, shocked at his sudden appearance. After a few moments, the first person to react was a middle-aged, heavy-set man at the base of a nearby tree. He wore a yellow hard hat and blue overalls and had been directing a group of several other loggers who were holding chainsaws. The man walked up to him. Look kid, I don't know where you came from, but you can't just scare us like that in the middle of our work. We're safe. The whole area's already been scouted for Grim, and we have a few huntsmen on watch just in case. Grim? Huntsman? What in the world was he talking about? Damn it. Clark couldn't waste any time. He needed to get them safe. He'd already shown his face, but he'd have to accept that. He wouldn't let these people die to keep his secret. He moved as fast as he could without hurting them. He'd have to carry the workers out to safety, hopefully, far enough away that he'd be able to deal with the phantoms alone. First was the man who'd approached him. At the speed Clark moved at, everything around him might as well have been frozen. Even the falling tree that another group had worked on before he'd arrived. Clark went up to the first man and rotated his body sideways to carry more easily. He spotted a clearing about a mile away, and it took Clark a fraction of a second to bring him there. Starting with the closest ones, he brought more of them to the clearing. But he wasn't fast enough. He'd only transported about 20 people when the phantoms arrived. A couple dozen people remained, and quickly realized the danger they were in. They ran in full panic. Seeing the black silhouettes of the phantoms flying down for them, they abandoned their equipment and sprinted to their vehicles. Grim, Grim. Several of them screamed. Clark didn't know why, but at least it got everyone moving. No, he whispered to himself once he realized, there were only 2 phantoms here. Where had the other 2 gone? He clenched his fists once the phantoms split paths. That would make it harder, but he could still stop them. He had to. He raced to the further phantom. The loggers had been running to a white flatbed truck loaded with logs for cover, but Clark got to the vehicle first. He readied himself and pushed on the truck. A few logs fell off, but the truck skid until it lay between the phantom and the loggers. Hopefully, it would delay it long enough for Clark to deal with the other one, which was getting dangerously close to one of the workers. If it touched the logger, it would possess him. He dashed away again, holding up the crystal to send the phantom back to the zone. At full sprint, he slammed into it with the crystal. It disappeared in a flash of blue light. Clark had no time to celebrate before he returned to the truck he'd propelled, and repeated the process, using the crystal to capture the phantom. He stopped, scanning the area for the final 2. He pushed his vision to the utmost limit to thoroughly scour the area within several miles. But no luck. He couldn't see them anywhere. Clark turned to the frightened workers, who were still cowering in fear behind the truck. A few of them were still rushing to other vehicles in order to escape. He raised his hands, walking towards them and speaking calmly. "It's okay now. There aren't any more of those creatures nearby, but you should still leave. It might be dangerous." He pointed in the direction of the other loggers. "Some of your people are in a field about a mile in that direction. Now, I'm sorry, but I need to go." He ran off, heading to the nearest town. If the phantoms weren't nearby, they must have found people to possess. According to Jor-El, it would be similar to how Zed had used Lex as a vessel. Lex had gained Kryptonian abilities even more powerful than Clark's when he'd been possessed. There was a chance these phantoms might alter their victims in the same way. That was what he'd have to depend on to find them if they were possessing people. His X-ray vision wouldn't help him. He'd have to check the news for any strange disappearances or deaths. Like he had with the first phantom, Clark bit his lip in frustration. If he'd just been careful and watched out for any kryptonite, he could have captured a phantom without any problem. He couldn't have known that there was kryptonite in Colorado, but that wasn't an excuse. The meteor shower last year had brought even more of it to Earth, and he'd known all about obscure sources of kryptonite like the temple in China for years. The phantom must have been attracted to the town for a reason too, and kryptonite should have been one of the first things that had come to mind concerning aliens. He'd been careless, and because of that, people would suffer. It did little to reassure him when he realized that he'd now have a better idea of their locations. Before, they might have been scattered all over the world. Now, they were almost certainly within miles of the area, and two people within that area would have their bodies invaded and controlled. Because of his mistake, Clark's nails dug into his palm so hard that even he felt pain from it. He wanted to chase after them, but he had no way of identifying them. Even if he did, they could kill their human hosts in their attempts to escape. His only choice was to meet back up with Chloe and track down the phantoms like they had before. He approached the town, and slowed down before he was visible. His speed dropped until he approached it while walking at a human pace. He'd shown his powers in front of the loggers, but he'd still keep them as much of a secret as he could. He looked down at the crystal in his hand curiously. Why had it sent him and several extra phantoms to a mountainside? Could the kryptonite have done that too? He remembered that his ship had been affected by small amounts of kryptonite, and the kryptonite key had actually destroyed it. The crystal must have malfunctioned too. But why had it brought more than one phantom? Had the one he'd been chasing split somehow, or was there some sort of resonance that had affected all of them? That could be useful in finding them, but he had no idea how to use it that way. Besides, if it could be used like that, why hadn't Jor-El told him? Clark shook his head. His biological father's motivations were still as much of a mystery as ever. Maybe withholding the information had been some sort of test for him to prove himself by finding the phantoms on his own. He pushed those thoughts aside. He needed to call Chloe. She could help track down the phantom. He took out his phone, but there was no signal. What? He was pretty close to the town now. How could he not get a signal? It seemed to be pretty much in the middle of nowhere, but it was a decent size. It was surrounded by walls too. Where was he? I'm gonna be honest with you, Oz. I think this is a load of bull. Crow handed back the report of a grim attack on a logging company along the eastern edge of Vale. From their descriptions, it sounds like they were attacked by geists, which is pretty rare. Crow shrugged. But it happens. The rest of it, though. Yes, I know what you mean, Ozpin replied. These workers' accounts of the mysterious young men are quite hard to believe. The headmaster picked up the files and began listing off their claims. He appeared and disappeared at will, and it seems that he'd tried to bring them to a field a mile away for safety from the Grim. In addition, he apparently threw a truck full of logs at one of the Grim. Crow nodded. I know, I read it. What must have happened is that someone came in and dealt with the Grim, and whatever he did got exaggerated. Don't see why you needed to call me here. I did so because this tale may not be as exaggerated as you think. These workers had huntsmen protecting them, and they discovered that about 20 of the very confused workers had been brought to a field a mile away. and a truck trailed by skid marks had been tipped over, along with footprints that went deep into the forest. Crow blinked a couple times at that. Okay. That's interesting. You want me to check it out? Ozpin sipped from his cup before answering. Yes, I'd like you to investigate these claims, and find this young man. If there's even a kernel of truth in these tales, he could be a very useful asset against the Grimm. I'd also like it done as soon as possible, preferably before the second semester begins, so once you get down, you'll find a bullhead with a pilot who already knows the location. Gotcha. Crow left Ozpin's office and went down the elevator. The report had mentioned that this mystery man had been over 6 feet tall with black hair and had worn a red jacket and jeans. Not very distinctive, but Crow would have to work with it. A bullhead would get him near the area of the attack in a few hours, and Ozpin had called him in early in the morning, so he'd have the whole day to look for this guy. Ozpin must really want him, and if the report was telling the truth, then Crow understood why. Meeting. As the bullhead descended, Crow had an overhead view of the town closest to the attack. Highwood, it was a fitting name considering how important the logging industry was here and the nearby mountains. From what he could see, the wooden walls encircling the town were in fairly good condition, a hell of a lot better than the deteriorating walls he'd sometimes seen when people got complacent about defending from Grimm. Although the quality maintenance of these walls probably meant that their last Grimm attack had been fairly recent, not that they were just more cautious. The pilot landed the bullhead just outside the town. Since there weren't any convenient landing sites within the walls, you can leave through that door, sir. The pilot pointed to Crow's left. I've been instructed to wait until you need further transportation, although if it takes longer than the day, I'll find a place to stay in town. You can contact me through my scroll. The pilot gave him his scroll number before returning to his tasks at the controls. Crow stepped out of the bullhead and headed toward the walls. The ride from Beacon had only taken a few hours, so the sun shone brightly in the clear, eastern sky. It was still well before noon and fairly warm out, even though it wasn't spring yet. The area around the town wasn't as densely forested as the surrounding wilderness. But that made sense. They'd probably harvested the trees closest to them first, and the trees for sustainable logging were more evenly spread out. He also gave the walls another quick once-over from the ground and was satisfied. He reached the gate and tried to open them. They were locked. Hey, open up, he yelled out. Seriously? They should have at least noticed the bullhead and come down to let in visitors. He heard someone rush down on wooden stairs that creaked with each step. A man appeared and added with a gruff voice, all right, I'm coming." Crow saw the large, bearded man stomp up to the door and take out some keys. He unlocked the door, and waved him in. The moment the huntsman had stepped in, the man spoke. "Name, ID. Reason for your visit," he said in a bored drawl. "Crow Brandwin," he said, and showed the man his scroll for identification, which he barely even glanced at. "I'm a huntsman, and I'm looking for someone." The man grunted and went back up the wall. Well, that was someone who put a lot of effort into defending his town. Crow followed him up. If the guy he was looking for had come by here, the people guarding the wall would be the first to know. "Hey, wait up, I got a few questions." Crow directed to the man. He didn't even slow down. "I'm in the middle of something. You can ask up here." They entered a room near the top of the 10-meter-high wall. Another man was sitting inside at a round table with cards covering it. There was a lamp in the corner, although they weren't using it. The sunlight from the large window lit up the room pretty well and gave them a good view. "Who's this?" the man inside asked, pointing at Crow. "A huntsman. Says he's looking for someone and wants to ask a few questions." The one Crow had followed up the stairs sat down at a chair and picked up his cards. "By the way, I'm Bob and this is Dave. Ask away." "All right. This guy I'm looking for, he's supposed to be tall, black-haired, and blue-eyed. He might have been wearing a red jacket and jeans. He sound familiar?" Dave answered. "Yeah, sounds like the guy who came up to the walls a couple days ago asking to be let in. He seemed real weird, but he's turned out to be alright." "Weird? Weird how?" asked Crow. Dave laughed. "I'll tell you. He asked us where he was, And what kind of guy doesn't even know how he ends up somewhere? But it was like he didn't know anything. Told him this was Highwood, didn't ring any bells. So we tell him we're on the eastern edge of Vale, which still didn't clear up anything for him. Then we say, as a joke, that he's on the continent Sanus and he's still clueless. I swear, I wouldn't be surprised if he wouldn't have been able to tell us what planet he was on. Anyway, he gives up on asking where he is, continued Dave. So he asks us for directions to where he wants to go. And he comes up with places I'd never heard of. Hey Bob, didn't he ask us how to get to Kna? It was Kansas, I think. Bob finished for him. And someplace else, America or something. Yeah, that was it. We even brought him a couple maps, and I swear, the moment he saw them, he was so surprised that it looked like his eyes were about to pop out of his head. Okay. That certainly was weird. Was his mystery man from outside the kingdoms or something? Who knew what kind of education the people there received? Even so, it was hard to believe that anyone could be that ignorant. Is he still in town? Asked Crow. Dave answered. Yeah, I think so. You should probably ask Mary. I think Clark's staying at her inn. Clark? That his name? Yeah, Clark Kent. The huntsman asked for directions to the inn and left once he got them. The two men returned to their card game before he even passed through the door. According to them, it would only take him about 10 minutes to get to Mary's inn. To get there, he walked through the narrow streets that were ever present through small towns like these. The size of the streets was dictated by the fact that they didn't really need cars here, since it didn't take long to walk to any other part of town. Crow checked his scroll. 10:15 in the morning. Yang was probably still asleep. Nobody could get the troublemaker up before noon on a school break. Ruby, sweet and kind niece that she was, probably wouldn't be that different. She almost certainly spent her late nights reading comic books or looking online for new weapon upgrades. Still, that was preferable to fighting dangerous criminals. Crow hoped that would end next semester, but for some reason he felt that it wouldn't. He put his thoughts of his reckless nieces aside once he saw the inn. It was actually pretty colorful, painted in green, red, and yellow, which was a nice change from the wooden brown or gray stone buildings surrounding it. From the sign, he could see that it was primarily a bar. The building wasn't a very large one. There couldn't have been many rooms up there, but he supposed the town probably didn't get many visitors. Crow walked in. The bar was empty. He supposed nobody would be drinking at this time. Even he didn't do so often. At least, when he wasn't counting the small sips from his flask. Hello, he called out when he reached the counter. Is anyone in? A blonde woman in an apron came out from the back. Yes, can I help you? She asked with a pleasant smile. She seemed to be around Crow's age, maybe a few years older. Yeah, I'm looking for Clark. I heard he was staying here. Is he in? She shook her head. Nope, I think he's at the library. He seems to spend almost all his time there, at least when he's not helping me. Helping you? Oh, we made an arrangement when he first came in a couple days ago, she explained. He came in without any money, so I offered to give him room and board as long as he helps around. No money either. That was noteworthy. So, what's he like? Oh, he's been such a great help, she said proudly. Always ready to help lift something heavy or reach something from the top shelf. He even offered to help cook and clean. I said no to that, but I did let him fix some pipes. This place has never been running so smoothly. Well, that was encouraging. Whoever this guy was, he seemed to be friendly. It might not take much to convince him to help in the fight against the Grim. Anything else I should know about him? Have you noticed anything? Crow paused. Off about him? Well, he's a nice young man, but he usually keeps to himself, she replied with pity. Don't know why. He seems awfully friendly. I'll keep that in mind, he said. So where's the library? She gave him directions and asked a question of her own. If you don't mind me asking, why are you looking for Clark? Is he in trouble with the law? She added worriedly. No, reassured Crow. I'm just looking to make him an offer. To be a huntsman? Maybe not a huntsman exactly, but I think we could use his help against the Grim. I'd prefer he not become one. I can tell he has good heart. It would be a terrible loss if he died fighting the Grim. Crow nodded. I'm sure it would, but I think that's his decision to make. Yes, I know, she sighed. I'm pretty sure he'll say yes. If he thinks he can help, He will. At that, Crow thanked her for her help, and headed over to the library. Powdered dust is more often used in power generation, as the large surface area of the granules allow for quick energy extraction. However, that is also why powdered dust is far more volatile than the crystalline form of most natural varieties of dust. Clark continued reading the book on dust, which was what this world called a substance that they used for power and weaponry. He stopped reading when he heard faint footsteps from the front of the building. Normally he wouldn't have paid it any mind, but he could hear the clinking of metal, and the person seemed to be approaching him. He looked through the bookshelves to the man coming for him. It was an older man in grey and black and wearing a red cloak, and he had a sword strapped to his waist. Clark kept his head low on the book. The man didn't look hostile, but Clark couldn't be too careful. He slouched intentionally, but even while looking down at the book, he'd be able to react in time. The man walked up to him. "Hey, those are some interesting books you've got there." Clark looked up to him and scanned a few of the titles of the impressive amount of books he had at the table. A summary of world history, Grimm basics, dust and how to use it. Most of this stuff would probably be common knowledge to a person in this world. "Yeah, just catching up on the basics," answered Clark with a weak smile. "Okay." The man paused. "I'm Crow spelled with a Q instead of a C. Do you mind if I sit here?" "Not at all," Clark said encouragingly. Crow sat down in front of him. "Thanks. Mind if I ask you something?" Clark closed the book and set it aside. "Not at all. I'm a huntsman, and I heard that some loggers in the area were attacked by Grimm a few days ago." So he was a huntsman, one of the people who protected the humans of this world from Grimm. The sword on his side made sense. He also seemed to think the phantoms had been Grimm, which was understandable. The phantoms bore a resemblance to a variety of Grimm Clark had seen in these books. It was by a couple of geists. Crow continued. Yet these guys were miraculously saved by a stranger who showed up screaming about danger. He saved them, killed the two Grimm, then disappeared. Weird thing is, about half of the workers were found a mile away, with no idea how they got there. According to the ones still in the forest, they vanished, one by one, just like the stranger. The man leaned forward. They also said that he was tall, black-haired, and wearing a red jacket and jeans. Damn it, Clark was even wearing the same outfit. Chloe would have shaken her head at such a mistake, but come on, how could he have known that someone would come looking for him so quickly? Besides, he liked these clothes. Mary had patched them up for him and there were some of the few things he had from home. "Kid, I'm gonna cut to the chase." Crow leaned forward. "Is what they said true? Do you have some sort of semblance that lets you do that sort of stuff?" "Sorry sir, I don't know what you're talking about." And for once, Clark was somewhat telling the truth. He didn't know what a semblance was. But this man already knew too much. "Whatever happened during that Grimm attack is interesting, but I'm just a normal person," Clark added with a smile. Crow raised an eyebrow. "HMPH, you're a bad liar, kid. Don't even try it." The huntsman took out a flask and drank from it. "You know, I had a friend," Crow began, "best person I ever knew, big heart, always with a bright smile on her face, and ready to help anyone in need. She was stubborn, brave, and smart. We were teammates ever since we studied at Beacon. Actually, she was team leader. I wasn't the nicest guy around back then. I'm still not, but I don't think I could ever have repaid her for what she did. Always willing to listen to my problems and offering advice, helping me realize I was the one who decided how to live my life. She always kept things light in the team and settled arguments before they got serious. She really helped set me straight. And actually made some progress with my sister too, who was worse than even I was. After we graduated, she married my best friend. He'd already been married and had a kid with someone else, but she accepted that and loved his daughter just as much as the one they had together. That was just the type of person she was. She still went on missions, but she did her best to make up for it by showering her family with love when she was home. She died during one of those missions, Crow said without warning, although Clark had guessed it from how he'd spoken in the past tense. "And left my two nieces motherless. Left her husband broken too, and it was years before he started to get back to himself. I tried to help, but her death hit me hard too." "I'm sorry," Clark added. trying to show his sympathy. She sounded like a wonderful person. Yeah, she was. Crow sipped from his flask again. You know why I'm telling you this? No. Clark had wondered, but he felt that it was rude to point out how strange it was to start mourning one's dead friend in front of a random stranger. This man was hurting. He needed the support he could get. You see, kid, I don't really think you get it. Crow looked down at the books Clark had gathered. My story's not that rare. Lots of people have lost loved ones to the grim. And even if they haven't, they're the reason people can only live behind walls or natural barriers like rivers and mountains. What I just told you is personal, and I sure as hell wouldn't want to share it with just anyone, but I don't think you'll understand otherwise. The headmaster of Beacon Academy wants you to meet with him and make an offer. If you really can do what those people said, then Remnant needs people like you so that there aren't any more tragedies like Summer, so that had been the woman's name. Clark wasn't sure what to do. This world was harsh. The people here, both humans and a race called Faunus, were under constant threat of annihilation from monsters. He could help. He would help, but that didn't mean he had to reveal his abilities to this man. Beacon, that was one of the huntsman schools, wasn't it? Of course they'd want someone with his abilities. I want to, Clark answered. I really do. But I have other responsibilities. The phantoms were still in the area. He'd been checking the news, but they hadn't made any moves. And I also have to find a way to get back home. Home? Where's that? Crow asked curiously. It's complicated. Okay. Well, Headmaster Ozpin has some political pull, so I'm sure he could help you with that. Besides, you won't have to make any promises. Just meet with him, and if you say no, we won't push. Just know that if you say yes, it'll be worth it. The work won't be easy, but you'll be saving lives. Normally, Clark wouldn't use his super hearing to check if someone was lying, but he was in a strange world with someone he'd just met. Even though he seemed sincere, Clark had to make sure Crow was telling the truth. His heart rate was steady, and Clark hadn't spotted any sweat or other signs of nervousness. He'd already scanned the area just in case this was some sort of trap, and it had been all clear. Helping the people of this world. These Grim were constantly attacking them and doing far more damage than the Phantoms could. Brainiac had needed to put in considerable effort to prepare Lex's body for Zod, while these Phantoms would be using normal people. Clark couldn't ignore them, but he couldn't just stay here waiting for them to make a move. You said this headmaster might help me get home. I'm going to need some high-tech stuff to do so. From what Clark had read, this world's technology was farther along than Earth's. No mention of traveling to other dimensions, but he needed to try. Could he help me with that? Crow's confusion was evident. Sure. He's best friends with General Ironwood, the headmaster of Atlas Academy. Atlas, that was the country with the most advanced technology. Clark had no idea how to use his crystal, so that was probably his best bet to get back home. Okay, I'll talk with him. Clark agreed. When can I meet him? Today, if we hurry. Crow stood up and motioned for him to follow. But first, I want to see what you can do. Crow leaned against a tree. This is a good spot. Now show me what you're made of. He'd brought the kid out into the forest, out of sight of the people in the town. Although Clark still looked around to check. Crow had been a bit surprised by how young he was. Clark had to be only a couple of years older than Yang at most. His new prospective ally nodded. Right. He walked up to a nearby boulder a few meters across. He wrapped his arms around it. The huntsman looked on curiously. Clark lifted the boulder without any strain. He easily held it over his head, and turned to look towards Crow, who looked on with his mouth wide open. Is this enough? He asked. Doesn't that feel the least bit heavy to you? He shrugged. He did it effortlessly, while holding a boulder above his head that weighed tons. A bit, he answered before gently setting it back down in place. How did you do that? Strength semblance? Even if it was, what kind of semblance let him do things like that? I don't know what that is, but I'm strong. I was. Born this way, he added uncomfortably. So you actually did throw that rock? The kid, the freakishly strong kid, nodded. So the workers hadn't been exaggerating. Crow had thought there might be another explanation, but Oz had been right to send him to find this guy as soon as possible. The workers also said you disappeared and reappeared. So what? You can teleport? Crow asked half jokingly. I'm fast. How fast? Clark paused in thought. It'll be easy to show you. Do you have a gun on you? Since you fight Grim. Crow took out his weapon and tapped on it. Yep. Right here. With the push of a button, Harbinger Mecha shifted to its gun form. Could you shoot a few bullets in that direction? Clark pointed behind Crow, the opposite direction from him. Preferably not too high. Sure. Crow turned around and pressed the trigger, letting a few bullets fly loose into a tree a couple dozen feet away. At least, they would have gone into the tree. Clark had suddenly appeared in front of him instead. Without even a blur, hell, Crow could even spot Ruby when she went turbo. How fast was this guy? He was way bigger than his niece, so Crow should have at least seen something. Clark lifted his hand. He was holding something in it. Crow gawked as he realized what. Those were his bullets. He looked back up, but there weren't any holes in the tree he'd aimed at, so this guy had actually intercepted them. Not pickpocketed his rounds or something. You. He swallowed nervously. You caught my bullets. Yeah? And of all things. He looked sheepish, like he was embarrassed to show off. Crow looked down again at Clark's palm. A few of them were deformed. He picked one up. Did these bullets hit your hand? A few. It's not easy to catch multiple in succession. I handled most of them though. Hold on. Don't you feel anything? Even with aura, there should be some pain. After all, you were just hit by bullets. Clark looked away. That's another thing. I'm tough. Really tough. And I don't know what you mean by aura. What? If Crow hadn't just seen him lift a boulder with ease and chase down bullets, he'd have doubted him. Hold on a second. Crow took out his scroll and handed it to him. Keep this in your hand and hold it so I can see the screen. Clark did so, and the kid wasn't lying. The scroll read that he had no aura, but maybe he just hadn't activated it yet. He readied Harbinger. Can you block this with your bare hands? Asked Crow. Yep. Crow swung his weapon with a decent amount of strength, and watched Clark bring his left hand up to block it. The scroll still read no aura, even when the blade bounced off his palm with a loud clang. Clark put his hand down and returned Crow's scroll. So, I think I've proven myself. Is there anything else you'd like me to do? Crow looked him over and considered Clark's claims. Bulletproof skin, even without aura, fast enough to outrace and pluck speeding bullets out of the air, able to carry boulders with ease. Just to make sure, he continued testing Clark. He couldn't afford to have been tricked. He couldn't see any way he could have faked his strength. But the speed might be exaggerated. Fast enough to appear in front of him definitely, and he had shown up with bullets in his hand. But that didn't definitely mean he was fast enough to go up and grab them. For example, Ruby's friend Pyre had a polarity semblance. If Clark had something similar, maybe he'd actually pulled them into his hand too quickly for Crow to spot. But no. His speed was genuine. It took some time, but Crow left some items out a decent way into the forest. He honestly hadn't even managed to time the kid properly when he went out and brought them back. He couldn't tap his scroll quickly enough. The invulnerability was real too. They slowly escalated, having Clark punch the ground and smash boulders without a scratch on his fists. Crow had been uncomfortable at the thought of shooting someone without aura point blank, but it had certainly been convincing when he'd seen bullets ping off his bare chest. Even the rounds Crow had brought with fire and electricity didn't affect him. By the time Crow had been satisfied, it was 1 in the afternoon and he was hungry, so he announced, "Okay, that's enough. Let's get back in town." When Clark and Crow returned to town, they ate at Mary's Inn. She'd had some beef stew and freshly baked bread for them. Crow paid for his, but Mary didn't charge Clark. He'd wanted to do some tasks for her in return, but she'd insisted that he'd done enough for her these past couple days. "So, where you from?" Crow asked between spoonfuls. Mary had gone out back to restock and the two of them were alone. Clark paused. "I don't think you'd believe me if I told you." "Really?" "I think there's a lot I'd believe considering what I just saw you do." "It's more unbelievable than that." Crow raised an eyebrow. "Okay then, can you say why you need high-tech to get back? What? Did you grow up on a deserted island surrounded by super powerful Grim that you need to fight your way through?" He added with a smirk. "No. Clark said with a grin. I'm pretty sure in my case a simple punch really hard would be enough. HMPH, by the way, your abilities. Have you always been like this? Clark nodded. I was born this way, but, Mr. Brandwin, can we hold off the questions for now? I'm not used to being so, open, and I'd prefer not to lie. Crow finished off his food and answered. Sure kid. I need to make a call anyway. Why don't you pack up so we can go? Clark went upstairs and into the room he'd stayed in for the past couple of days. He'd already made the bed in the morning, and he started cleaning. Although it wouldn't take long since he didn't like to make a mess. As he cleaned, he listened in on Crow's call with his super hearing. The workers were right. Ozpin, he's the real deal. Super strength, speed, and bullets bounce off his skin without aura. I tested him. The voice on the phone. No, it was a scroll, answered. You are certain? I'd considered the reports dubious as well. I'd expected something, but it wasn't to this extent. Clark had finished organizing the room and started packing the belongings he'd gotten in a bag, which were just the spare clothes Mary had given him. I just saw him toss the boulder and hand me the rounds I shot off at a tree before they hit. I also had him run out about half a mile and bring me back some stuff. He did it instantly. Clark hadn't even shown him his other powers yet. No heat vision, super breath, his senses. Crow seemed like he could be trusted. But they'd just met a few hours ago. And he still didn't know about this headmaster Ozpin, or the general he was friends with, who knew what they would try if they saw what else he could do. They'd already had an idea about Clark's speed and strength. So he hadn't lost much by confirming those to them, but he'd carelessly shown off his invulnerability. Crow had first thought he'd used aura, which the huntsman had explained to him as what protected them and allowed them to fight Grim. It also powered semblances, which were special abilities that they had. That was useful information. If Clark had known that, he could have said his abilities were a sort of semblance. Crow finished his call and Clark waited a bit longer before heading back down. You all set? The older man asked as he descended the stairs. Yes. Honestly, all he'd had when coming to this world had been the clothes on his back, his phone, and the Kryptonian crystal. Now he also had a backpack with some extra clothes Mary had given him. It must have been strange that he had so little luggage. Wait. Mary came out from behind the bar and handed him a large covered plastic bowl. Here, take some stew with you. Sure. Thank you, Mom, he said as he accepted it. And Clark? Yes, be safe. Okay, she said with a worried expression. Of course. Thank you for letting me stay here for the past few days. Oh. It was no big deal, she said with a wave of her hand. You did more than your fair share of work. They said their goodbyes, and Crow brought him out to the Bullhead, the aircraft that the people of this world used. It was a dark gray, and clearly a military vehicle. Crow had called the pilot to tell them they were coming so they could leave quickly. Then, he showed Clark to a fridge where he could put the food Mary had given him. Crow had said the flight would take a few hours, which would be plenty of time for Clark to ask some questions he still had about Remnant. Although he dreaded the questions Crow would no doubt have for him. Deal. After an hour into their flight, Clark had asked Crow a great deal of questions about this world, Remnant, Grim, aura, dust, semblances, faunus, kingdoms. Clark had a lot to learn, but at least he now had a good grasp on the basics of this world. The books in the library had helped, but they often assumed that the reader already had some basic knowledge and wouldn't bother to explain certain topics. Talking with someone made it a lot easier. The huntsman had been rather patient with him, giving him answers no matter how ignorant he must seem. Although there was no way to avoid the strange looks he gave him. After Clark had finished asking questions, the huntsman began. Okay, Clark, I think I deserve some explanations now. This is what Clark had been afraid of. How much should he reveal? He'd already chosen to keep much of his powers hidden, but his nature and origin were different. That's fair. Clark hesitated. First thing you should know is that, I'm not human. You're a faunus? He shook his head. No, not that either. Then, What are you saying? I'm an alien. All that could be heard was the wind rushing outside the walls of the Bullhead. You're actually serious? Crow stared at him. You can do some pretty amazing things, kid. But I can prove it, Clark added. Take some of my hair and test the DNA if you want. Crow narrowed his eyes. All right, if you're that confident, then we will. What else should I know? As the flight continued, Clark told him about where he came from. His best guess was that this world was in another dimension, and that his technology had malfunctioned and brought him here. He even showed him the Kryptonian crystal and explained about the dangers of the phantoms that the people of this world had mistaken for geists. And these phantoms, they're still out there? Crow asked. At least 2, but they'll probably be laying low. To capture them, I'll have to wait for them to do something obvious. Clark's jaw clenched at that, but he had no other option. It wasn't as if he could just go up to people and start touching them with the crystal. Besides, if the phantoms saw him approach, they'd probably run away. If what you're saying is true, then you're from a world without Grimm, right? Yes. Really? What's it like? Crow asked with mild curiosity. Clark realized that the huntsman didn't believe him, which was fair. Even Clark had a hard time understanding the series of events that had brought him here. Well, the human population is in the billions, and unlike here, they've spread out and settled pretty much the whole planet. Clark paused before adding, as far as I can tell though, the people aren't much different from the ones here. They act the same, feel the same, think the same. Although we don't have aura, Crow narrowed his eyes. I thought you said you were an alien, not human. I am an alien, Clark insisted, but I was raised by humans. The situation was strange for Clark. He'd spent his whole life trying to hide the fact that he was a superpowered alien. He'd never thought he wouldn't be believed after he showed a few abilities. Crow didn't ask any more questions, saying he wanted to mull over what Clark could do and what he told him. It wasn't much longer before they approached Beacon in the late evening, and the red-hued sun lit up the stone towers magnificently. Clark hadn't exactly expected this when he'd heard about the school, but he was impressed. The school was built into a cliffside where several rivers gathered and went over the edge as waterfalls. Ornate statues and gardens decorated the courtyards. Wow! Clark looked out the window and stared. He eagerly examined it with telescopic vision. Yep, that's Beacon. You can't help being impressed the first time you see it, Crow told him. And there are more schools like this around the world, training people to fight the Grimm. 3 more with the same level of prestige, 1 in each kingdom, Crow answered. There are plenty more prep schools that people go in as kids though. The pilot landed the bullhead and the 2 of them got off. As they did, Crow's scroll rang. He answered it. Yeah, Oz, I'm here with the kid. The bullhead just dropped us off. With super hearing, Clark listened to the headmaster's response. Good. However, there is still some time before James arrives. Considering this young man's abilities, I thought it prudent to inform our ally. Okay, so how long until he arrives? Perhaps an hour or so. So what, we just wait around till he gets here? If you wish, yes, Ozpin replied. Although perhaps he would enjoy becoming more familiar with the academy. Gotcha. Call us when he's here. I shall. Crow hung up and explained to him that they would wait for someone else to arrive. Come on. He waved him over before taking a sip from his flask. Let's see how good my memory of the place is. Ironwood stepped out of the elevator and into Ozpin's office. Glinda was present as well, since she was the only other staff member at Beacon who was part of Ozpin's circle. Ozpin, it's good to see you again after so long. He went up to him with a wide smile and they shook hands. Glinda. He gave her a friendly nod, which she returned. Hello old friend, said Ozpin. I'm pleased that you managed to arrive so quickly. Well, I'd actually planned to come regardless after the second semester started. Oh? And why is that? Ironwood looked at him in surprise. You can't be serious, Ozpin. Torchic is bad enough, but he's not much more than a common criminal. But the dust he's stealing, and the fact that he's now working with the White Fang, the people of Vale need my help. And is there any reason why you could not offer your aid from Atlas? After all, you have many responsibilities as both general and headmaster. The Atlesian army needs my leadership. and Vale's council can trust me to provide security for the vital festival. James, said Glinder. Did you just say your army? How else will we show these terrorists that the people of Vale won't stand for their wanton crimes? When they see my airships, they'll know that their actions will no longer be tolerated, and the people of Vale will know that they're safe. Ozpin sighed. I'd hoped that by now you'd have realized that the heavy-handed approach isn't always the best one. I know that subtlety has its place, Ozpin, but this requires force. Glinder stepped in between the two of them. Enough. I know you two well enough that this will go on for far too long. We can discuss this later. For now, we have a new ally to consider. Very well, we'll talk about this at another time, agreed Ironwood. This young man, are you sure he can do what Crow says he can? Crow is good at what he does, but he does like his drink. Crow knows better than to indulge himself on missions, answered Ozpin. He's thoroughly tested this man's abilities. However, you can do so yourself if you're not satisfied, as he should be arriving shortly. At those words, the elevator dinged and opened up. Crow entered, followed by a young man in a red jacket and jeans. He looked around at the machinery in Ozpin's rather large office. Many people did so when they first saw it. Then, his eyes traveled to the three seated at the desk, briefly glancing at each before forming eye contact with Ozpin. Greetings, Mr. Kent, Ozpin began. I am Ozpin, headmaster of Beacon. My colleague here is Ms. Goodwitch, a teacher at this school, and this is General Ironwood of Atlas. Nice to meet you. Ironwood stepped up to shake his hand. The young man had a firm grip, and he could tell that there was strength there. But to the extent Crow had reported, that still remained to be seen. Your arm. Kent looked down at Ironwood's hand in realization. Yes, it's prosthetic. Ironwood took off his glove to show him. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stare. It's fine, young man. Ironwood waved his apology away with a slight smile to show he wasn't offended. Ozpin spoke. Now, Mr. Kent, Crow here says you can do some incredible things. Would you be willing to use your gifts to assist us? That depends. What do you need assistance with? Why, I thought it obvious. I have no doubt that someone like you could kill Grimm in droves and save many. The young man shifted, almost as if he was uncomfortable at the thought. These Grimm, are you sure that they're actually soulless? Isn't there a way to save people without killing the animals attacking them? Ironwood noticed that his confusion was mirrored by Glinder and Ozpin. Crow, however, didn't seem surprised in the slightest. Grimm are no mere animals, said Ozpin. They're soulless. They lack even the potential for aura, and their only instincts are to kill humans. Even in captivity they die. The only way to stop them is to kill them, otherwise they'll attack innocent people. According to Clark here, Crow patted the young man's shoulder. He comes from a very weird place. Wasn't raised in any of the kingdoms at least, so he doesn't know much. And where would this place be? Asked Ozpin. I'm not from Remnant, Kent said. To be frank, I'm an alien from another dimension, and I have proof. Ironwood was the first to respond, but instead of to the young man, he looked to the huntsman beside him. Crow, is this some sort of joke? Because if so, hold your horses, Jimmy, interrupted Crow. He didn't tell me until the bullhead ride here. He can do some pretty amazing things, but I don't really believe his story either. He says he has proof though. Let's hear him out at least. Very well, agreed Ozpin. You can't seriously be considering this. Ironwood turned to his old friend. He's obviously insane. I'm inclined to agree, Headmaster, Glinder added. It's a very far-fetched story. Excuse me, I'm right here, the young man said. And I'm not crazy. If you test my hair, you'll find I'm not human or a formless. And I have a piece of the alien technology which brought me here. You can let your scientists examine it if you want. He held up a shield-shaped crystal with a strange S on it. I think I've heard enough, answered Ironwood. This is a waste of time. Wait. The young man disappeared. The next instant, he was by the elevator. At the very least, he reappeared in the spot he'd last stood. My abilities are real. I'm bulletproof, even without the aura you people use. I can lift cars and outrun bullets without semblances. Don't you at least want my DNA to find out how I can do that? What you find will validate my story. Ironwood's eyes were wide in shock, and he saw that Glinder's were as well. There were some who could increase their speed with semblances. Specialist Shani came to mind. but this level of speed was astonishing. Ozpin, damn him, was still calm, although even his unflappability was tested, as his eyebrows were slightly raised. Meanwhile, Crow displayed a smug smile as he patted the young man's shoulder. Yep, that's what the kid can do. By the way, Clark, didn't you want to ask Ironwood something? Yes, sir, I'll need your help getting home, Kent said. This world has more advanced technology than the one I'm from, so I'd hoped that you might have ways for traveling to other dimensions. We have no such technology, Ironwood answered. And it seems rather strange that our technology would be more advanced than your home world's. I live on a world of humans, sir. My biological parents sent me there after my birth world was destroyed. That's a rather elaborate story. The young man sighed. I know how it sounds, but it's true. Supposing it was, why not use your own device to return home? Asked Ozpin. It brought me here when it malfunctioned, Kent explained. I'm not familiar with how to use it or how it works, so I can't depend on it yet to bring me home. Is there really no way you know to travel between dimensions? Does magic exist here? You believe magic exists? Kent bit his lip, and answered. I know how this makes me sound, but yes. Back in my world, I've encountered people who use magic. Actually, I do possess some magical knowledge that may prove useful. Really? Great. Relief filled the young man's face. Ironwood glared at Ozpin. A belief in magic didn't prove that Kent was sane. From the looks on Crow and Glinder, they didn't understand Ozpin's reveal of magic either. What was he thinking? Before that, Kent said, you should know something. There are creatures here from my world, dangerous ones that only I can deal with. I'm going to need up-to-date news of the area I arrived in, where those loggers were, to find them. I'm not familiar with Remnant either, and I'll need time to learn about this world. Then I believe I can offer further assistance, answered Ozpin. You can be given full access to our library, and a few teachers may be able to give you private lessons. As we're in the middle of a break, it shouldn't prove too inconvenient to them. You can also be provided news of Highwood and nearby towns. He turned to Glinder. Ms. Goodwitch, could you show Mr. Kent to one of our spare quarters? One meant for teachers, as it may be troublesome if the students spot him next semester. Understood. If you would follow me, Mr. Kent. Glinder headed to the elevator. Thank you, headmaster, the young man said before leaving. I really am grateful. The teachers' rooms were a few floors down from the top of the tower, so it wasn't long before Clark and the blonde teacher exited the elevator. Excuse me, he asked. I left my luggage down on the first floor. Can you wait for a moment? I'll be quick. Down the hallway, she directed with a riding crop, and Clark couldn't help giving it a strange look. Thank you. In a fraction of a second, he zoomed down to the kitchens where he'd stored Mary's stew and his backpack. It took him the same amount of time to go back up the stairs. Ready? To her, it must have seemed as if he'd vanished and reappeared with a backpack and a bowl. Very. Impressive, she answered before going down the hall at a brisk pace. Come, your room is this way. Normally, he wouldn't have shown off like that, but these people doubted him. He needed to at least show that his powers were real. It would make it easier for them to accept the rest of the truth. He'd thought the blunt approach would make him seem more certain and believable, rather than slowly leading up to it and seeming hesitant. But his confidence had just resulted in them thinking he was crazy. Once they reached his room, she opened the door with a scroll, and they entered a fairly average living room. She explained that furniture was already provided, as was a TV. There was also a kitchen, small dining room, bathroom, and bedroom. It was the size of a decent apartment. The pantries were empty, but he'd be given money for food soon. She continued to explain more specifics. If you forget your scroll, you can unlock the door by inputting the code 9340. You will likely be informed tomorrow of when our teachers will be available for your lessons. You may visit the library tomorrow morning as well. Just show the librarian your scroll to enter. If you need to contact one of us, I've already input myself, Headmaster Ozpin, and Crow as contacts on your scroll. Do you have any further questions? She'd been pretty comprehensive about his living arrangements, so Clark only had one. Do I have any neighbors? No, we have more than enough rooms that the teachers are rather far apart from each other. Although I do ask that you refrain from making loud noises, such as music, as it may still disturb them." He nodded. "Okay, just one more. What do you think of me? I know the general thinks I'm crazy, but what's your opinion?" She crossed her arms. "I have seen some very strange things in my time, but your claims are very hard to believe. You claim to be an alien, but even so you do not strike me as insane." She paused for a moment. "I trust Mr. Branwyn's assessment of your abilities, and at the very least, your speed is genuine. Regardless, I believe you could do much good." He smiled. "I won't disappoint you, ma'am, and you'll see I'm telling the truth, I suppose." She still didn't believe him. "I shall be making my leave now. Good night, Mr. Kent." "Good night, ma'am." Once she left, he unpacked his things. He'd already placed Mary's stew in the fridge, so he just neatly put his clothes in the drawers in the bedroom. He went back to the kitchen. He wasn't hungry. He'd just done so out of a routine of getting 3 meals a day. He checked the time. It was about 9 p.m. He hadn't eaten since lunch around 1, but he wasn't the least bit hungry. He'd noticed that ever since he'd lost his powers briefly last year after they'd returned, he didn't get hungry anymore, and whatever food he did eat didn't leave his body. He still liked the taste, but he felt guilty when eating. Other people actually needed it after all. The only time he did so was to ward off suspicion. He didn't really have much to do, so he turned on the TV. Out of curiosity, he looked for a news channel. A purple-haired woman was on screen. Apparently it was Vale's local network. Theories have continued, along with more sightings of White Fang in the city. This is especially concerning as the Vital Festival is only a few months away. It was similar to how the news was shared on Earth, but he lacked the context for a lot of the events. He turned it off soon after, and went to bed. Toiletries were already provided, so he was able to wash up before sleeping. In bed, he held the crystal in his hand. "Jor-El, can you hear me?" No response, though honestly that wasn't odd for his biological father. He looked the crystal over with his X-ray vision. No change. Its components were too complicated for him to understand, but he'd remembered its internal structure. It probably wouldn't get him home anytime soon. Even if Clark had been desperate enough to try to recreate the malfunction, he didn't have any kryptonite. The headmaster had said magic might help, and magic had been involved with the stones which had formed the crystal seed for the fortress. He didn't know whether magic here was the same as the magic back home, but it was his best hope. He put the crystal on the drawer by his bedside, and looked up through the ceiling into the headmaster's office. The 3 of them were still up there, probably discussing him. The thought of listening in was tempting. No, I've had enough of eavesdropping. Listening to the scroll calls had been bad enough. He wasn't going to disrespect the headmaster's hospitality by spying on him. He tried his best to go to sleep. The nearby city was louder than the farm back home, but he managed to put his super hearing under control. Lessons. Clark woke up early. Looking out the window, he had a great view of the forest to the east. The sky was beginning to light up from the pre-dawn sun, and his super hearing picked out a few chirping birds. He checked his scroll. It was around 6 in the morning. Normally, he got up earlier to do chores around the farm. He could use his speed to do some of them quickly, but he took his time anyway. He liked the peace of early morning, making sure things were ready for the day. It just didn't give him the same sense of accomplishment when he rushed through them. It wasn't like he got tired anyway. He'd always needed less sleep than most people, but recently he'd become accustomed to less and less. The nights were long and boring though, so he tried to maintain normal sleep habits. He left his room about 20 minutes later. He headed to the library, thinking that he might as well get some early reading in. Maybe he should focus on the Faunus. The news had mentioned a Faunus group called the White Fang last night. He knew that the Faunus faced discrimination, but he hadn't heard of this group before. Of course, he hadn't known to ask Mr. Branwyn about it, and it wasn't really relevant to his situation. The average person here would know about White Fang though, so if he ever wanted to seem like a normal person, he'd need to know about them as well. The elevator brought him to the ground floor, and Clark headed to where Mr. Branwyn had shown him the library was. He also refreshed his memory of the general layout of the building on the way there. The door was locked. should have known, he said to himself. Most people didn't wake up this early. Why should the librarian, especially if the school was in the middle of a break? Maybe he could take a walk out into the forest until it was open. He'd make sure to check on it from time to time with X-ray vision for the librarian's arrival. He didn't see any paths down into the forest, but he did see a few signs warning people of Grimm in the woods. He was curious. He'd read about the Grimm, but he actually hadn't seen one yet. According to what he'd read, and what he'd been told, they were soulless monsters that terrorized people. That description was apparently based on the fact that they lacked aura. Clark jumped down a nearby cliff, landing with a loud thud. The ground cracked at his impact. He looked around. He hadn't attracted any Grimm with that sound. Apparently, they were drawn to negative emotion, but it would be easier for him to just approach the nearest ones. There were some wolf-like ones, wolves, a good distance away near a stream. They weren't moving from their position, just wandering around near the water. They weren't drinking it. They didn't need to. According to the books Clark had found, he walked towards them. They didn't notice him, and he was able to get pretty close to them before revealing himself by stepping out from behind a tree. The moment one spotted him, it ran at a full sprint to him. The reaction spread through the pack like a ripple, and the other wolves loped towards him at full speed. The pictures in the book were accurate. They were covered in jet black fur and white bone armor with their sharp teeth and claws. Clark could see how frightening they could appear, especially their red eyes. They even made him a bit uneasy. Still, despite their appearances, they could still be normal animals. Well, normal for this world at least. He wasn't going to slaughter them. Half an hour later, he had to reconsider his thoughts on them. If they're normal animals, they're the most messed up ones ever. They'd chased after him, and it had been simple for him to continue dodging them. But they hadn't stopped. Normal animals would have probably gotten tired and given up. Yet these creatures just kept on attacking with as much ferocity as they could muster, lunging at him with frustrated growls. He'd even tried intimidating them, thinking they'd back off once he showed some power. He'd punched a few of them, knocking the large creatures into the air. He'd overestimated their armor the first few times, and the first few he'd attacked had cracked bone masks. They'd still attacked, not even the slightest bit deterred by the danger he could have posed to them. There was something seriously wrong with them. He'd even looked at them with X-ray vision. Their internal structure was a mystery, because they couldn't be dissected since their corpses vanished. Clark must have been the first to see inside them. They had some normal organs, of course. Anyone could have guessed that they had lungs from their growls and grunts. They had brains. Even if they were mindless, they had to have some instincts and clearly displayed motor control. Clark was already able to hear their heartbeats, and a lot of their anatomy matched normal animals. They didn't have any reproductive organs though. They didn't seem to be male or female. There were also some strange body parts, dark regions that he couldn't make heads or tails of. Maybe they were the sensing organs that they used to detect negative emotions. Even now they leapt towards him, and at that point he left, speeding hundreds of feet away. If these monsters attacked people, he'd have to be quick. Clark wasn't willing to kill them. So if he wanted to stop a group, he'd have to make some sort of barrier, use his heat vision to blast the ground and make a ditch. That wouldn't work against the bird Grimm, but super breath might push them back enough for him to get people to safety. He'd spotted a few of the bird Grimm in the area, but what kept them here? Maybe the people in the city weren't generating enough negative emotion to attract them. They certainly didn't seem to notice Clark. Clark looked out at the library again, which still wasn't open. He had some time to kill. He'd continue with his walk. It wouldn't be hard to look through the trees and avoid Grimm. Honestly, out here it would almost be like he was back on Earth. As powerful as he is, he's no fighter, Ozpin noted. After giving Mr. Kent ample time to study in the library, Ozpin had asked him to accompany them into the Emerald Forest. After demonstrating his abilities, they had promptly moved on to spars. Blinder landed a few blows on Mr. Kent, yet they didn't even make him stagger. However, his responding attacks were those of an amateur. She dodged or blocked them with ease. While she was not primarily a hand-to-hand fighter, she was quite skilled at it. Her opponents often thought close combat was her weakness after all. Considering she usually fought with her semblance, James nodded at Ozpin's comment. With his abilities, I very much doubt he needs to fight. He could overpower any opponent in an instant. Yeah, you see it sometimes with those kids who depend way too much on their semblance. Crow added, thinking they can win any fight with it. They get lazy and arrogant. Not nearly as good as they could be. Ozpin answered yes, although Mr. Kent doesn't seem the arrogant type. Ms. Goodwitch ignored them as she focused on instructing their new ally. Keep your arms up, Mr. Kent, bend your knees. Now, try striking me. The young man threw a punch, which Glinda was able to block easily. Weak, with your strength, you should be capable of much more. Harder, he obeyed. And this time, she was actually pushed back a few feet. She jumped back, likely because there was no way for her to maintain her balance after that hit. Better, she said. Her gaze had a more cautious edge to it. The young man brought his hands down and stood straight up. I don't understand. Why are you trying to teach me how to fight people? Don't you just want me to fight Grim? Huntsmen fight more enemies than just Grim. Ozpin explained. There are those with aura or semblances, even a few with huntsman training, who are less altruistic than official huntsmen and use their abilities more selfishly. You also need to learn how to deal with them. Fine, but first I need to learn what you people can do. I know you have semblances and aura, so what can I do that I can explain away as those? He looked to the blonde teacher beside him. I can tell you're tougher than normal people, but I need to know exactly how much. I might accidentally kill someone. Yes, I apologize for our oversight, said Ozpin. We don't often meet people with that problem against fully fledged huntsmen, especially not your age. Ms. Goodwitch can explain it to you, but first I must ask, you wish to hide your abilities? Yes. Why? People would treat me differently if they knew what I could do, replied Mr. Kent. I'd prefer to be judged by who I am, not how fast I can run or how hard I can punch. I see. Well then, if you would, Ms. Goodwitch. Yes, headmaster. She turned to Mr. Kent. You already know about aura? He nodded. It's the manifestation of the soul that protects you, and it powers your semblances. Glinda explained to him deeper aspects of aura, the extent of its protection and the fact that an opponent needed to focus it in order to protect themselves. Scrolls were often fitted with an aura meter. When the opponent ran out, that usually indicated the end of a fight. Since no one without aura could defeat another with it, that rule was amended in his case, of course. In addition, you'll need to know how much force to put in a blow, she said. The previous punch was good, but with proper control, I believe you could easily reduce an opponent's aura in a single hit. She got into a defensive stance with her arms up. Now, punch me. Harder than before. He clenched his fist and launched another blow. Harder, she said, having been moved back a few feet. He did. She still maintained her stance, but it obviously wasn't easy. Harder. This time, he threw her back a good 15 feet. She fell, and from the beeps from her scroll, her aura was low. The young man ran forward. Miss, are you all right? I am fine, she said, getting up and dusting the dirt off her clothes. Attacks of that strength will be very effective against others with aura. Now, if you will excuse me. She walked up to them. I believe it would benefit Mr. Kent if Crow sparred with him, as my aura is too low for me to be of much use. Crow sighed and got up. All right, I won't go easy on you, kid. Glinda, Ironwood looked to her worriedly. Are you really fine? We saw how strong he is. The nearby tree he'd uprooted with ease proved it. My arms are sore, but they'll be fine. My aura, however, will take a while to regenerate. Crow had a better time dealing with him. He could use his weapon to block the young man's blows and gauge his strength. He also gave him some advice on exactly how much to rein in his inhuman speed, along with what kind of blows aura could take. As far as they'd seen, he could handle any attack without flinching, but if he wanted to hide his abilities, he'd need to know how a person with aura would react. It wasn't an impenetrable shield after all. The young man had impressive stamina as well. After an hour of sparring with Glinda and Crow, he hadn't even broken a sweat. Glinda had even used her semblance, launching nearby rocks and trees at him, which he'd either dodged or crushed with his bare fists. He had been forced to admit defeat when she'd lifted him with it, though. That had been an opportune moment for her to instruct him on trying to figure out weaknesses in enemies' semblance, such as why she hadn't just lifted him in the first place. She hadn't told him outright why she hadn't been able to, but he had made some good guesses. "Well done, Mr. Kent." Ozpin commended him. "Going up against a trained huntsman and huntress is no easy feat. I see that you are no seasoned fighter, but you are very alert and quick. Thank you." He was humble as well. Interesting how he lacked the arrogance that many skilled students his age had. "Our teachers have agreed to give you lessons in the upcoming week before the second semester," said Ozpin. "They begin tomorrow, and your sparring lessons with Ms. Goodwitch will continue as well." "Oh, okay then." "Lastly, may I have a sample of your hair?" Ozpin took out a vial. "You did suggest we analyze it in order to confirm your story after all." "Of course." The young man ripped out a small clump of hair and placed it in the vial. "Maybe you'll reconsider my sanity after seeing this," he added with a smile directed at James. "Perhaps." It was a terse response from the general. Before leaving, Ozpin also gave Kent a list of books that Professor Oabelek had suggested considering the level of education his new student would need. Frankly, it was a ludicrous amount of reading material, although the enthusiastic professor most likely hadn't seen it as such. This is a tragedy. Professor Oabelek came up to Clark and leaned forward. "Where did you say you were raised?" Outside the walls, with a nomadic tribe." Clark gave the teacher the backstory the headmaster had suggested. The teacher zoomed back up to the board at an impressive speed. This man did everything quickly. If Clark didn't have his heightened senses, he would have been lost after the professor had spoken a few words. "Such ignorance." The professor shook his head. "I can't believe that even they would neglect their members and education. Were you given no oral history at least? There is a tendency for such tribes to practice the tradition." "Not really?" Even Clark knew that his lie sounded weak, but the professor didn't seem to notice. "Unbelievable." "I apologize, Mr. Kent, as it is not your fault. I just find such ignorance deplorable." Dr. Oabelek, the man had been quick to inform him of his doctorate, took a sip from his thermos. "At the very least, you have proven yourself a diligent student. You have clearly gone through the books I suggested." "Yeah." Clark answered guiltily. He'd done well in school before, but he'd been motivated to read those books by necessity rather than curiosity. He also had an advantage. Other people couldn't speed read like he could. Again, the professor didn't notice and began his lecture. "Now, we shall begin from the basics. Much of the history of our first civilizations has been lost, but our legends have hints, and new discoveries are being made constantly. The legend of the first huntsman, for instance. It was actually a good thing the man was fast. Clark had no trouble keeping up, and it was easy to learn what was important. He asked a lot of questions, but a lot of them were more to guide the professor back to the subject he wanted. The man had a tendency to digress by mentioning new discoveries or contending opinions in academia on this or that tidbit of history. The lecture went on for well over an hour, with Clark filling in important holes in his knowledge. Still, he'd have liked to get more about current events. They'd just gotten a bit further than the formation of the kingdoms. Oabelek cleared his throat. "I must say, that was a very enjoyable session. It's not often that I get such a responsive student." "Oh, it was nothing, sir." "Do you mind if I ask when we'll get to current events?" "Well, it's a travesty that I have to summarize human history into a week's worth of lessons, but I think we should be able to cover recent history. We've made good progress today, better than I'd hoped." Oabelek went back to his desk to pick up some papers. "I also have some assignments for you on what we covered. I hope you find it helpful." "Thank you, sir." Clark took the homework and went back up to his room. He still had some time before his first lesson with Professor Port, so it would be best to get a head start on it. They were in the Emerald Forest again. Clark didn't mind. He liked the wilderness. It reminded him of the woods around home. Professor Port kind of ruined that, as the weirdness of the place was evident with the stories he told and his strange axe gun. Was this man really a huntsman? Not to be rude, but he wasn't in the best shape. Could he really fight Grim? Clark saw the characteristic faint shimmer of aura around the man, but fighting against those monsters required more than that. The man suddenly stopped, and thankfully so did the stories of his youth. "That's enough reminiscing, come look at this lad." Clark walked up and looked down where the professor indicated. "Bear tracks?" Port shook his head. "Not quite. These are from 2 Ursi, fresh tracks, which means they're nearby." "Right. The Bear Grimm. He'd read about them, although he probably could have figured what kind they were from the name. It was weird that the people here spoke English and also apparently used Latin even when it was another dimension. Clark looked around through the trees. He spotted the 10-foot beasts. The Grimm had already sensed them, and were heading toward them. The thuds from their footsteps were soon heard, and the professor took a step back. "Ah, here they come. Now, show me what you've got, Mr. Kent. I shall be here if you have any questions." "Wait, what?" Before Clark had the chance to say anything else, the Ursi appeared and slashed at him with their paws. They were larger than normal bears, and just as ferocious as the wolves Clark had found yesterday. They were slower though, so even easier for him to dodge. "Shouldn't you be teaching me how to fight them?" he asks the teacher. The bearded man had stepped back, so the two Grimm focused on Clark. "I have students learn by doing. You should figure out the best way to kill these Ursi. Besides, it's not often that Ozpin asks me to give a student one-on-one lessons." He rubbed his chin in thought. "In fact, I don't think he ever has. So you should be more than skilled enough to deal with these two." Fine. It wasn't as if he was wrong. It wouldn't be hard to deal with these creatures. "Do I have to kill them though?" "What? I just don't see why they have to die," Clark explained as he moved aside as one of the Ursi lunged at him. "They're not hurting anyone here." HMPH, not for lack of trying. "Sir, I'm serious. I was taught that life is precious, and that killing animals should only be done for food or self-defense." "Grimm are not animals," Port told him, and his expression made it hard to believe that he'd been cheerfully reminiscing about the past minutes earlier. "Your beliefs are admirable, but you can't apply them here. Look at these soulless creatures. What do you think would happen if you were a civilian? You would suffer a gruesome death, and not just you, they would hunt down every human in its path." "Grimm have no compassion or understanding. Why should we when dealing with them?" "Because we're not like them," Clark argued. "There aren't any people for them to attack here either. That's only part of the picture. This is for your education. You must learn how to fight Grimm properly." "I see that you're a melee fighter, unless you're hiding a weapon in your pocket. So you're going to need to get close and kill them quickly as possible. Hesitation will result in death, not just yours, but the people you must protect. Now, hit that one in the chest." The professor pointed at the one currently attacking him. "That region has no armor, and a strong blow with aura will pretty much obliterate whatever organs it has." "But sir, lad, hesitating here might get you killed." "And what if you weren't alone?" "The other Ursa could head off for other people nearby. You need to kill them." Clark punched the Ursa, but only hard enough to launch it back into a tree. He raced off to the other one at a reasonable human speed, hitting it with the same force toward the first. He repeated the process again and again, pushing the Grimm further away. Eventually, he found a stream too wide for them to cross and threw the Ursi over it. He came back to the professor. "Strong and quick. I can see why Ozpin's interested in you," the professor noted. "What do you think that accomplished, lad?" "Yes, you can handle Grimm without killing them, but can you protect people at the same time? What if it were a pack of dozens of wolves instead of a few Ursi?" "If there's no other choice, I'll do what I have to," Clark answered. "But only when there's no other choice. Until then, I won't let anyone die and I won't kill. Not if I can help it." "Well, that may be sooner than you think." The lesson continued as they trekked through the forest. Professor Port was quick to start up again with jovial tales about his past. Clark tuned them out. He didn't want to be rude, but the man's stories were a bit dry. Thankfully, they encountered a few more Grimm, a few wolves and even a scorpion-like Deathstalker the same size as one of the Ursa. He made sure to pay attention when the professor pointed out their weaknesses. The Deathstalker's armor was tough. Clark had to put in a bit of actual effort to break through it, but the teacher had told him that its joints were more vulnerable. That allowed him to damage enough legs so it couldn't move. Professor Port had accepted his decision not to kill them, but he hadn't hesitated to use his weapon to finish them off. He nonchalantly shot the wolves, while using his axe to cut off the Deathstalker's stinger and penetrate the Grimm's armor with it. All the remains vanished within moments. "Well, that was fun," the professor said as they returned to Beacon. "I wish more of my lessons could be like this, full of action and excitement. Alas, the headmaster demands I teach my students indoors, and I suppose it would be difficult to keep so many teenagers in check." How's your aura by the way? Oh, Clark took out his scroll and pretended to check. I'm still good. About 60%. Truly? After all that fighting, you must have some large reserves. Why, you're almost as manly as I was at my prime, he declared. Sure. By the way, thanks for the lesson, Professor. It was nothing, lad. Teaching is always a pleasure, especially with the more stubborn students. With your talents and my guidance, you'll slaughter as many Grimm as I did when I was your age. Yeah. Not happening. So he was telling the truth, Ironwood said, just to make sure he was hearing Ozpin correctly. Ozpin nodded. Yes, Professor Curtis at Vale University confirmed that the cells in the hair are completely unlike anything they've seen before. So the kid's not crazy. Crow reflected. It would appear so, replied Glinder. I suppose Mr. Kent deserves an apology. Ozpin, are you sure? It seems awfully quick. Don't these kinds of things take several days? Ironwood commented. It's only been 2 days since they received the sample. According to Professor Curtis, the cell's alien nature were obvious when placed under a microscope. There are organelles, parts of the cells, which aren't present in any terrestrial cells. The hair was surprisingly durable as well. It was quite a challenge to penetrate the cells for the genetic material, which, apparently, can't be read the same way ours can be. Ozpin smiled. In fact, he's rather excited by the discovery and is quite eager for more samples. Will he mention this to anyone? Asked Ironwood. No, he knows to be discreet, answered Ozpin. He's been told that the hair came from a strange Grimm, and that it didn't disappear as the rest of the remains did. As far as he knows, it's just something else to add to the list of the mysteries of the Grimm. I don't like this, Ironwood stated. Before, Kent could have been a delusional, but still useful ally. Now we know that he's an alien, with unknown motives. I think his motives are obvious. Crow narrowed his eyes at Ironwood. He was telling the truth about what he is. Why would he lie about everything else? You actually trust him? Ironwood couldn't have been more shocked if he'd just been told that Crow had blurted out the truth about Salem in a bar. Actually, I do. Crow cocked his head to the side. Jimmy, how much time have you actually spent with him these past few days? I think the last time you spoke with him was when he proved his powers to you. How is that relevant? He could still be dangerous. The kid's such a goody two-shoes that he won't even kill Grimm, Crow said. Port's been going on and on about it, saying that Clark just keeps throwing them over streams, or breaking a few leg or wing bones at most. Goodwich likes him too. Really, Glinder? She pushed up her glasses. I believe Mr. Kent is a considerate young man. He is very careful to avoid causing injury in his spars with me and Grau. In fact, I find it very difficult to bring out any aggression in him. Professor Zoerbelek and Port speak well of him too. He's an attentive student to Oerbelek, and Peter says that Mr. Kent's too kind-hearted for his own good. As evidenced by his refusal to kill Grimm. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Don't you find that suspicious? What if he values the lives of people and Grimm equally? What if in a situation where humans are outnumbered, he sides with them instead? You can't be serious. Crow rolled his eyes. He cares about people. If you spent a few minutes with him you'd know it. Hell, he was raised on a farm. He knows that people kill animals for food. He even asks for news reports around Highwood so he can figure out if these phantoms that followed him have hurt anyone. We can't confirm whether he's lying or not, Ironwood said. We don't know whether this is an act. You've seen what he can do. He's dangerous. Yeah, only if we provoke him, answered Grau. I don't know about you, but I really want him on our side. Do you want to be the one who pushes him away? Enough. Ozpin ended their argument. While I do think that Mr. Kent is a good heart, this revelation puts him in a new light. James' concern is not totally misplaced. We have to be careful with our new ally. If one of you spots him doing anything suspicious, the rest of us need to be informed. Ironwood shook his head. Ozpin, you know that's not nearly enough. With his speed, how would we know whether he's snuck off somewhere and come back? We need him watched around the clock. No. We will not spy on him, said Ozpin. I have noticed that he's incredibly perceptive. The risk of him discovering he's being watched is too high. However, I have taken steps to modify his scroll to track him. For now, that will do. Crow sighed. I don't like it, but I get it. The kid's powerful, it would be dumb not to be cautious. If he figures it out though, I'm going to be straight with him. He's a good kid. Ozpin nodded. Yes, Clark Kent certainly did act kind-hearted. While Ironwood did exaggerate, he was right that it was too soon to tell whether the act was genuine. Into the city. As the bullhead landed at Beacon's docks, Crow waited on the sidelines for the students to exit. Nearly all of them wore bright distinctive clothing, but he was still able to spot the long blonde hair of his niece. Her shorter sister, on the other hand, was harder to find. Still, Ruby was the first to see him. Uncle Crow, she zipped over, hardly even slowing down when coming in for a hug. Most people would have been surprised, but everyone in their family knew to expect her high-speed collisions. He patted her head and grinned. Hey kid, haven't seen you in a while. You too, firecracker. Yang came in for her own brief hug. Why didn't you tell us you were coming for a visit? Actually, I'm here for work, Crow pointed out. Just thought I'd drop in and see my nieces. Really? Doesn't Signal's second semester start today too? Sure you aren't just slacking off, old man? Yang added with a cheeky grin. Crow sighed. He looked down at Ruby. This is why you're my favorite niece. He looked back up to Yang, who gave an old dramatic gasp. By the way, I'm not slacking off. I've actually been pretty busy this past week. Ooh. Have you been fighting some kind of Ultra Grim? Tracking down dangerous rogue huntsman? Ruby asked, obviously eager for details. Nope. He held up a finger before she fired another question. And I can't give any details. Now, why don't you two get your things? I still have some time before I have to go talk to the headmaster. Since Ozpin was busy, Crow had to go in his office and keep watch as they tracked Clark's scroll. Crow didn't like it, but Ozpin had his reasons. Good reasons, even if they irked him. Besides, Ironwood would probably do something stupid if he thought they were doing nothing. His airships had already arrived at Vale. Okay, ready, Ruby announced as she and Yang came back with their luggage. Or hell, he could feel guilty later. Right now, he was going to hang out with his nieces. Clark walked down a city street, the sky clear and bright in the mid-morning. People milled about, almost everyone in a rush to be somewhere. Their frantic steps, and the honking traffic were sharp contrasts to Smallville. Not to mention the skyscrapers and advertisements. It was a normal city, almost like he was visiting Metropolis. Well, until Clark spotted a few people with animal features. The formless. It wouldn't have been polite to stare, but he was curious. With a discreet glance, X-ray vision confirmed that their animal features were natural parts of their bodies. The dog ears on one man were fully connected to his body, with no signs of surgery. It was kind of weird. Even though the effects of the kryptonite meteors skewed Clark's sense of normality, had known a girl who could transform into a wolf, but unlike her, these people were normal. At least by this world's standards. He took out his scroll and checked the custom news feed he had of the towns surrounding Highwood. He received typical news events for the multiple small towns in the region. A new building being constructed, certain forests with rare tree species placed under protection from logging, more of what he'd seen for the past week or so. It didn't make sense. How could the Phantoms have just ignored these towns? Clark was glad that the people there weren't getting hurt, but they had to be active somewhere. He'd need to talk to the headmaster about expanding his search. That was the best Clark could do. Tracking aliens and strange events was Chloe's area of expertise, not his. The best he could do was put in general search terms and go through articles at super speed. He sighed. Well, she wasn't here now, so he had to do this on his own. He put his scroll away. He couldn't find anything in the news, and he was in a city in another dimension. It was time to do what he'd initially planned, explore. After about an hour of wandering through parks and monuments, he realized with shock that he was being followed. The only reason he'd noticed was thanks to his memory and the fact that he was constantly looking around as a tourist. Every so often, he felt like he was seeing same few faces repeated in the streets. It had taken 20 minutes to be sure, and at that point he'd used his super hearing to eavesdrop on one of the familiar faces. Just in time to hear her telling someone else where the target was headed, Clark calmly walked to a nearby park. All the while wondering why they were following him. There was a convenient spot behind some trees where they wouldn't be able to see him without getting close, so he sat there. Once he was sure he was out of sight, he searched the area with X-ray vision. He was being followed by two men and a woman. One man was in his 30s and dressed in a suit. The second man was blonde and wore more casual clothing, a black jacket and jeans, and seemed to be only a few years older than Clark. The brown-haired woman wore a sports bra and shorts. She looked like a normal jogger. There was nothing off about them at first glance, but the equipment they carried was way different from the tech normal citizens were using. The woman's earbuds, for instance. They looked normal, but had a lot more dedicated circuitry than most. Focusing a bit further, Clark found a van a few blocks away with the same advanced tech and carrying changes of clothes, uniforms too, which he recognized. These people were Atlas soldiers. He got up from the bushes and frowned. Really? General Ironwood had sent people to spy on him? Great. It was a good thing Clark had kept the majority of his powers a secret. He didn't want to think about what the general would have done if he'd known all about heat vision or super breath. The man was already plenty suspicious after he'd proven that he was an alien. As annoying as this was, this could be a chance to show that he didn't mean any harm. That he only wanted to help. Although he'd prefer to relax for the moment. He'd been knee-deep in studying history books, fighting monsters in a forest, and sparring with two adults with powers. He'd earned this. Clark wouldn't let a couple of snoops ruin his time. He visited a dust store next, and found some vials of the strange material. They'd sounded like magic at first, but while the science behind them wasn't fully understood, knowledge on them was reliable enough to build engines or power plants. They didn't seem to literally be magic either, since they didn't have the same effect on Clark that magic usually did. Sparring with Mr. Branwyn and Ms. Goodwitch had proved that. In other regions of the spectrum, certain varieties of dust shone with beautiful features in visible light. Fire dust had interesting patterns in infrared, and a few more exotic varieties sparkled in ultraviolet. Clark spotted a vial of several pounds of lightning dust that cost a few hundred lean. That sounded expensive compared to what he'd read, but prices had gone up recently due to a string of robberies. While Clark stayed in the store, none of his stalkers entered. Although he did spot the woman out in the street. She'd worn a dress and glasses that he doubted she needed, since he hadn't seen them on her before. He spotted the others in surrounding streets after a brief check with X-ray vision. After a brief meal at a sandwich shop, he headed to his next destination, a weapons store. Not that he needed weapons, but he was curious about the ones Lee's huntsman used. It wouldn't give a good impression of his peaceful intent though. Like that matters, he muttered to himself. He wasn't going to let them control his actions. He had the right to go to a store. If these soldiers wanted to report him doing so, then fine. Let Ironwood think what he wanted. It wasn't hard to find a weapons store. It was in the same shopping district as the dust shop. According to a scroll search, it had an average rating of 4.7 out of 5, with hundreds of reviews. When Clark arrived, he found a modern, sleek storefront with glass windows showing off much of the exotic weaponry inside. Wow, they're really lax with their guns here. He spotted lots of different firearms, snipers, rifles, shotguns. Nearly all of them could transform into another kind of weapon. Frankly, their mecha shift weapons were very bizarre, and it had to be a lot simpler for them to just use more standard weapons. He'd actually asked Dr. Oabelek about it, who told him that it was a result of the desire for uniqueness after the Great War. Although he'd also added that there was a certain aesthetic appeal to them as well. Clark was no stranger to guns. His father had even owned a couple. It made sense that there were so many here, considering the Grim were an ever-present threat, but it still felt strange, especially considering he'd seen teenagers in Beacon with similar weapons. He actually spotted a few students here. Mr. Branwyn had told him that their second semester had started today, and by now it was the late afternoon. Their lessons must have finished recently. After some time looking around, Clark noticed that one of Ironwood's men had entered the store, too paranoid to leave him alone in here, apparently. Clark looked straight through a shelf. It was the blonde man. He was still wearing the same casual clothing as before, and quickly headed over to a section with axes, talking to one of the employees. Still, he was keeping Clark in his line of sight. "Excuse me, sir?" a man asked. "Yes." Clark looked to the side. It was one of the employees here, an elderly, yet surprisingly well-built man only a few inches shorter than him. "Do you need help with anything?" "I'd be happy to help," he said with a smile. Clark recalled that a few of the reviews had praised the accommodating employees. "Actually, yes." "Great. What would you like help with?" "I'd like to buy some dust rounds, .38 caliber," said Clark. "Sure. Right this way." The employee led him around. "May I see your weapon? If so, I might be able to recommend something better suited for you." "Oh, they're not for me. I'm buying them for a friend of mine. They were for Mr. Brandwin as thanks for his help." "Ah, I see. Well then, just a minute." The old man went behind a counter and soon came back with several boxes. "Here they are: fire, lightning, ice. I have more types in the back if you want them." "I'll take the lightning rounds." They weren't cheap, but Clark hadn't really used much of the money provided by the headmaster. His only real expense had been buying groceries and more clothes. He had quite the budget, although he was asked not to spend it casually. "Sure." The employee rang up his purchase, with Clark showing the ID the headmaster had provided him so that he could buy the rounds. Before Clark left, the man asked, "Mind showing me what your weapon is? I have a passion for them." "Oh, I don't have a weapon," he explained. "You don't?" The man raised his eyebrows in shock. "So you're a hand-to-hand fighter?" Wait. "What makes you think I'm a fighter?" asked Clark. "Your permit for buying weaponry is beacon issued, for one. And you walk like a huntsman. Your muscles aren't relaxed, and every step is completely controlled." That was more a result of a lifetime of keeping a leash on his strength than fighting experience, but the ID was obvious. Clark went with the excuse the man had given him. "Oh, well then yes, I'm a hand-to-hand fighter." "I see, but still, no weapon? Everyone uses more than their bare fists against Grim. Why? I remember one girl came in recently with exquisitely crafted gauntlets." "I'm sure you could find something you could use." "I'm fine." His bare fists were plenty, and he had more in his arsenal than that. Besides, he was looking for alien phantoms. Even if any of their weaponry did work on them, he didn't want to hurt their human hosts. "Okay, if you're sure." "I am. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure." "Goo, get away from me, you dirty animal." A woman screamed nearby. Both Clark and the employee turned and saw an elderly woman approach. "Excuse me, I thought this was a respectable business. How could you let them in here?" She pointed back towards a girl that was around Clark's age. The brown-haired girl looked down with clenched fists. It took a moment for Clark to understand the situation after he saw her bunny ears. He'd heard that faunas faced discrimination from certain humans. He hadn't seen racism often back home, but there had still been a few cases with older folk. It was just as horrible as Clark remembered. "Ma'am, we don't discriminate against customers," the employee said. "She's not causing any trouble." "Not causing any trouble?" "She's upsetting everyone here. You should do us a favor and kick her out." Clark stepped forward. "Ma'am, it's pretty clear you're the only one causing a commotion. No one else is making a fuss." He towered over the woman and faced her with a hard expression. He didn't like using intimidation, and this went against a lifetime of staying out of sight. But this wasn't Smallville, and he'd already been discovered by authorities here. Besides, he couldn't just sit by and let someone spew their hate for a person's uncontrollable nature. He must have cut quite the daunting figure, since the woman paled then left. Although he heard her muttering about damn animal lovers. "Sorry about costing you a customer," Clark told the employee. The man shrugged. "It's fine. I don't appreciate racism either." He looked to the faunus girl. "Miss, do you need help with anything?" "Oh, I'd just like to buy these rounds," she answered meekly, bringing them up to the counter. "Thank you." "By the way," she said to Clark. Her eyes didn't meet his, and she fidgeted with her fingers. "I did what anyone should have done." "Does that happen often?" "Not really. Only one or two nasty people every once in a while," she replied, handing over the money to the cashier. "Well, if it helps, don't take their opinions too seriously," he said, doing his best to reassure her. "They're only speaking out of ignorance and misguided hatred." Her lips curled in a small smile. "I'll keep that in mind." "Here you are." The employee handed her a bag with her purchase. Whoa, Clark's eyes widened at what she was buying. Minigun rounds? She giggled. Yeah, my friend uses them. She has a purse which mecha shifts into a minigun. It really tears through Grim, and packs a punch when she swings it around as a handbag too. That's impressive. It really was. Her friend would have to be strong if she was actually able to clobber enemies with a purse the weight of a minigun. Huntsmen really were significantly stronger than normal people. Yeah? Anyway, thanks again for your help. I need to get back to Beacon to surprise her with them. He followed her out the door. Wait, he called out to her. She paused and turned back. You're a Beacon student? Yeah. So you fought Grim? She nodded. Really? To be fair, this girl didn't look like much of a fighter, especially considering her meekness back in the store. Do you mind if I ask how many you fought? Asked Clark. She was so young too. Hell, she could have been a college freshman. People that age should be enjoying their lives, not fighting for them. She looked confused. I'm not really sure. There've been a lot over the years. I haven't really counted how many I've killed. I don't think anyone does. Christ, she was a student and she didn't even know how many Grim she'd killed. If she was telling the truth, this was average for huntsmen, even the students. Do you like being a huntress? He asked. Well, yeah. I wouldn't be one if I didn't. It's not exactly a safe job. What about it specifically? Well, helping people is a big part of it. She thought a bit further. But honestly, the fighting is fun too. There's really nothing like it when my heart's racing as I fight the Grim, or other students during spars. It's a great rush, and it's especially better when I know I'm helping people while enjoying myself. I see. Thank you, Miss Dash. He paused once he realized that he hadn't even asked her name. How rude of him. She smiled. Scarlatina. Velvet Scarlatina. By the way, are you a Beacon student too? I overheard the cashier say that your ID was from Beacon. No, I'm not a student. I guess you could say I work for the headmaster there. She nodded. That explains why I haven't seen you at school. You're around my age though. Are you an assistant teacher? Not exactly. I don't think I'll have a specific position. In fact, you probably won't see me around often. Oh, she sounded strangely disappointed. Well, hopefully we'll meet again, Mr. Dot. She trailed off, obviously wanting him to fill in the blank. Kent, Clark Kent. He smiled sheepishly, since he'd forgotten to introduce himself too. Well, it was nice meeting you, Clark. Bye. She waved before leaving. He waved back, and once she left, he went on to his next destination. The Nebula Tower was a tourist attraction as the tallest building in Vale. He'd been in Vale a few times before, but hadn't visited it yet. He groaned once he overheard the familiar voice of one of Ironwood's men. It wasn't the blonde man. They'd switched. These people, were they so paranoid that they wouldn't let the blonde one exit the store to follow him? To be fair, their paranoia was somewhat warranted, since he'd known about them for hours. He ignored his stalkers and continued his walk to the tower. On the way, he thought about what Velvet had said. It was the first time he'd spoken to someone his age since coming here. She was a killer of Grim, a killer of monsters, but still a killer. That was the case for all huntsmen. But did he have the right to judge for them? There was only the option of death or self-defense. He couldn't fault them for that. And it wasn't just self-defense. She also protected other people by killing Grim. If he stayed here and worked for Beacon Academy, would he eventually have to do the same? It was too easy to fall into the trap of thinking that he could save anyone with his abilities. Over the years, he'd caught bullets before they hit their targets, blown out fires before they hurt anyone, boiled floodwaters before anyone drowned, carried people to safety in milliseconds, and thrown meteor freaks or aliens across town before they hurt anyone in the area. But he wasn't all-powerful. Even with all of Clark's speed, racing across the country to find a doctor to operate on Ryan hadn't saved him. Even with all of his powers, his father had died to a heart attack. He knew there might be a situation where the only way to save someone from the Grim would be to kill it. It didn't take him too long to reach Nebula Tower. Upon entering, he saw an advertisement. People who climbed the stairs to the top were given a free t-shirt saying "I climbed the Nebula Tower," and had a small discount on merchandise. It wouldn't be fair for him to do it, so he took the elevator. There was quite a line for it. but the tower had several elevators operating to ferry tourists up and down. It took Clark a bit to get used to the noise. There was constant chatter of hundreds of people. He reached the elevator. Its glass sides allowed people to look outside and watch the city as they began their ascent. Like everyone else, his eyes were glued to the walls as the rest of the city peeked over the nearby towers. It was a city, and in some ways reminded him of Metropolis. But there were differences. The evening sun shone on the waterfall in the distance. Beacon Academy rested near the cliff, and the sunlight reflected off the river that cut through Vale. Cars rushed over the bridges and boats trailed through the water. The towers cut sharp shadows onto the streets and lower buildings, and lights were starting to turn on for the evening. The other tourists filed out once they reached the top floor, eager to get pictures or take a look through the tower's binoculars. He, on the other hand, went to railing and looked into the city. Telescopic vision would save him a few cents, and with it, he marveled at the city. Dust was a cleaner power source than the fossil fuels back home, so there wasn't any smog. There was still some smoke in the industrial district in the distance, but nowhere near what it would have been in a city on Earth. After looking at the scenery, Clark focused his attention elsewhere. He could see children playing, and focused his super hearing on them. Tag, you're it. A young boy in a playground reached out to tag his friend, and like all of his friends, quickly ran away laughing. Thank you, and for our next song. A concert of 6 men spoke to their adoring fans. And now for my next trick. Try and catch me. After a while, he closed his eyes and roamed the city by ear. A party in a nearby rooftop. Laughter, playful teasing, conversations about work, about family, about groceries, finances, hobbies, the bouncing of a basketball, feet pounding at a sports game and people cheering. Music of pretty much every genre in existence. The heartbeats of millions of people. Eventually, it all blended together. The sounds of people, of civilization. Clark walked back from the railing, looking for a place where no people or cameras would spot him. When he found one, he raced down the building at full speed. Muggings, robberies, assault, so many examples of crime. So much more than the occasional ones Clark had stopped in Smallville. Even with super speed, it had taken him minutes to deal with the ones he'd found. Knocking the criminals out and throwing them aside while he zoomed by. The people he'd helped were confused, but were quick to call the police. He smiled at their expressions of relief as the authorities arrived. Superhearing allowed him to listen to the bustling life in a region. It gave him the opportunity to really come to grips with the number of people here. There was nothing like it, but it also came with the price of hearing people in pain, in need of help. In a city like this, his actions weren't much, but they weren't nothing. He'd saved people, and that mattered. He couldn't help everyone, even though he wanted to, but that didn't invalidate what he'd done. As much as superhearing almost drove him insane, it also gave him the chance to listen to the people he chose not to help. Because in many cases, help was already on its way. A policeman calmly diffusing a case of domestic violence, brave firemen entering a burning building to save people, ambulances rushing injured people to hospitals. This was what he could see and hear. People helping each other, people without powers who put their lives and health at risk to help others, who sacrificed so much more than he did, whose accomplishments were far more impressive than his own. He couldn't help everyone, and he knew that not everyone got the help they needed. But even with that reality always surrounding him, this was what gave him inspiration, what gave him hope. He was glad he'd gone up to the tower to watch and listen. Hearing the people, the heartbeat and breath of a city, was always more than enough to keep him going. In this world, the people were under the threat of Grim. He'd heard them, snarling and growling in the distance. If a large pack headed this way from outside the city, he was confident he could blast and fissure the ground to block their path. But that wouldn't stop Ariel Grim. What could he do against them? He'd thought of leaping up and blasting them with super breath before. It might take a few down, but probably just stun most of them at best. If they swooped down, knocking over buildings, killing people, and silencing the millions of hearts, what could he do to save them? If the Grim ever came in large numbers, death would occur no matter what he did. He wasn't powerful enough to deter so many creatures. Even if he learned to fly, even if he'd wanted to learn how to fly, He doubted that he could stop them all. He bit his lip. If a bear had attacked Clark's mom, and Dad had used a gun to kill it and save her, could anyone blame him? Clark wouldn't have. While the people here believed the Grimm were soulless demons, Clark wasn't convinced. He considered them animals, strangely vicious ones, but animals with lives like his own. Like anyone in this city, if a day ever came when he had to do it, to kill the Grimm to save people, he couldn't hesitate. Blast any Nevermore or Griffons with heat vision before they could hurt anyone. He had no other choice. The decision left a bad taste in his mouth. His home hadn't been ideal either, but he'd managed to avoid killing. That might not be possible here. He clenched his fists, almost squashing the rounds he held. It seemed oddly appropriate that he was holding them, considering the decision he'd just made. Damn it, Clark sped back to Beacon. There will be no punishment. This was always a possibility. And you've performed your duties admirably, Ironwood told the soldiers he'd assigned to watch Clark Kent. But sir, silence. None of you are at fault. If anything, the failure is mine by not warning you that he might elude you no matter how attentive you were. You are all dismissed. The soldiers left the room, understanding that it wasn't for them to know how the target had evaded them. Ironwood sat alone in his office on the airship. He couldn't let Ozpin know about the measures he'd taken to keep an eye on the alien. He tightened his fist, even though Ozpin and the others might call them extreme. This surveillance had proven all similar operations in the future pointless. The alien could practically disappear at will. Luckily, it hadn't been long between his soldiers losing the target and his reappearance at Beacon. About 20 minutes or so, and from the look of things, he'd caused no mayhem. I can't be sure of that. It would be prudent to check the news for the next few days in case anything suspicious was brought to light. In any case, today hadn't been a failure. They'd kept a watch on the target for half a day. Based on their report, Kent hadn't realized he was being followed. Ironwood's soldiers knew what they were doing, but how could he have expected them to keep a watch on someone who could traverse the city in seconds? This was ridiculous. An alien whose power made semblances and aura look like parlor tricks. Who could dodge any bullets aimed at him, and likely take anything they could hit him with. Getting an upper hand on him in combat might be doable. Winter's glyphs might slow him down, or ice dust could be used on the ground he stood. His speed wouldn't mean anything if he slipped on ice. Penny's strength might rival his as well. He'd make sure Dr. Polendino would get whatever he needed to make the girl more powerful. Defeating Kent in combat wouldn't solve their problems. However, how would they capture him? Even if they managed to do so, what prison could even hold him? Could they kill him? Conventional weapons wouldn't work. But what about poison? If they could somehow get it into his bloodstream, it might work. However, his invulnerability would prove a problem with that approach as well. Darts wouldn't work. And Ironwood was not going to assassinate the creature by slipping poison into his food or drink. So far, he seemed innocent, and he could be a very valuable asset against the Grimm and criminals like Roman Torchic or the White Fang. Interesting. Ozpin studied the map of Vale on his computer. Red dots marked the locations Mr. Kent had visited yesterday on his outing into the city. The entirety of Vale was covered with markers. The amazing thing was that these was just the locations the young man, no, alien had visited in 20 minutes or so. Ozpin had set Mr. Kent's scroll to mark his locations at rapid intervals when it detected it was moving at high speeds, which was why there were so many markers in a small amount of time. This showed that Mr. Kent could maintain his speed for quite some time. He'd even had the energy to run back to Beacon. Crow had been the first to see their new ally just minutes after he'd returned. He'd been watching Mr. Kent's movements live and had been quite confused by their visitor's movements. In addition, Crow had confirmed that the alien hadn't even seemed winded. Although perhaps exhaustion manifested differently with his physiology. Ozpin brought up a second map of Vale. This one indicated the locations of certain strange calls to the police the same day of Mr. Kent's outing. In each instance, a criminal was left incapacitated, leaving relieved citizens who'd nearly become their victims. According to them, their attackers had suddenly been launched into walls and knocked unconscious. The locations matched regions where Mr. Kent had slowed down somewhat and left a higher density of markers. It wasn't difficult to put the pieces together. This boded well. Even if he was an alien, Clark Kent claimed to have been raised by humans in his dimension. While his motives couldn't be certain, it seemed that he had sound morals. He hadn't even taken any credit for helping those people, and it was unlikely he'd done this to gain trust with Ozpin and the others. He hadn't even known all about the tracker. Crow would be glad to hear this. He thought well of the young man, and had been concerned that this map might indicate some hidden agenda. Although Ozpin hadn't been as worried, living as long as he had, he knew how to read people. Clark was an alien, but unless he faked it extraordinarily well, he acted much the same as humans did. This might also work to lower James' paranoia. It would be disastrous if his old friend did something drastic and pushed away their powerful new ally. His caution wasn't misplaced though, and Ozpin made note to give him access to the tracker. Let him see for himself what the dangerous alien was up to. Students. The elevator dinged, indicating that Clark had reached Headmaster Ozpin's office. The headmaster had called him in this morning, although he didn't know why. He saw that only Mr. Branwyn and the headmaster were there. That was good, at least he wouldn't have to sit quietly while the general watched him like a hawk. Good morning, Mr. Kent. Did you sleep well? Yep. He sat down in front of the headmaster, Mr. Branwyn standing beside him. Did you need me for something, sir? Yes. Headmaster Ozpin turned a monitor so it Clark. Tell me, what do you think of these gang members found lying in the streets unconscious? No signs of drugs or violence. Mugger knocked out by a mysterious force during mugging attempt. Child suddenly pushed out of the way of swerving car. News articles. All of them describing what he'd done in the past week. The journalists obviously had no idea that there was a single person behind all of it. Although there were a couple that mentioned an invisible hand. This wasn't surprising. Chloe had probably found out about him the same way. The people here had caught on a lot quicker than he'd thought they would though. I may have been a little active in the city, Clark said. A little active? Mr. Branwyn shook his head. Kid, there have been dozens of events like this since you first went into Vale. We appreciate it, but it's not really your responsibility. If I can help those people, I will, answered Clark. We get that, but do you really have to go out and do this? You could get into a lot of trouble with the authorities. I understand that, but I'm still going to continue. Mr. Branwyn and the headmaster exchanged a look, but didn't argue. Very well, the headmaster said. But did you not wish to keep your abilities secret? Already, certain journalists have started to realize that there is some sort of entity behind these events. Yeah, but that doesn't mean they'll realize it's me. As long as I go by at super speed, no one will know. You may make a mistake, Ozpin pointed out. Are you certain no one will see you? That no camera will catch a glimpse of you? Keep in mind what may happen if you inadvertently reveal yourself. Pressure from the council and the public may render me unable to shelter you here. He knew that at best they'd probably tried to make him kill Grim for them, and at worst, he could end up as a lab specimen. There wasn't any kryptonite around, but magic existed here. Crow Branwyn's name was very fitting. While turning into a bird wasn't really threatening, who knew what else they could do with magic? I assure you, sir, I'll be careful, Clark said. The headmaster sighed. Very well. I suppose that is the most I can ask. I would be reluctant to ask you to stop, since you've certainly been a boon to the city. On behalf of Vale, Crow and I extend our gratitude. He smiled. Thank you, but that's not necessary. Just accept it, Mr. Branwyn said. You deserve it, and a bit of an ego boost isn't a bad thing. I guess so. Clark stood up. He wasn't lying when he'd said he didn't need the thanks, but it did feel good that someone appreciated what he was doing. Wait, the headmaster said before he started walking away. Before you leave, I must ask, do you really roam the streets randomly looking for people to help? It seems dreadfully inefficient to go through all of Vale to find people in need, and many of your saves happen at nearly the same time. Well, I am pretty fast, answered Clark. And it might be inefficient, but it's more than worth the effort. Is that all? It is from me. Do you have anything to add, Crow? Ozpin looked to the man. He shook his head. Nope, see you later, kid. Clark nodded and left the office. He certainly is altruistic, Ozpin said after Clark had left. Yeah, it's kind of hard to believe he's an alien, Crow said. He acts so normal most of the time. Quite. Although it is troubling that he lied. Lied? Crow turned to him in surprise. What do you mean? Ozpin drank from his coffee. He always did that at moments like this, and Crow was sure he knew how he dragged out the suspense when he did. Perhaps lied isn't the best way to put it. He simply avoided the question. Ozpin turned the monitor to face him and Crow. Allow me to explain. He brought up a map of Vale with the familiar red dots that marked Clark's location. These are Mr. Kent's movements from yesterday. Notice how he goes straight from one crime scene to the next without delay. Some of these are blocks apart. Yet he heads directly for them without checking other streets. I've looked through all the other days, and they're the same. There are a few times he goes into dead ends and backtracks, but otherwise there are no detours. He even avoids scenes where police are already present. Ozpin tapped the screen to leave the map displayed. It's clear that he has some sort of ability to tell where he's needed. Yet when I asked whether he roamed the streets randomly, instead of correcting me, he pointed out his speed. Why would he choose to hide this ability from us? Well, maybe it's some sort of alien thing that he doesn't know how to explain to us, said Crow. That may be a possibility, but clearly Mr. Kent doesn't trust us to even say that much. Ozpin added, that is worrisome. James also has access to this data, and will certainly be able to come to the same conclusions about Mr. Kent's ability to find those in need of aid. I'm sure you have an idea of what will happen once he learns that Mr. Kent is hiding exactly what this ability is. Crow sighed. Yep. But I think Clark deserves some benefit of the doubt. He doesn't have to help those people, but he does it anyway. Even though it would be a lot safer for him to lay low. And come on Oz, the scroll we gave him tracks his every move. You can't really blame the kid for not trusting us. Today had been a really slow day, which was actually a good thing. Clark had only stopped a couple of vandals, a shooting, and saved some teenagers on a joyride racing through the streets. They wouldn't be happy about the dents to their car, but they'd be alive to get upset over it. However, nighttime was approaching, and that was when crime was most active. Even so, the past couple of days, there had been less and less people causing trouble. Last year, Clark wouldn't have done something like this. Sure, he would have helped people in trouble, but not actively search for people to help. His attitude had changed after seeing the havoc caused by Zed, and the help he'd been able to offer after Dark Thursday. A surprising amount of people had taken advantage of the chaos after the failure of a lot of Earth technology. There'd been dozens of looters and violent individuals Clark had stopped when flashing by at super speed. It would make his presence more obvious, but it was worth it. He'd prefer to keep himself a secret, but people would notice what he was doing. There was at least one good thing about that. It probably made people think twice about hurting others or doing something that they'd regret. He wasn't naive or arrogant enough to think that meant he could eliminate all crime though. Just what was obvious, what he could pick out with super hearing. And even if all crime did disappear, that didn't mean fires or accidents would stop too. For the moment, things were calm. Maybe he could relax and go back to Beacon. Roman could hear the chatter of the crowd. Dozens of people were present, which was good. The White Fang were pretty much only useful as fodder, and he'd been running low recently. A few of their bases had been caught by the police, and the animals were getting nervous. He didn't like it either. Oh, he couldn't care less if the morons were caught, but this was part of a bigger problem. All of the White Fang in the bases had been knocked out, so the police had strolled right on in with their handcuffs and prison sentences. It had been happening a lot in Vale recently. Gangs, low-level crooks, even a few of Roman's own men were being caught. At least they didn't know anything important. Even if they'd had anything to give to the police, they knew to keep quiet if they didn't want Neo to come for a visit. Still, this subtle attack on crime was starting to become a pain. There'd been no sign of what had knocked out random thugs, but there had been an interesting clue on the White Fang case. Roman's informant in the police had said they'd received anonymous calls informing them about the terrorist bases, which meant that someone, or probably a lot of Sumyons, were behind it. Whoever they were, they didn't seem to come for anyone outside of the city. So most of the White Fang's operations had been moved out of Vale, except for more discreet recruitment drives. Roman had been out of the city too, busy getting the paladins, although it had been necessary to bring them to this warehouse to rile up the newcomers. Just in case, Neo was on standby if they somehow managed to knock him out. If that happened, the paladins would be lost, and Cinder definitely wouldn't be happy about that. Still, there was no way she'd roast him on the spot if all the White Fang here were knocked out with him. He'd even gotten cameras set up to catch these people in the act, and the information would bring her attention to the real problem. One of the White Fang got up onto the stage. For those of you who are joining us for the first time tonight, allow me to introduce a very special comrade of ours. That was Roman's cue. Time for a little showmanship. He stepped out into the open, and surprise, surprise, the crowd of fauners booed. Thank you, thank you. Please, hold your applause. Oh, that certainly got a reaction out of them. A few of them even growled, and he just gave them a smirk. What's a human doing here? A woman asked angrily, and was followed by sounds of affirmation from the rest of the crowd. I'm glad you asked, dearie. Now I'll be the first to admit that humans are the worst, he said with a swing of melodic cudgel. Blah, blah, blah. A little speech about how corrupt and evil the government was, and how they were on the same side, and voila, now he had them cheering. For a human, God, it was way too easy. And this was just the lead up. They're pests. Fortunately, I'm the best exterminator around. He snapped his fingers, and with a flair presented one of the paladins. That got him cheers. As some of you might have heard, this is Atlas' newest line of defense against all the scary things in the world. Thanks to my employer, we managed to snag a few before they hit the shelves. His grin widened. That had certainly been a fun job. Most of you have probably heard about your brave, unfortunate brothers who were caught and are now at mercy of the rotten government. It may not be the best idea to stay in the city. Luckily, many of your comrades are already working on preparations in the southeast. If you really want to fight, this is what I can provide you. Any questions? Apparently not. Unless enthusiastic cheers counted. Now, would all new recruits please come up? The goon to his left said. Time for them to get uniforms to make them feel special. Now they'd really be rank and file maniacs. It looked like there were a couple who hadn't made up their minds yet. A cat faunus and a blonde kid with a monkey tail. Really? How obvious could they be? The blonde idiot was even wearing the same outfit he had at the docks. Oh, Roman was going to enjoy threw his cigar away. Time to deal with a couple troublemakers. Or, it would have been, if the little kitty hadn't shot the lights. Damn it, pretty much everyone else here had night vision, but then again, pretty much everyone here was useless. No way would they'd catch these kids. He had wanted to try out the robot. This was as good a time as any. Smashed concrete, people crying out, the thuds of heavy footsteps. Clark had been about to return to Beacon when his super hearing had picked out those sounds. What was going on? Had Grim broken through the walls? He ran to the southeast, the origin of the sound. Annoyingly, he hit a few dead ends on the way and had to double back. He hadn't visited this part of the city before. Why would he when there were only abandoned factories and warehouses here? He groaned at another alley. Honestly, it was tempting to just leap over the buildings, but even if it might not feel like it, running in the direction would get him there faster. Even checking for clear paths with X-ray vision would take too long. He rushed over to where he'd first heard the sound, and was greeted by the sight of a warehouse with a large hole in its side. A big one. A 16-wheeler could have driven through it easily. There were people inside too, and fortunately, none of them seemed to be injured. White Fang? The masks were the same as the ones the terrorists had worn at the bases he'd found. There were at least 100 of them here, but he didn't have the time to knock them all out. There were still thumping footsteps in the distance, close enough to hear with normal hearing. With his more acute ears, Clark discovered there was a strange metallic clunking to the steps. A machine? He had to go find it. He'd call the police on the White Fang later. He flashed away and caught up to the source of the thuds. A grey, giant two-legged robot running on a highway, chasing some figures who were jumping from car to car. That was one of the paladins from General Ironwood's army. What was it doing here? His eyes widened as it smacked a car out of the way. No. He ran up and caught it immediately, setting it down gently, only for it to be followed by dozens more as the robot kicked and punched them aside in pursuit of the two people who were still jumping from car to car. He had to rush. push his speed to the limit as he grabbed each airborne car with a jolt. He had to prioritize them first, hope that the passengers in the cars which had only been pushed to the side were okay. Clark didn't have time to be gentle, and he could hear the sickening cracks of bones breaking. They were followed by screams, and time almost came to a stop for Clark when he feared that a few had died despite his efforts. Superhearing confirmed their hearts were still beating though, and in his relief, he went on to the next one. Again and again. In a matter of seconds he'd caught a dozen cars and set them down. Enough. This couldn't continue. He looked ahead with X-ray vision. He had to make sure that no one was in the way when he blasted the robot with heat vision. The ones who'd led it here might be reckless idiots, but he didn't want the blast to penetrate the robot and hit one of them. There was a person inside the robot piloting it. What kind of lunatic would do this? Whoever he was at the center of the Paladin. Clark couldn't just fire blindly into it and catch it as it fell. He blasted his heat vision at its left leg. His head tilted slightly upwards. The searing beams hit their mark and passed through the metal, firing harmlessly into the night sky. With its legs severed, the Paladin tilted and tumbled through the barrier on the side, falling down to the ground below, tens of feet below. The figures it had been chasing reacted quickly, jumping down after it. Clark turned back to the cars. There were dozens who'd been knocked aside, and incoming drivers slowed down and stopped as they realized what they were driving into. A few of the cars were on their side, the ones he hadn't caught because they'd been pushed aside instead of thrown up. Once he was sure it was safe to do so, he tipped them back upright. He scanned the people in the cars for serious injuries as quickly as he could, but X-ray vision required a lot of focus. It wouldn't be at the same rate as his speed reading, but it was the best he could do. He sighed in relief. Miraculously, no one had died, or even suffered fatal injuries. There were broken bones, bruises, torn muscles and ligaments, and cuts from glass. Nothing that would require him to race someone to the nearest hospital. He didn't want to think about what would have happened if he hadn't been here. Clark dialed the police on his scroll, interrupting the dispatcher before she got a word out. "I need ambulances. Lots of them. There's been a large pile-up." He could hear sirens. There were police cars and ambulances on their way already. "I hear you, sir. Where are you?" the woman said. He looked around for signs. "I'm en route. 7 just past exit 12, he said. Then he hung up. He could even hear a bullhead approaching. The police, or maybe the news, had already caught wind of this. He jumped over the barrier. He had to hand over the pilot of the Paladin to the police. Clark's eyes narrowed. Why was there so much ice down here? The ground near the Paladin was covered in it, with 6 people standing in the center staring upwards. He followed their gaze and his eyes widened. The bullhead he'd heard was an escape vehicle for the pilot, not police or news. It was making a quick escape over the water. He had to stop it. Damn it, he'd flown before when Jor-El had brainwashed him. But he couldn't rely on that. A jump. He might be able to aim correctly, but what if he didn't? He had no way of stopping midair, and if he missed, he might hit a building or someone in the street. Even if he managed to hit the bullhead, he might cause too much damage crashing into it. He wanted to catch them, not kill them. Or the people they might land on. Super breath and heat vision were too risky as well. Even if his breath was strong enough, it might make the bullhead crash. It was the same for if he wanted to use heat vision. He'd have to render it unable to fly, yet able to make a safe landing. He couldn't risk that. It was only getting further away. Even if his thoughts went 1,000 miles per hour, it wouldn't help if he couldn't think of a way to stop it. The most he could do was look inside with X-ray vision at their faces. He recognized Roman Torchic, but he was an infamous thief. How could he have gotten a weapon like the Paladin? Why would he even do this? Clark ground his teeth at the man's smug smile. Didn't he realize that he'd nearly killed those people? Or did he just not care? The short woman beside him wore a similar expression. She was rather distinctive, mismatched pink and brown eyes with pink, brown, and white hair couldn't be common even here. It would be easy to identify her. After the bullhead retreated, Clark left before any of the 6 saw him. Although he was shocked when he saw that one of them was a kid. She had to be 14 or so. The rest weren't much older, high school students. No. He could see the telltale shimmer of aura around them. Their weapons also made it obvious. They were Beacon students. He walked back into the shadow of a pillar. It was a good thing he'd gotten darker clothing. Red and blue would stand out even in this low light. He memorized their faces. 4 girls and 2 guys. They'd be in for a rude awakening from their headmaster and Miss Goodwitch. First, he'd have to alert the police about the White Fang back at the warehouse. Do you have any idea of the damage you caused? Glinda's words had a piercing bite to them. The 6 students sat in shamed silence. Obviously, they hadn't put much thought into their actions tonight. Broken bones, concussions, internal bleeding. Wow, that's a long list, said Crow somberly. Yes, and those are just some of the injuries that innocent civilians suffered in your outing. It's a miracle that no one was killed. Do you have anything to say in your defense? She swung her crop, producing a resounding crack. We couldn't just let the White Fang do what they wanted, Miss Belladonna said. Ma'am, they had a paladin. Someone had to do something about it. And I suppose you believe that someone had to be you? It didn't seem like anyone else was doing anything about it. The student answered weakly. That does not excuse your reckless behavior. Do you think the police would accept that? Or those injured in Torchic's rampage through the streets? Glinda glowered at each of them as she spoke. It was at times like these when her reputation of fear was most useful. Cowing students was necessary when they misbehaved like this. You 4, she pointed her crop at Team RWBY, will be in detentions for the next 2 weeks. Overseen by myself. Is that understood? Yes, ma'am. They replied in unison. She walked over to the 2 young men. As for you 2, your names are Sun Wukong and Neptune Vasilius, correct? Why yes ma'am, Mr. Vasilius practically shouted. The second just nodded frantically. You are not Beacon students, but during your stay here, you are under our jurisdiction. As such, we have the right to administer punishments. You will be joining Team RWBY in detention. She faced away from the students. That is all from me. Headmaster Ozpin nodded. Thank you Ms. Goodwitch. All of you, do not forget what happened tonight. You are students, you should be studying and focusing on improving yourselves, not rushing out headfirst into danger. Team RWBY, if another incident like this occurs, you will be receiving much harsher punishment, perhaps even suspension. The girls all paled at that. It was harsh. Harsher than what Ozpin would normally do, but then again, these weren't normal circumstances. You may leave. Ozpin said. Ruby, Yang, don't think the discussion is over yet. Crow said. You and I are going to have some words about this. Once the students left, Mr. Kent revealed himself from the gear he'd hidden behind. He'd arrived not long ago with the news of the Paladin event and those involved. He'd also asked to be allowed to listen in, claiming he wanted to get an impression of the students. Do you know those girls, Mr. Branwyn? He asked. 2 of them are my nieces, the blonde one and the one with the red hood. They're so young. How old was that one girl? 14. Crow's amusement was evident. Hey, 15 actually. The little squirt's quick to remind you. Is it really safe for them to fight Grim? The young man asked, his concern evident. They're just teenagers. I assure you that they can handle themselves against Grim, the headmaster informed him. Team RWBY did so during their initiation into this school, and I believe the exchange students performed similarly at their own institution. Besides kid, aren't you just a couple of years older than them? Asked Grau. Mr. Kent blinked a couple times at that. Yeah, I'm only 19. Still, it's weird to see people their age fight or jump from car to car on a highway while being chased by a giant robot. He cleared his throat facing them with a guilty expression. I really am sorry about earlier, by the way. I got a little emotional and lashed out. Yes, he had. Apparently, he'd flashed into the headmaster's office with a furious expression. He'd informed Ozpin on what had happened, giving descriptions of the students involved and the criminals responsible. He'd also demanded that they properly teach their students to not involve innocents in their battles. Ozpin had been quick to inform Crow and Glinda once he'd calmed the young alien down. It is understandable, she stated. I agree that they should not have put the citizens of Vale at risk. I will make sure to instill the lesson in them. He nodded. Thank you. It's just They didn't see the blood or hear the bones breaking or the screaming. I wish I could have done more, Mr. Kent. The headmaster began. "Without you, I am certain that more than a few of these people would have died. You saved them. You should be proud." The words did little to change his expression. "Yeah, don't feel down, Clark. You did good. Yes. This is no failure of yours." Glinda offered her own reassurance. "It's obvious you did your best, and all of those injured will recover." "I'll keep that in mind," he replied solemnly. "Sorry again for the outburst. I think I'll go back to my room now." "Good night." "Geez, the kid has put way too much on his shoulders," Crow said once he left. "It's not like he can do everything." This dust was wonderful. He'd never tasted anything like it before. Bayern held the powder in his hands, and felt the energy flow into him. This substance was rich, and far less of a risk to this vessel than the radioactive isotopes he normally feasted on. And there was so much here for the taking. Hands up. "You, hands up or I shoot." Bayern looked to the side. A human. He must have missed one in his eagerness to get at the power here. Foolish creature, didn't he see how easily the rest of his kind had been dispatched? Did he truly think his petty weapon could help him? "Stop, I warned you." He fired his gun. After Bayern's recharge, he could watch the bullet fly through the air as if it were moving no faster than a buzzing insect. And just like a bug, he could easily swat it away. Bayern ran up, so fast that he might have appeared to teleport from the human's perspective. In a millisecond, Bayern held its neck and squeezed until he heard a sharp pop. Worthless, he threw it aside and again immersed his hands into the dust, feeding on it. Soon he'd have enough to obliterate the Kryptonian scum and his crystal trickery. Power. At the library's computer, Clark went through article after article on events in the Highwood area. It was about 9 in the morning, with few students in the library since most were in their classes. Although the ones here had given him some strange looks. After all, he was their age, but didn't wear a student uniform. Luckily, the Beacon staff name tag that Ozpin had given him was enough of an explanation. After going through what felt like the 100th news piece that morning, Clark had to wonder whether he was being too narrow in his search. Going through news stories for the past couple weeks had turned out nothing, and he'd already started looking at articles from towns in a 50-mile radius from Highwood. He scrolled through his feed. To anyone else it might have looked like he was only catching glimpses of their titles, but he actually skimmed the articles more deeply than that thanks to his speed. A car crash, a corrupt mayor being outed, Faunus protests of inhumane working conditions. Nothing that he could connect to the phantoms, but he kept on reading anyway. A few more stories later, he found one that caught his interest. Power plant attacked, workers killed, and dust rendered inert. Third attack in recent string of terrorism. He read through the article. This time, at a normal pace, there'd been an attack in Bridge County yesterday on what was apparently called a dual plant, a power station that directly converted lightning dust into electricity and used fire dust to boil incoming river water to steam to spin generators. The article said it produced more power than conventional plants, but it was more complicated and hard to maintain. That was why it looked like a suitable target for terrorists. Until it was back up and running, homes in the southern part of the county would have to cut back on electricity consumption and rely on the few remaining plants in the region to take up the load. The second half of the article offered more information on the attack. Workers had been killed, violently, but without any sign of the weapons used. Security footage had been wiped. Circuits had gone on the fritz that evening without explanation. Even stranger was that the dust left behind had been drained, and nobody had any idea how. The police blamed terrorists, likely the White Fang, since this could be considered a statement against the treatment of faunus in dust mines. The article also mentioned that the organization had attacked factories when it had first turned violent, and speculated that this was a resurgence in their former activity. This was the third attack so far, and if they kept going, the shortages would cripple the county. It didn't take Clark long to find the articles on the previous attacks. The first had been over a week ago, but the next had only been 3 days ago. He'd missed them since he hadn't widened his search to include those towns until a couple days ago. The power plants were on the western edge of the areas he collected articles from. The attacks were tens of miles apart, and they roughly followed a straight line. which headed directly for Vale, even ignoring closer power plants to go in the direction of the city. Why? The city of Vale's power plants didn't necessarily produce more power. There were more in a smaller area. But was that the only reason why? Clark bit his lip. This was the Phantom. He was sure of it. Who else could have been powerful enough to kill so many people without weapons? But why was it going to Vale? Could it be heading towards him? How? Could the Phantom sense him somehow? Or the crystal which could imprison it? He'd have to keep that in mind when he found the other Phantom, and that it might not be safe if he stayed in the city for long. Clark searched for the closest power plants to the one that had been attacked, and found the one closest to the Phantom's beeline for Vale. It was in Kings County, the same county as the city, but near the border. Leaving the terminal, he started to dial Mr. Branwyn's scroll. "Clark?" A voice interrupted him. He looked up. It was the Faunus girl from a few days ago, along with another girl wearing sunglasses and a dark brown beret. "Hi, you're Velvet, right?" She nodded. "You remember me?" she asked with a wide smile. She seemed oddly happy about that. Her ears practically pointed straight at the ceiling. "You two know each other?" the other girl asked. "Yeah, Clark and I met a few days ago in the city. He really helped me out." Velvet glanced at his name tag. "So you really do work here? I was worried since I hadn't seen you around. This is my friend Coco, by the way." "Yep." Coco lowered her sunglasses and looked him up and down. "And damn girl, I gotta say, you have good taste." Clark's eyes widened. "Coco." The Faunus cheeks turned a deep red as her friend laughed. "Ignore her, please ignore her." "Oh, okay. Look, I'm sorry, but I'm a bit busy right now. Maybe we can talk later." "Oh, right. You're working right now," realized Velvet with a bit of disappointment. "Bye then." "Goodbye." He waved at her with a smile. Normally, he wouldn't have minded talking to her, but the Phantom was more important right now. He raised the scroll up to his ear. When he contacted Mr. Brandwyn, he quickly explained about the Phantom and the power plants, along with where he'd be and that he might be gone for a few days. "All right, kid, I'll tell the others," said once he understood the situation. "Try to come back as soon as you can. Ozpin's planning to send you on a mission soon. He and Ian would want to see you in action." "I'll try," answered Clark. He hung up, and sped off to the northeastern edge of Kings County. How could you not invite me? Nora whined at the lunch table. There was a giant robot. "A giant robot? Do you really want to be in detention with them?" asked Ren. "Of course. Fighting a giant robot is totally worth it." "Well, we didn't really fight it, we chased after it," Yang pointed out. "And can you believe how unfair that we all get detentions? It was only a couple of us who led it to a freaking highway." "Hey," Sun argued indignantly. "I'd like to see you think clearly when there's a 10-ton metal monster coming after you." "Quiet, monkey boy. You're lucky Vice and Ruby are between us." Yang's eyes flashed red. Sun gulped. "Sorry, shutting up now." "Admittedly, it is rather irresponsible to go after dangerous criminals by yourselves," Paya said. "Thank you." Vice said. "My team is too full of thrill seekers and justice enforcers to realize that." "Vice. They had a paladin," argued Blake. "If we hadn't been there, who knows what they could have done with it. That doesn't mean our involvement was necessary. I'm sure forces from Atlas were already investigating it." "Yeah, because they've been so effective at dealing with the White Fang." "I do not appreciate your sarcasm," Vice answered coldly. "And I doubt that you're privy to General Ironwood's operations. Who actually has the resources to combat the White Fang?" "I, for one, would like to avoid any further detentions." "Unbelievable. You think detention is worse than letting the White Fang roam free? Am I the only sane one here?" "Hey, I'm completely sane," Nora said as she scarfed down several bites of cakes and patted her stomach. There, Mr. Tummy, I know you wanted them." "Right," Yang said with a giggle, before turning to her partner with a more serious expression. "Anyway, Blake, you need to calm down. Everyone's worried about the White Fang, but you and Vice are the only ones with personal agendas against them. And I agree with her, this isn't our fight." Blake clenched her fist, before looking to her leader. "What about you, Ruby? Don't you think we should be doing something about the White Fang?" Ruby jumped in her seat as everyone's attention was brought to her, and she shifted uncomfortably. "I don't know. they're bad guys, but maybe we should leave it to the teachers or Atlas. A lot of people got hurt last night because of what we did. Blake looked away, Vice frowned, and Yang stabbed her chicken with a fork. Sun and Neptune just lowered their heads. Besides, it's not like the White Fang are doing whatever they want. Ruby added with some cheer to try and lift the mood. The police raided a few of their bases recently, right? That's true, Blake conceded. They were only low-level members though. They probably wouldn't know anything important. What about the warehouse last night? Asked Ren. If Torchic and the Paladin were there, wouldn't at least a few White Fang officers, or the equivalent in the hierarchy, be present as well? Blake shook her head. They know to move quickly. By the time the police got there would have probably only been the new recruits. Okay, enough White Fang talk, Nora declared. I wanna know, how did you guys beat the Paladin? Was it a long fight? Was it strong? Was it as awesome as it must have been? Team RWBY, Sun, and Neptune all looked to the sides. We didn't beat it, explained Yang. Nora narrowed her eyes. Oh, I see. Keeping the juicy details to yourselves, huh? Does Nora need to break a few legs and loosen some tongues? Whoa. Hold on, Nora. Johnny put a hand on her shoulder as she started cracking her knuckles. It was probably a joke, but you could never be too careful with her. Guys, you should probably explain quick. Well, Neptune and I were on the highway with Bumblebee, said Yang. We were the last ones on the way to give Blake and Sun backup, since I could see everyone else ahead. And suddenly, a laser beam just shoots out behind us and hits the Paladin right in the leg. Then, it just tipped off the highway, and we all went down after it to fight Torchic. He had some woman with him who could use glass illusions or something, which is how he got away. Hold on a second. Did I hear you right? You said the laser beam? Asked Johnny. Yep, pretty sure we all saw it, Yang said. Neptune and I definitely did at least. The rest of her team nodded, as did Sun and Neptune. Do you have any idea where it might have come from? Asked Pyre. Nope. We spent the whole night talking about it, Ruby said. I thought it might have been Penny, since she fired energy blasts at the bullheads at the docks, but the one that hit the Paladin was red. Hers are green. Yang rolled her eyes. And I told you last night, the color doesn't really rule her out. Yeah, Yang, it kind of does, Ruby said. Green totally fits with Penny's color scheme. No way she'd change it to red. Whatever, replied Yang. You're friends with her, right? Just ask her the next time you see her. Fine. I already know what the answer's going to be though. What about you, Sun? Blake asked. You and I were up in the front. Did you see anything behind us that could have fired that beam? The monkey Faunus shook his head. Nope. But. Now that I think back, there was something weird with the cars. How so? Asked Vice. Well, Roman had knocked a bunch out of the way and up in the air, and I was more focused on him. But some of the cars almost looked like they stopped in midair for a second. Stopped? Could it have been Ms. Goodwitch? Wondered Pyre. With how furious she was, I doubt she would have waited until we arrived at Beacon to scold us, reasoned Vice. If it had been her, she would have shown herself and helped apprehend Torchic and his accomplice. Wow, floating cars and laser beams. This is a real mystery. Nora practically bounced with excitement. Rennie loves them. I'll admit that this is intriguing, said Ren. Maybe we can look up some articles and see if the drivers present noticed anything. You mean you guys can? Ruby said sullenly. The rest of us are gonna be in detention. The South Bridge power plant was located by a winding river. Clark could see the pipes circled throughout the building that deposited the water in several chambers. When operating, it would be turned to steam, which would spin the turbines above and generate electricity. There were also pipes that just ran through the building before circling back to the steam chambers used to distribute water as coolant for the equipment that converted lightning dust directly into electricity. Clark ducked under the bright yellow police tape crisscrossing the doors. He entered. There were cameras, but they weren't active, since the building wasn't receiving any power. Up ahead, the sight of dried blood greeted him. There were numbered markers and colored flags all over, and he'd been to enough crime scenes to know that those were locations of interest to forensic experts. In other words, each collection of flags probably indicated a dead body where someone had lost their life. He went over to the lightning dust chamber, The dust inside was finely grained, more so than at the dust shop in Vale. There was still plenty in the chamber, as there probably hadn't been enough time to remove it yet. Clark collected some in his hands and examined it. Usually, there was some low-level current always flowing in lightning dust, but this didn't have it. At first glance, it might have seemed like sand. The fire dust was the same too, stripped of its beautiful infrared glow. This was bad. Why had the phantom done this? What did it need the power for? Clark looked around, checking the spectrum for clues. A few moments later, he found something. Footprints, unnoticeable in visible light, but they were faintly radioactive. He saw how they weaved from flag to flag. As he'd suspected, the phantom was powerful enough to kill them with its bare hands. He'd have to be careful. The radioactivity explained why the cameras had failed, and it left an obvious trail of footprints for Clark to follow. The radiation levels were low, too low to cause health problems for people, but still visible to him, at least, until they faded out completely barely a dozen feet out the door. Could the phantom fly, even in a human body? Zed had been able to. Without a trail to follow, Clark would have to defend the plant in Kings County and wait for the phantom. It would probably take it a while, but there weren't any towns in between them, so it wouldn't hurt anyone on its way there. The cameras might have caught what its host looked like just before they failed. That could be helpful, since even Clark wouldn't be able to tell the difference by looking at it. Unfortunately, the records were probably in the police's possession. It had been a really long night yesterday. Dan just wanted to go home and relax. It wasn't long until his shift was over. He just had to tough it out in his office for about half an hour. Someone knocked on the door. "Excuse me, Captain Wesley?" "Yeah, come in," he said. A tall young man walked in. He wore thick glasses and had messy black hair. With his bulky jacket and button-up shirt, he looked like he was trying to look older than he was, but failed. He kept looking around like a nervous wreck. Dan's eye came naturally to the press badge around his neck. "Hi, I'm Blunk Devorn. I heard you were one of the first responders at the South Bridge power plant attack. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?" He took out a notepad and a pen. "Go right ahead. It was better than filling out forms at least. You believe the White Fang were responsible for the attack? Well, maybe not them, since they usually try to get more attention than this, but it probably was fairness, protesting their conditions in the mines." Dan scratched his cheek. Can't really blame them for feeling that way, if half of what they say is true, but this was way out of line. "If you don't mind me asking, exactly how many people were killed?" "Over 100, and it was already over when I got there." "A damn bloody mess." Blunk's fists tightened, and it almost looked like he was going to crush the notepad in his hand. "Had he lost a friend or something at the plant?" The reporter calmed down before continuing his line of questioning. "Were there any signs of them using unconventional weaponry?" "What? You think they have someone on a huntsman level?" "No. This all seemed to be done with blunt trauma. Probably a bunch of them with clubs or something." "I see. I was told that the plant had security cameras in place. Does the footage have any clues about the identities of the attackers?" Dan glanced to the left, to the room where the evidence was kept. "Nope. In fact, it looks like the terrorists did something to the cameras. They didn't catch anything." "That's unfortunate." Blunk asked a few more questions, jotting down Dan's answers in his notepad. He thanked the policeman for the interview, and left. Clark left the Maston police station. After he made sure he was alone, he took off his glasses and the press pass. He'd have to return that to the actual Blunk Devorn, who was a reporter for a newspaper in a different county, far enough away that the police captain probably wouldn't encounter the actual Blunk and start wondering who'd interviewed him. Clark didn't often go in disguise, but he'd picked up a few tricks from Chloe. She had a scary amount of experience going undercover for a story, and that internship at the Daily Planet had only made her better. Good enough that she'd even made Clark an okay liar when he needed to be. It took Clark a few seconds to return the press badge and store the clothes he'd bought somewhere safe in case he needed a disguise again. Then, Clark returned to the police station. Jumping up to a nearby rooftop, the police captain had been lying. His heartbeat had quickened, and Clark had followed his glance at the all. X-ray vision had revealed several computers on the other side, and that was where the footage had to be. Why did they lie? All the police Clark had interviewed had hidden the truth about what had happened at the power plants. What could they have to gain from it? One station might have been a case of corruption, but 3 police stations across the county indicated something else. He'd have to investigate that later. He kept his eyes on the evidence room until someone came in and started using the computers, giving Clark the chance to see him type in the password. Now he just needed to cause a distraction so he could sneak in and take a look at the footage. He was uneasy at the thought of breaking into a police station, but he had no other choice if he wanted to stop the Phantom. Clark walked a few hundred feet away to an alley between some buildings. He brought his fist up, and smashed it into the ground. Bam! The sound of the blast thundered through the town. Bam! Clark could hear the people reacting to the rumbling. The police were already mobilizing. Bam! That should be enough. He sped back to the police station. Everyone was either taking shelter under their desks, or trying to pick up fallen objects from his mini-earthquake. They were too busy to notice the rush of air as he passed by for fractions of a millisecond. The first thing he did when entering the room was to crush the security camera with his gloved hand. He'd picked up a couple blue nylon ones when he'd entered the station, and he couldn't leave fingerprints. Next, he locked the door. He could almost imagine Chloe laughing at the lengths he'd gone to for the footage. He didn't have her hacking skills, so this crude method was what he had to rely on. The videos were in a folder named Southbridge Power Plant, and they even had helpful timestamps. He clicked on the first one. It showed a tanned, red-haired man in his 20s walking up to the workers. The cameras didn't have sound, but the people were clearly panicked and tried to run away. Suddenly, the Phantom disappeared, and reappeared as he grabbed the workers one by one. Then, the footage cut out. Clark clicked the next file, and had to keep clicking because each camera would give out if the Phantom was near it for a few seconds. Still, that footage had shown Clark enough. The Phantom had thrown the workers into walls, their skulls cracking on impact. It had squeezed their necks until they spat up blood and went still. Security guards had even fired their guns at him, but they ended up the same as everyone else. If Clark had just caught the Phantom the first time, this wouldn't have happened. These people would have been safe. The last piece of footage he found was the longest. The Phantom had finished off the workers and found the container of lightning dust. It ripped it open, shoving its hands inside. Again, the screen went blank. Before Clark could watch another, he heard footsteps approach, and someone tried to turn the doorknob. A woman outside spoke. "Huh? Hey Mark, where do we keep the keys for this room?" Clark opened the window and jumped out. Is it really wise to allow him to roam freely? Asked Ironwood. Considering that there is little we can do to stop Mr. Kent, I think the point is moot, replied Ozpin. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try. Couldn't you have delayed him? Ironwood directed the question at Crow. Hey, you read the articles, answered Crow. Something's been slaughtering people and messing with dust. I'm not going to hold the kid back from stopping it. You're far too lenient with him, both of you. Can we still track him at least? Ironwood asked Ozpin. Somewhat. He's far out of the range of the CCT, but if he goes nearby a town, his scroll will have a signal we can track. Ozpin typed into his computer and reported the results. As of now, he's not in any town. The last signal is from a few hours ago in a town called Maston, roughly 50 miles from here. Apparently, he arrived there less than a minute after his call with Crow. Crow whistled. How fast is that exactly? I can't give exact numbers, but it's easily several thousand miles per hour, answered Ozpin. That may not even be his top speed, and it's notable that he didn't create any sonic booms on his way out of the city. Perhaps another ability of his? Another thing that he kept secret from us, Ironwood stated. Crow sighed. All right. He has secrets, and we still don't know how he automatically goes where he's needed. But at least he helps. The kid's right not to trust us. We're trying to track him right now. He's an alien, Crow, not a child. Ironwood's forehead creased. Treating him like one is a mistake. Like you'd know how to treat him. How much have you even talked with him? Asked Crow. What point would talking to him serve? Gee, I dunno, maybe it would be a good idea to be on the good side of a guy who could rip you in half. Crow swiveled his flask around before taking a drink. Or maybe try to get a read on him or any psychological weaknesses he might have. Isn't that the sort of thing you're interested in? Perhaps, but Ozpin is more adept at that than I am. I thought to entrust it to him. Ozpin interjected. James, it's true that I've become very skilled at reading individuals in my time, but it was never for the express purpose of using my knowledge against them. I use it to judge trustworthy individuals, not to threaten or harm them. To be truthful, I appreciate your paranoia. At times, you have caught mistakes that I myself have missed. Mistakes that could have turned into disasters. This case is no different. Mr. Kent is a very powerful individual, and we should have contingencies for if he should ever use his abilities for more sinister purposes. I expect you already have one or two? Ironwood didn't answer, but Ozpin knew him. He must have measures in place. Very well. Whether you have them or not, think of the consequences of using weapons on him. If you have any that are effective on him, I expect that they would result in many casualties. So I propose an alternative. As far as I can tell, Clark Kent acts like a normal human being. He smiles, laughs, gets angry, upset. He seems to feel the full range of human emotions. His altruism also appears genuine. He cares for people, without exception. That in itself could be used as a weakness. Crow looked at him with wide eyes. You can't be serious. Are you saying we should use hostages against him? It is unsavory, I admit, but it seems to be the only effective measure against him. Keep in mind, I only suggest it for dire situations, such as if he ever comes to endanger the lives of hundreds or more. I do not approve of it as a method to control him. He turned his gaze to Ironwood at that last sentence. The general crossed his arms. Don't glare at me, Ozpin. I wouldn't go that far. Clark arrived a few miles northeast of the Greystone Power Station, in the direct path of the Phantom. The hilly landscape was covered in trees that were regaining their leaves after winter. The sky was clear, and it was the early evening. Clark stood at the top of a hill, the Kryptonian crystal in his hand as he listened for the sound of footsteps in the area. He heard the sounds of the active dust station behind him. People talking, rushing water, boiling steam. He ignored those, and focused on the rest. Closing his eyes. This is going to be fun, Clark thought miserably. Standing there and listening for someone might take hours. It might have been faster to check at super speed, but he didn't want to discount the possibility that the Phantom had super hearing as well. Zed had, and he didn't want to take any chances. If the Phantom's speed was somewhat close to his own, Clark would need the element of surprise to catch him. Less than an hour later, Clark caught slow and steady footsteps coming in miles away. X-ray and telescopic vision confirmed that it was him. The human host was tanned, red-haired, and his clothes were in tatters. The Phantom hadn't cared to replace them. Clark raced forwards. He needed to bring the crystal to the man's skin to free him. He didn't know how durable the Phantom had made its host, so he'd have to be careful not to accidentally punch a shield-shaped hole through him. In seconds, he was behind the Phantom. It would only take milliseconds to free the man. With speed rivaling Clark's own, the Phantom turned. Then, it brought its arms up. Clark held up the crystal. It would take a few seconds for it to work, but it would immobilize the Phantom the second it touched. Before he got in close enough, the Phantom's arms came together. The next thing Clark saw was a bright flash of light that launched him backwards, blasting him through trees and even higher into the sky. The concealed truth. Clark pushed the fallen tree off of himself. Gah! He groaned and felt his chest. That Phantom's energy blast had packed a punch. Luckily, he hadn't dropped the crystal. It was still in his other hand, and he put it in his pocket. He'd probably need both hands for this. So it's true how you Kryptonian filth are affected by a yellow sun. The Phantom had launched Clark hundreds of feet away, but flashed by easily. No matter, even with the abilities it grants you, you will die. And you will know the name of the one who killed you. I am Bayern. Why are you doing this? Why? Bayern snarled and ran at him at super speed, his fists glowing purple as he attacked. Clark blocked his punch, but the force of it still pushed him back. Your father and the rest of your kind imprisoned me in that hell. No doubt you intend to do the same. And you ask why I wish to kill you? He brought his arms together, and this time Clark was prepared. He sped to the side and dodged the blast, which this time only lasted for a second. In time, I would have exterminated all of your kind, but you will suffice. Last son of Krypton. Clark ran at Bayern, testing the Phantom's durability with a few jabs. Clark dodged and blocked the returning attacks, and made sure that the purple energy didn't touch him. The Phantom didn't show any sign of pain from the hits, and Clark started to gain more confidence, putting serious strength behind them. The light from Bayern's fists intensified, and Clark stepped back, widening the distance between them, but still remaining close enough to react in case the Phantom tried another one of those blasts. Is that all you have? Bayern sneered. Truly, you are weak. Then why don't you kill me already? Oh, I will. Bayern launched himself at him again. Clark ducked under the Phantom's fists. As they fought, the lessons Miss Goodwitch had ingrained in him during his crash course came to mind. Bayern's footing was off, and his attacks were wild. He leaned into his punches. Even though Clark didn't have the advantage of speed in this fight, he could still see how Bayern's muscles prepared for an attack, letting him dodge them with some effort. Clark was being careful, since he didn't know how the Phantom would use his glowing hands. But it wouldn't be too hard to trip him up. The Phantom might not be able to control his body properly either, since he had only possessed it for a couple of weeks at most. Bayern tried to elbow his side, and Clark let him. Clark exhaled sharply. There was enough strength behind it to sting, but he could take it. Bayern was momentarily distracted from the hit he'd landed, and Clark used it to his advantage. He grabbed Bayern's arm and punched him in the face hard. The Phantom flew back into a tree, his back hitting it with a heavy thud. Yet he still remained standing, and his face was twisted in anger. No blood either, or bruising, which was good. Clark had punched the Phantom a little weaker earlier, but Bayern had just shrugged it off. This punch had been to the head, and Bayern swayed from side to side. This was his chance. Clark ran up to him, readying the crystal to capture him. Just before he reached him, Bayern brought his arms together again, firing another energy blast into Clark. Again, he was pushed back into the trees, the trunks exploding into splinters as he was flung through them. Clark fell, and spat out the dirt that had gotten in his mouth. Bayern had energy blasts? Fine, Clark had them too. He looked back up to the Phantom, who was already running towards him. His dizziness had been a ruse. Clark fired his heat vision at him, but didn't put in nearly as much heat as he could. He wanted to push Bayern back, not melt him. He succeeded. The Phantom was launched into the air and landed flat on his back. Clark ran to him and inhaled quickly to use super breath to pin the Phantom and his arms down. A fraction of a second later, air burst out of Clark's mouth. Bayern closed his eyes as he was pushed on the ground, and Clark could hear the wind rush through the trees around them. He had to keep Bayern in place, couldn't let him get another energy blast off, or even move a muscle. After a few moments, Clark's eyes widened in shock and he stopped blowing. Still, the Phantom was kept in place. Bayern's body was covered in a thick layer of ice, only his neck and head free. What is this trickery? Damn you! Bayern's hands glowed again, and the ice started melting around his hands. Oh no you don't. Clark held the crystal to the base of the Phantom's neck. No. Bayern started convulsing, and since most of his body was still covered in ice, only his head and arms spasmed. His eyes rolled back in their sockets. His face flickered, and turned to black. The Phantom was being forcibly ejected from its host. The moment it was fully expelled, it tried to fly away, yet the force of the Kryptonian Systel's vortex pulled it back, crushing the Phantom until it was contained within. The device shone briefly, and returned to its normal state. Clark picked up the crystal, wincing at the outline of burned skin it had left behind on the man. That was unavoidable. The same had happened to Lex. Fortunately for him, it shouldn't take long to fade. He freed the unconscious man from the ice with heat vision, widening the beam so that he could melt all the ice at once. Once Clark was finished, he looked him over. The man didn't have any serious injuries. A few bruises, the burn, and the wind-blasted hair might do some damage to his ego, but he'd be fine. X-ray vision showed that he wasn't carrying a wallet or anything else that might have his ID. He had a scroll in his pocket, but when Clark tried to use it, He found that it wasn't charged. Clark shifted his hands so he wouldn't drop the man when he raced him to the hospital closest to the first power plant that had been attacked. Hopefully, he lived somewhere nearby. Cedar Monroe. That was the red-haired man's name. He'd been identified a few hours after his arrival at the hospital, and was still unconscious. It was nighttime now, and the man's family had come to visit him. Clark had needed to come up with a story about how he'd found the man unconscious on the bank of a nearby river, which had been necessary to explain why the man had been dripping wet. Cedar had been missing for over a week, and when they'd arrived, the family had thanked Clark profusely for finding him. But it was hard to accept their gratitude when it was his fault in the first place. He dialed Mr. Branwyn's number, preferring to use voice rather than video call. "Clark? Yeah? So, how's the ghost hunting going?" "I've caught the phantom, and it won't be hurting anyone anymore. I'm going to stay here for a while though, just to check on a few things." He'd have to deal with the possibility that Mr. Monroe might still remember something, and he'd need to learn more about the ice thing he'd done. Any idea how long? Maybe a day or two. Hopefully not any longer than that. "All right. Thanks for the heads up." "You're welcome." Clark raced out of the town. Before he investigated his ice power, he needed to check up on something first. The doorbell rang. It rang again. A few seconds later, the visitor knocked loudly on the wooden door. Dan Wesley woke up and groaned. Who the hell was at the door at? He glanced at the clock by his bedside. 1 in the morning. "I'll get it," he told his wife, who was still fast asleep. He wasn't one to care too much about appearances, so he'd greet whoever it was while wearing his white undershirt, pajama pants, and slippers. If they didn't like it, they should have chosen a better time to knock. "Hello," he said with a yawn as he opened the door. He shivered. Why was it so cold? He looked around. Was a window open or— "Ah!" he screamed as he realized he was surrounded by trees. Now wide awake, he realized he was in the middle of a forest in only his night clothes and slippers. A fire roared to life in front of him. There'd been a pile of logs he hadn't seen in the darkness. "I'm sorry, but I need to ask you a few questions," a deep voice said. A figure in black appeared. He hadn't walked out from the trees. No, he'd suddenly just appeared in front of him. Dan couldn't see his shadowed face, since the figure stood in front of the flickering flames. Where am I? The forest surrounding Maston. This had to be a dream. A dream. He was probably still in bed, snoring away, but the biting cold of the air and the warmth of the fire felt too real. The wind rustling through the trees, the insects chirping. It was all too real. "Calm down," the figure commanded. "I'll bring you back to your home once I'm finished. First, I'd like to show you something." The figure disappeared, and reappeared again near a tree. He put his hands on the sides of the tree, and lifted it, uprooting it entirely. Then, he threw the tree into others, knocking them over. He reappeared at the same spot in front of the flames. "Now that you've seen that, you should believe me when I say that I've taken care of the creature who was attacking the power plants. They're safe now." The thing attacking the power plants? This guy had killed it. From the footage, that monster had seemed unstoppable, but whoever this figure was, he looked like he was just as fast. Dan turned his eyes to the felled trees. It probably wouldn't be a good idea to question him on it. The creature took the appearance of a man named Cedar Monroe, who lives about 30 miles northeast of here in a town called Haviston. The figure said, "He's innocent. I do not want people after him. Understand?" Dan nodded immediately. No way he was gonna put his neck on a line. The figure seemed to accept his response. "Good. Now for my first question. Why did you hide the truth of the power plant massacres?" "It wasn't me. I didn't make the decision," Dan answered quickly. "They told me to keep it under wraps." The figure tilted its head. "They? The Council of Vale." "Why?" "To prevent panic." Dan's teeth chattered, and not just from the cold. "To prevent panic." The figure raised his voice in anger, and even in the dark, Dan felt his powerful gaze boring into him. "Dozens of men die, and your government thinks they can just hide it? Don't you have freedom of press?" "We do, but it's superseded by the grim defense clauses." "What does that have to do with this?" Because we have to do what we can to minimize negative emotions. People are already upset over the loss of power. It'll just get even worse if they learn that someone's attacking our power plants while dodging bullets and snapping necks with nobody able to stop it. The panic will attract Grim. So your council chose to stay quiet about it? The figure had seemed to calm down somewhat. Just let their power plants be attacked without anyone knowing. I was told that they had a plan to trap the attacker with huntsmen. But that's all I know. I see. Thanks for the help. Again, I'm sorry for bothering you. Oh, and one last thing. Make sure to tell the council to leave Cedar Monroe alone. Otherwise. The figure pointed in the direction of the smashed trees. Suddenly, Dan was back at his home, standing right in front of the door. He jumped at the sound of a hooting owl, and looked around with wide eyes. Was the figure still here? What if he changed his mind? Dan hurriedly opened the door, running up the stairs in his mud-stained slippers, too frightened to take them off or worry about his wife's future complaints about ruining the carpet. Clark sighed as he entered the elevator. He'd tried to be somewhat nice last night, but he'd still given the police captain quite a scare. He didn't like having people terrified of him. But the intimidation would protect Cedar Monroe. Even so, Clark would have to check every few days to make sure the guy wasn't harassed. It was the least he could do. Last night had also been a good opportunity practice for Clark to practice his freeze breath. His new power. Useful for putting out the fire he'd made, but not really that much more effective than super breath alone would have been. The fight against Bayern had shown that it was great at immobilizing enemies, though. He'd gotten a good hang of controlling it last night, although there had been a few blunders like the lake. Now though, he was at the level where he was confident he could use it against the last Phantom. And maybe some criminals back in Vale would be getting some nice surprises, like their feet getting stuck in ice. Come on Cedar, you have to eat. Stop exaggerating about how bad the hospital food is. A woman spoke in hospital room 7E. Clark was close enough to the door that he didn't even need his acute hearing to catch the words. Clark? He turned to the right, where he'd heard footsteps approaching for a while now. They belonged to a thin, middle-aged woman with graying red hair, Cedar's mother. Oh, hello Mrs. Monroe. Why are you waiting outside? Well, I thought it would be impolite to intrude on their reunion. She waved his answer away. It's fine, we've been fussing over him all day. You're the one who found him, it's not an intrusion at all. I shouldn't. He insisted. But she started pushing him in the door anyway. There's no point in waiting outside. I'm sure a young man like you is busy, she said, and interrupted a blonde woman trying to feed the injured man. Cedar, Amanda, this is Clark. He's the one who found you. Really? The woman, Amanda, came up and held his hand in both of hers and shook enthusiastically. Thank you. The police couldn't find any clues as to who'd taken him or what had happened, and I've just been out of my mind this whole week. Really? Thank you. I just did what anyone else would have done if they'd found a man unconscious, said Clark. Still, my girlfriend and I are really grateful, Cedar said with a smile. It was the least I could do. By the way, if you don't mind me asking, do you remember anything? In that whole week I've apparently been missing? Cedar shook his head. Nope. The last thing I remember is heading home after work, and the next thing I know, I'm waking up in a hospital bed with everyone around me. I see. That was good. Clark wasn't sure how he would have kept the man quiet about the phantoms. Are you hurt? It had looked like you'd taken a nasty fall when I found you. The doctors say it's just a few bruises and that strange burn on his neck, Cedar's mother answered. He should be fine to leave later today. They say that he's not malnourished or dehydrated either after spending a week in God knows where. That was interesting. The phantom sucking out the energy from the power plants had actually nourished the host. Clark soon excused himself. He wasn't comfortable in hospitals. There, all it would take would be a blood test or a doctor's examination to notice something different about him. And his super hearing made it hard to ignore the sounds of people in pain all over the building. He raced back to Vale, and when he arrived, he heard new sounds. As always, a city this big almost always had crime going on somewhere, and he could always hear it. Although it took focus to pick out details. Was there more than there had been before? He guessed that a couple days of inactivity might have given some criminals confidence. I guess it's up to me to show them otherwise. he thought with a grin. The Dart Crow waited for the elevator doors to open so he could get up to his room for the night. Usually, he had a few places in Vale he could stay at, but Ozpin needed him available at Beacon to keep a watch on Clark or the tracker. He looked to the side when he heard someone coming. When he spotted the young man in black, he raised a hand to wave. "Hey Clark, didn't realize you came back already." "Hi Mr. Brandwin." "Yeah, I just arrived in the city a few hours ago," he said. "I've been a bit busy, but everything seems quiet now." "Hey, I told you to call me Crow. Don't really care for formality." "By the way, how did your fight against their, Phantom go?" he asked as he stepped into the elevator. Clark smiled sheepishly as he entered as well. "I was actually thrashed around a bit. My shirt got tripped up and a bark stuck in it, so I had to change. I pulled it back though and managed to capture it." He lifted up his shield crystal. Geez, this was a whole level of weirdness Crow didn't know how to deal with. "Great. By the way, I just talked to my niece. Apparently, she's a real big fan of the Dart." "The Dart?" he asked as the elevator dinged and they both stepped out. Crow rolled his eyes. "Come on kid, don't play dumb." "You know the Dart." Clark shook his head. "I honestly don't know what you mean by that." His confusion was genuine. Wow. How many news articles did the kid even read in a day? Hundreds? How could he have missed this? "Look here." Crow took out his scroll and searched for the Dart. There were already dozens of articles on him. "People saw you when you stopped the Paladin." "Well, actually, they only caught glimpses of you when you caught a few cars. Some people have already connected the dots and figured out that someone is also the one who's going around knocking criminals out." Clark looked through the articles as he sighed. "I thought people would notice eventually, but the Dart seems like they're calling you that cause you're darting all over the city really fast." Crow grinned slyly. "And some guy had a theory that you're going around shooting tranquilizer darts into bad guys to knock them out. So the name stuck." Clark chuckled. "Well, at least it's not a bad name." "Maybe." "By the way, make sure to be in Ozpin's office by 8 in the morning. You and I are going on a mission tomorrow." Crow said. Got it. That had been part of their deal. In exchange for their help, Clark would also assist them with his abilities from time to time. "Ah, Mr. Kent, you're early," Ozpin said as he drank a cup of coffee. "My parents always said that the early bird catches the worm." Clark sat down in the chair. "And considering how fast I am, I don't really have an excuse to be late." Ozpin nodded. "I see. Well, your punctuality is appreciated." Alas, it seems that the same can't be said for Crow. "No matter. He already knows what I'm about to tell you." The headmaster brought up a map with his desk's holographic display. "This is Ashbury, a town at the edge of Vale a few hundred miles south of here. Unfortunately, packs of Grimm were able to break through the wall at a point 3 miles south of it, and demolished a number of the automatic turrets in its defense, creating a gap for them to pass through. A team of huntsmen has already been placed to defend the wall and prevent more Grimm from entering. While they do so, you and Crow must deal with all of the Grimm that have already invaded. This wall protects several towns, but as Ashbury is closest to the breach, they will likely head there. Reconnaissance has confirmed that expectation, and there will also be transportation provided to help bring you to the regions you're most needed. Once you have dealt with the Grimm who've already entered, you will also go to the wall and defend it as the turrets are repaired. Any questions?" Ozpin once again sipped from his coffee. "Is there any info on how many Grimm there'll be? And what types?" 2 packs of boar wolves, each with a few dozen members, and a herd of boar baytusks. Some lone Ursa were also spotted, but were eliminated by members of the other team. "Okay, when are we going to go?" "The bullhead will leave in 2 hours, at 10 o'clock exactly. I recommend you use the time to pack some extra clothing, as the mission will likely take a day or 2. Do not forget your scroll either, it is your ID as a member of Beacon's staff." Clark nodded. "Got it, but before I go, there are a couple things I need to ask about." "Very well, go ahead." "You said that you had magical knowledge that might help me get back home, right?" "Yes." "Great. I've been busy trying to learn about this world and tracking the phantoms, but now that I've already taken care of one, I don't think it'll be too long before I find the other one. I think I'll be able to focus on finding a way back home again, and if your magic can help, then I'd really appreciate if you could give me any information." Of course. Ozpin lowered his mug. "However, I would advise that you not raise your hopes. Much magical knowledge has been lost over time, to the point where most people don't even believe it exists. In addition, due to certain events before our recorded history, it has nearly vanished entirely. It may even be possible that there are no longer any who could help you." "Oh," Clark's shoulders sagged in disappointment. "Well, I guess it's at least better than nothing. It still isn't much. Whatever magical knowledge I can give you on portals and other dimensions will be sorely lacking. Please keep that in mind." Clark sighed and touched the crystal in his pocket. He'd have to figure out some way to use it then. Right now, all he knew was touch a phantom and make it disappear. "All right. Thank you," said Clark. "The second thing I have to ask you about is this guy, Cedar Monroe." He explained to Ozpin how the man had been possessed by the phantom and forced to attack the power plants and drain dust. The police had snatches of security footage of Bayern's massacres, and they'd been told by the council to keep it hidden. After Clark had imprisoned the phantom, he'd warned the police captain to stay away from Cedar, and to tell the same to the council. That wasn't enough though, it would be better if he had another layer of protection. Crow had told Clark before that Ozpin had political pull, so he asked the headmaster whether he could use his political pull to make sure no one bothered Cedar. Once Ozpin understood the situation, he agreed to do what he could. At that point, Crow walked in the office and waved. "Hey, sorry I'm late, slept in." Ozpin glanced at the clock. "You're half an hour late." "Yeah, normally I'm up by 11. Clark sniffed as the huntsman got closer. "Mr. Brandwin, have you been drinking?" "What, do I still reek?" "No, my sense of smell is just better than most," Clark said. He also caught the way how the headmaster's eyes focused on him as he said it. "Huh, so what? You're like a bloodhound too?" asked Crow. Clark shook his head. "No, it's not that good. By the way, it might be healthier if you drank less." He didn't want to be rude, but with how often the man drank, he was clearly suffering from alcoholism. Although he didn't seem to let it interfere with his job. "Shut it, I don't want to lecture about my habits from someone half my age." Clark blinked twice. "Okay then." Crow nodded. "Good." "Hey Oz, did you already brief him?" "I did. Do you have anything else to ask before you leave, Mr. Kent?" "Nope," said Clark. "I'll just go down and get my stuff ready." Since the bullhead would bring them to Ashbury in a couple of hours, Clark took the opportunity to read through some online articles on the Dart. The ones from official newspapers weren't bad. Most just detailed the facts of the saves he'd made and the people they interviewed, while a few more sensationalist outlets tried whatever they could to grab their readers' attention, mentioning any theory as basically fact, like the one with him using tranquilizer darts. Clark had also started reading through some blogs and forums. While he'd been taught not to underestimate the press, those would have better examples of the public's reaction to him. Now, at first glance, it seems like he has some sort of speed semblance. After all, there've been several times when he knocked out people across the city only minutes apart. But catching cars, that's something else. The blog continued, speculating on whether it might be possible for someone to have multiple semblances, or maybe that he had a semblance that somehow let him do both. Thankfully, the author had also ruled out the tranquilizer dart theory, saying that he'd spoken with policemen who'd arrested a few of the criminals that Clark dealt with. "I get that the guy's trying to do the right thing, but you have to admit that it makes people uneasy. Who does he have to answer to? Who's going to stop him if he decides to do something besides knock bad guys out and gift trap them to the police? And why is he doing this instead of working as a huntsman? I think this guy could do a lot more good fighting Grim than punching bad guys." Well, this writer would have been glad to know that Clark was on his way to do exactly that. Otherwise, he brought up good points. As long as Clark ran around at super speed with nobody seeing him, more than a few people would get nervous. It wasn't as bad here as it would have been back home, since they thought his abilities was a semblance. Could he actually reveal himself? It was worth considering. All his friends and family were back home on Earth, They wouldn't be affected if he told the truth. So should he show himself to the people of this world, they'd learn that he was an alien, not a human with aura and a semblance. Could they accept that? People here didn't seem more accepting than the ones back home. If the fairness were any indication, even if he might look similar, it would be clear that he wasn't one of them. Clark looked out a window to the sight of the city retreating in the distance. Even now, if he focused, he could still hear people going about their lives. Jor-El had said he could lead and bring hope. And here, hope was even more essential to survival than it was back home. Could he save lives just by providing that for them? It was arrogant, Clark knew that, but he'd seen how some people had looked at him when he'd used his powers to save them. To the people who hadn't been afraid, those who'd been awed and grateful, like Ryan and Pete, Clark looked down to his scroll and read some of the comments to the article. No way the dart's real. It's just some feel-good story that the media pumped out of some hallucinating drivers. The near-death experience just made them see things. Dude, you're completely right. The dart's cool and all, but what would happen if he wanted to rob a bank or something? Like, this guy can throw cars around. I don't wanna be anywhere near someone who can do that. Boring article. You ever think the dart shoots girls and have fun with them when they're asleep? Like, that's totally what I'd do with a tranquilizer gun. That one was just terrible. It was probably just an immature teen, but it still irked Clark. I just want to say that the dart is real. My cousin was walking home last week, and she was being followed by this total creep. Like, he tried to get up in her personal space and get her to do things for him. She yelled for help and suddenly he was thrown into the wall, completely knocked out. She couldn't see who did it, so it totally had to be the dart. He's awesome, and you guys are total idiots. There was quite a range of opinions there. For now, it might be best until he could get people to trust that he only had good intentions, which would take a while, and it would still work to make people feel safe and attract less grim. That reminded him, excuse me, Crow. Clark tried to wake the sleeping huntsman in front of him. We there yet? Asked Crow, raising his head and rubbing his eyes. No. We still have a ways to go. Crow sighed. You need something then? Yeah? I'd like your opinion on something. When I was up in Maston fighting the Phantom, the police did something I don't completely agree with. Clark explained the hidden footage and the council's involvement. Is that normal for your world? Sort of. The council's given the right to suppress any news that they think might cause panic and set off the grim, but they've abused it plenty of times throughout history. Hell, I'm pretty sure a couple guys on it now already have. What do you think about this case? Were they using it wrongly, or were they right to try and not scare people? Crow thought for a bit. It's hard to say. Probably cause I don't know what the footage is. But this Phantom, he could go toe-to-toe with you? Somewhat. Come on kid, I need more than that. What could he do that would have frightened people? Well, he was about as fast as me. Strong too, not exactly at my level, but a lot stronger than any human. He also had powerful energy blasts, enough to throw me through more than a few trees. Enough to hurt. Crow shook his head. Okay, that sounds pretty bad. Did he have any obvious weaknesses? I'm pretty sure he had to recharge with dust often. Clark's eyes widened in realization. Now that I think about it, he seemed to be getting weaker during our fight. But, that wasn't obvious in the footage I found. It just showed him tearing through workers and armed guards at speeds like my own. Damn. If it's anything like what I'm imagining, then maybe those bastards on the council were right for once. You think so? Well, not 100%. But I can understand their decision. Besides, you took care of it, so it turned out well in the end. Crow leaned back to go to sleep, but suddenly straightened up in his chair. Oh crap. You said that there's another one of those things out there, right? Clark nodded. But it probably won't have the same powers as the one I just fought, and I think it's laying low. I spent last night going through worldwide news and couldn't find anything I could trace back to it. Clark, we just talked about the council suppressing the news of the Phantom you fought. Don't you think it's possible they might be doing the same about this one? Only if they're hiding the entire event. The articles on the Phantom Bay didn't mention him, but I was still able to figure out it was him from the dust he drained. Anything strange like that is almost definitely going to be because of a Phantom. Clark looked out to the distance in thought. I see your point though. Could Ozpin help find out if any news is being concealed? Maybe, replied Grau. We'll just have to ask him when we get back. And you're certain of this? Asked Ironwood. Not completely, but it's almost definite, said Dr. Stryver. Whatever seared the paladin's leg is unlike any of our energy weapons. The temperature necessary to vaporize the metal is too high for them. Whatever managed it is extraordinary. I see. Thank you. The news was anything but good, but it was valuable information nonetheless. Please make sure this information doesn't leave your team. The doctor nodded and headed to the door. Before he could open it, it sprang open in his face and hit him in the head, revealing an aged, white-haired man in a lab coat who was soon followed by an orange-haired girl. Dr. Polendina. Dr. Stryver nursed his aching forehead. I know you're rather eccentric, but do you need to be in such a rush? Of course, the doctor answered with a raised voice and an infuriated expression. I am sorry for hitting you, of course, but I cannot agree to what this man has demanded of me. He pointed to Ironwood. Yes. Well, I'll leave you to your discussion. Dr. Stryver made a quick escape. Penny waved goodbye to him with a cheerful smile. HMPH, damn youngsters, Polendino added grumpily. His anger seemingly dissipated. He's 48, said Ironwood. Once you hit my age, the vast majority of people are youngsters. Dr. Polendina looked out the door for a few seconds before he seemed to remember why he was here. General, he boomed, what is the meaning of these? The scientist took out some papers from his inner jacket and put them on his desk. Ironwood looked them over. I believe these were the modifications to Penny I asked for. Yes. And nearly all of them either totally pointless or unfeasible. How so? Dr. Polendina spluttered at that. How so? Look at this. He pointed to one of the recurists. You want her to be able to track bullets in real time? For this to be possible, her processing speed and storage would need to be increased to the point where she'd fill up a room. Not to mention the cooling it would take. Or this one. You want her physical strength increased even further? She stopped a truck with her bare hands. And you're not satisfied? What do you plan on making her do? Calm down, Dr. Polendina. Ironwood was somewhat more lax with Dr. Polendina's eccentricities, but he wouldn't tolerate such disrespect. While you are upset, I'll remind you that I am still the general of the Ecclesian army. I decide how much funding and equipment you're allocated. General, Dr. Polendina said it slowly, containing his anger. I want answers on why you want me to tamper with Penny to such an extent. Now, sir, I would like them as well. Penny spoke in a low voice. These new modifications seem very strange to me, and I don't understand why you think they're necessary. Ironwood's gaze softened. Of course, unfortunately, I can't explain it all to you, at least not yet. What I can say is that I have discovered a possible, highly dangerous, threat, and I think that these modifications will make you suited to eliminate it. I honestly believe you may be our only chance. She nodded with a serious expression. I understand, sir. She saluted him. Ironwood then turned to the scientist. I didn't ask for these alterations on a whim. Are you telling me they're impossible? Most of them, yes. Why? Asked Ironwood. I've already mentioned the issues with bullet tracking. That can't be done, but I've personally seen Penny deflect them. Dr. Polendina shook his head. For that, she's not actually watching the bullets. She's paying attention to where the enemy aims and reacts accordingly. Even then, she only has a probability distribution of where they'll strike, which is usually well covered by the area of her swords. If we want her to actually see and track them with her eyes, then we need many more processors and storage units. Not to mention that her eyes aren't suited to do so in the first place. They'd need to be replaced with cameras capable of filming at tens of thousands of frames per second, which are rather large and expensive. It's also not possible to move her arms or direct her swords quickly enough to react to events on those time scales. And even if her arms or legs could be accelerated to the point where she could catch a bullet, such actions would wear down her joints when she brought her arm to a stop. Her arms are already significantly heavier than a human's, and become more so if you want me to make her even stronger as well. Which while perhaps possible, will take precious time recalibrating all of her sensors and motors. And these are just what I thought of in the first few minutes after I saw this list. Engineering workarounds for unforeseen problems will take up even more time, which will put Penny out of commission for a while. And in no shape to deal with this threat you speak of. Ironwood sighed. Perhaps it had been too much to expect Dr. Polendina's genius to solve the problem of the alien for him. He'd made that list before he'd even realized that Kent had some sort of weapon that could apparently boil, not just melt, steel and titanium. The fact that it was compact enough to carry was worrying. Perhaps his crystal was the weapon? I understand, said Ironwood. I'll discuss with you which possible modifications would be best at a later time. Dr. Polendina nodded as he left, and Penny gave an enthusiastic goodbye. She was likely powerful enough to fight maidens, but against the alien? Ironwood sighed, hoping he'd never need to find out. There they are. Crow looked down from the window. They were still a good height up, but the jet-black outlines of the Grim were obvious against the flat grassland below. Now wolves, Clark said. To Crow they just looked like black and white spots. Really? You've got some impressive eyesight if you can tell from up here. Yeah. So we're going to take care of them. Crow narrowed his eyes as he looked at Clark. Kill them. Yeah? Clark pinched his lips together, but didn't answer. Okay, this is good. Drop us off here, Crow said to the pilot when they were a few dozen feet up in the air. Got it. The pilot pressed a switch, and the door to the back lifted. Crow and Clark jumped out, and the bullhead left. It landed in the distance, but was still close enough to be visible. The moment the two landed, the wolves reacted, immediately loping after them with fierce snarls. Pay attention, Clark, Crow said as he held up Harbinger. I know you got some pointers from port, but this is going to be a bit different. You're going to need to practice fighting Grim without doing anything crazy. Crazy? Clark dodged a swipe from a wolf, darting around faster than a bullet, tossing boulders around, that sort of thing. Crow slashed through a couple. Grim, you said you want to keep that a secret, and if you're ever with other huntsmen, you're gonna have to fight differently. Specifically, fight like us. Besides, the pilot's over there in case we need immediate evac. Don't want him to see anything. Got it. Clark punched the leg of a wolf, and Crow heard the crack of bone and armor from the blow. Why are you telling me this now? Crow grinned. I think it's best to learn while doing. So listen up, I'm about to give you some lessons. Crow cleared his throat as he fired into the pack. Huntsmen fight in teams a lot. Makes sense. We spend years with the 4-man groups we made and go on missions with them at school. In the real world though, we can't always do that. We have to work with whoever else also took the job, and we have to get along. Which is why I mostly prefer solo jobs. Those are the types that you'll probably go on to, he continued. After all, wouldn't really make much sense to hold you back when we don't have to. Still, there'll be at least a few missions when you'll have to tone down your powers. Okay, answered Clark distractedly. Sorry, I'm a bit busy right now. He'd gotten himself surrounded by wolves. Normally he would have sped out, but that would make the practice pointless. Instead he jumped up and a couple dozen feet away just before several lunged at the spot he'd been and crashed into each other. Yeah, see, that's a problem. Getting surrounded would seem like a death sentence for the type of fighter you are. You always need to keep moving when fighting a pack. Keep as much of them in sight if you can. As if in direct contradiction of his lesson, Crow jumped straight in and slashed around with his sword, decapitating multiple wolves and forming a path with his weapon through them. Most people get a little fancy, the huntsman said. My niece, for example, just jumps in and out with her semblance or recoil from her weapon. And she's suited for taking out multiple enemies in a single hit. You're using your bare fists though, and you won't always have the option of streaking through them in half a second. So stay aware of your surroundings. After a few more pointers, they quickly dispatched the Grim in the area. Instead of running at high speeds like he normally did, Clark focused more on jumping around and staying out of the pack. Honestly, this place isn't great for fighting Grim, Crow finished. Normally you'd have some terrain to help you, but it's all just grass. Crow stopped as he realized there were still some fallen wolves remaining, but these weren't fading away. In fact, he could still see a few of them weakly moving around. Their legs were twisted and broken, but they were still very much alive. You didn't kill them? Crow's eyes widened. Why the hell not? Clark looked away. I don't think it's necessary. Not necessary? How the hell is it not necessary? If you left them here like this, they'll recover and head to the town. Crow pointed to the northeast. They won't. I can carry them back over the wall. Carry them back over the wall? He repeated in disbelief. And what? You think they'll stay there? We're here because part of the wall broke. It might happen again, and next time, we could be too late. You want those people to die to the wolves you couldn't take care of? Fine. Then I'll go farther, answered Clark in a calm, measured voice. Far enough away that they can't come back. I'll throw them over a river, or find a mountain they can't pass. I don't have to kill them. Clark, I know you're new to this world, but the Grimm are monsters. They don't even have souls, and all they do is go around killing and destroying. Crow glared at him. You can't just put them all in a hole and forget about them. Maybe, but I still won't kill, said Clark, meeting the huntsman's gaze head-on. Crow took a deep breath and closed his eyes, calming down before opening them again. What the hell was up with this kid? This was taking things too far. These were Grimm, not crooks or wild animals. Crow stabbed the back of a wolf and killed it. Clark tensed, but kept quiet, not stopping the huntsman as he made short work of the remaining vulnerable Grimm. Got us a couple rooms, said Crow as he tossed Clark the key. You're in room 4, we're across from each other. I'll be at the bar. You're going to drink? Asked Clark. It was still pretty early in the evening, and they were on a mission. Crow took a deep breath. Kid, I am not in the mood. Just leave me alone. I'll be good to go in the morning. Clark didn't argue, and went up to his room to drop off his bag. Then, he left the inn to walk around town. After dealing with that first pack of wolves, the bullhead had brought them to other areas with Grimm. He hadn't backed down on not killing them, continuing with his method of incapacitating them by breaking their legs. Crow had been angry, and killed them instead. Although if that was supposed to rile Clark, it didn't work. Crow was a huntsman. It was the man's job. Crow hadn't said it outright, but Clark could guess that he probably didn't think there was much point in breaking their legs if they were going to die anyway. It made him look like he was trying to keep his hands clean and let others do the dirty work. Clark had been blamed for that more than a couple times, back home when he dealt with the meteor-infected, those who'd gained abilities after exposure to kryptonite. Most had been dangerous and mentally unstable, and Chloe had asked him more than a few times whether he ever thought that he should deal with them. Permanently. He hadn't. He couldn't. The decision wasn't up to him. And there was still a chance for them to be reformed at Belrive. Like Alice, she'd been willing to try and reform after she'd tried to kill Lana. It wasn't the same with the Grimm, since violence seemed to be a part of their nature. But the decision to kill still wasn't his. Footsteps approached, light and quick. Someone was running up to him, and Clark turned to them. Wow, you're the huntsman from Beacon, right? Can I get your autograph? A young blue-haired boy held out a pen and paper. Sure, I'm only technically a huntsman, Clark said uncertainly. It's what was on his ID. You don't want my signature? I'm no one special. Of course you are, you're a huntsman, a hero. His eyes shone brightly in wonder, and he seemed so excited he nearly jumped in place. Clark shook his head. Really? You don't want it? The kid's arms slumped. Oh, right. Guess you have better things to do. Sorry for bothering you. He started to walk away. Wait, said Clark. It felt wrong to pretend to be a huntsman, but the lie would probably make his day. Give me the pen. What's your name? I'm Cyan. Okay. Right. He probably could have guessed from his hair that his name was related to the color blue. This world had a color naming tradition after all. He wrote Cyan a brief message to Cyan. Here's an ideal I've always tried to follow. Do what's right, not what's easy. From Clark. He handed the paper to Cyan. The young boy held it up proudly. Wow, I'm gonna keep this forever. You really like huntsmen, huh? Clark said. He nodded. Yep, I'm going to be one when I'm older. And you're being trained for that? Asked Clark. His head bobbed up and down excitedly. I'm learning some fighting techniques from someone, but they're only the basics. Next year though, I'm gonna to go to a prep school and learn real fighting. How old are you? 11. But I'm gonna be 12 in a few months, he pointed out proudly. And it's normal for kids your age to start training to fight? Yep, but people who have huntsman parents get training even earlier, which is totally unfair. Cyan pouted. Some even get their Oro unlocked for them. I see. The thought of having children fighting was hard to take in. It had been strange enough to accept that Beacon students were barely even adults, but starting at 12 years old, and even earlier for some. Oh. This is the perfect chance. Cyan took off his backpack and started rummaging through it, taking out a small notebook. You're an actual huntsman, so I really want to ask you lots of questions about what it's like. Can I? I haven't been a huntsman for long, replied Clark. In fact, he wasn't even sure whether he should consider himself one. That's even cooler. You're, like, 20-something, right? Cyan asked. 19 actually. Whoa, so you must be some sort of genius to be an actual huntsman already. Cyan's eyes widened in awe even further. This is perfect. What school did you go to? Did you have some super strict training program? Ooh. What's your weapon like? Clark put up a hand. Hey, hold your horses there. I told you, I'm not anyone special, and to tell the truth, I hardly know anything about being a huntsman. So you won't answer my questions? Damn. It was that look again. Cyan's lip was even quivering this time. He sighed. I'll do my best. They sat down at a nearby bench as Cyan jotted down Clark's answers. He was very curious, wanting to know the path Clark took so he might be able to follow it to becoming a huntsman early. Clark gave him the backstory of having been raised by a nomadic tribe. Fortunate, since he was able to use the excuse that his education had been fairly unique to explain the holes in his knowledge. That had been rather disappointing to Cyan, but Clark was able to cheer him up somewhat with specific tips on how to fight Grim. When they were finished, Cyan put away his notebook. Thanks, Mr. Clark. I'll make sure to remember everything you told me. Cyan, I may not know much, but are you sure you want to be a huntsman? 100%, said Cyan. Really? Because from what I've learned, it seems like a very dangerous job. A lot of huntsmen get hurt really bad or die. It was incredibly risky, even for people with aura and semblances. That's what my mum says. Cyan looked down at the ground, but she doesn't jet eat. Being a huntsman means being a hero. I don't want people to die from the Grim. Clark looked at him sadly. It didn't take a genius to tell that this was more personal than just a childish dream. All right, he said. But try to remember that there are other ways to do that than fighting. Cyan just nodded. Okay, thanks for talking to me. He waved goodbye as he left. How much progress have you made with Team RWBY? Asked Cinder. She and her subordinates were in their room at Beacon, and it was time for her to receive Emerald and Mercury's reports. I've gotten closer to them, Mom. It seems that they consider me one of their own, answered Emerald. Do you have any ideas for who'd be best suited for the tournament plan? Said Cinder. Perhaps the shiny girl. Her wealth and power bring much resentment. It would be very effective to make it appear as if she abused it. Actually, Mom, I think Yang Xiaolong might be a better choice, replied Emerald. She has a reputation for having a temper. Shani's too disciplined to make it seem like she'd attack someone out of spite. I see. What about the Rose girl? Have you learned any more about her? It had been ridiculous to hear Roman say that a child had caused him such trouble, but it had been rather surprising to learn that she had silver eyes. Not that it excused him. The girl wasn't even aware of her own powers. She doesn't know anything. Ozpin accepted her in Beacon early, but she thinks it's because she impressed them when she fought against Torchic, reported Emerald. So still just another of Ozpin's witless pawns. Unsurprising, considering her eyes. But there were ways to deal with them. I see. Mercury, what about you and Team JNPR? They hang out with Team RWBY a lot, but I don't think there's anything special about them other than that Nico's chick, he said. That may be, but I want you to continue observing them. Cinder doubted the team's friendship was a coincidence, especially that blonde boy. It was obvious in sparring classes that he was pathetically weak. Yet Ozpin had still accepted him into Beacon. For what purpose, she didn't know. However, she'd set that aside for now. The movements of Crow Brandwin, Ozpin's most trusted agent, were more important. For some reason, he'd remained at Beacon since the beginning of this semester. That had been dangerously indicative that Ozpin suspected something, but she detected no signs of him moving against her. Cinder turned to her underling. On to other matters. Emerald, you're certain Crow Branwin didn't recognize you? She nodded. Yes, he came to say goodbye to his nieces when I was with them. My semblance made sure he didn't see our faces when we attacked the maiden, and he said he was going on a mission. A mission? Did he say anything about what it entailed? He said that it was a standard one to a town called Ashbury, and that he'd likely be back in a few days. Cinder took out her scroll. She indeed confirmed that there was a grim incursion at the wall protecting several towns. Ashbury one of them. But why would Ozpin send Branwin on such an ordinary mission when he'd kept him here for weeks? Cinder was certain none of these towns were of any importance. Mercury spoke up. Boss, I also saw him go on a bullhead with someone else. That piqued her attention. Who? I didn't recognize him, answered Mercury, but he looked like a Beacon student in his second or third year. He's tall, black-haired, and wore a red jacket and jeans. Was there anything distinctive about him? A weapon? A symbol on his clothing? Asked Cinder. From what I could see, no. The guy was totally normal. Mercury looked up as he tried to think. Well, he had this whole chiseled jaw and muscular look, so I guess he was kinda good-looking. Not on my level though. Cinder frowned, and Emerald scoffed at his comment. God, shut up. Can't you be serious for 5 minutes? Hey, at least I wasn't stuck with babysitting the brats. Go fuck yourself, Mercury. Being with those idiots is torture. They're pointless bickering again. No matter how often Cinder reprimanded them, they always argued at the slightest provocation. It was easier to let it dissolve in a few minutes rather than waste effort in stopping it. This student, a tall second or third year with black hair, that was hardly helpful in identifying him herself. But Mercury should recognize his face. What role did he play? Another pawn like the Rose Girl, and all she ever talks about now is that stupid dart. Emerald complained. PFFT, no way she believes that crap. Is she 5? Cinder interrupted them. I would not be so quick to dismiss the claims of this dart. They both looked at her with wide eyes. It seemed they both shared the opinion that the enigmatic dart the media currently obsessed over was a myth. Of course, they both knew better than to argue against her. Now, I am not implying that there is a criminal bogeyman flitting through the city at supersonic speeds, but criminals in Vale are being targeted. Even 2 White Fang cells have been discovered by the police, both with their members unconscious. Roman has also reported a few of his personal men apprehended in the same manner. We weren't aware, ma'am, said Emerald. But if there is a dart, someone who's behind all this, shouldn't we deal with him? I would prefer to, as he's caused needless trouble for a few of our operations, but whoever it is appears to leave no traces. At least, none besides delusional reports of a man catching cars. However, he only seems to target obvious criminals. As long as our cover is maintained, we will be safe. That was only in the event this dart continued with his method of catching criminals, but considering his motives were a mystery, there was no point in needlessly frightening her subordinates. It would work to make sure they did nothing foolish as well. They were still somewhat young and impulsive, as their actions against Tucson had shown. Now, both of you will report to me as soon as you can when Crow Branwin and this student return. I want a name and a face, and both of you shall work to befriend him. They were less than eager to follow that final order, but made no complaints. The huntsman going through the articles from the Highwood region had been bad enough, but now that Clark had decided to widen his range, it was ludicrous. There were just too many news stories to go through. He had to judge every murder, disappearance, and strange occurrence. He was in Ashbury's library, and honestly, he'd spent way too much of his time these past couple weeks in libraries looking at computer screens. He wondered how high the stack of newspapers he'd read would be if he printed them all out. He didn't know exactly how fast he read at super speed, and the fact that even that hadn't turned up anything on the second Phantom wasn't encouraging. What was worse was the thought that Vale's council might be suppressing the news to prevent panic, making Clark's task even harder. His scroll vibrated and showed that Crow was calling him. He walked out, not wanting to disturb the other people in the library, although there were only a couple this morning. "Yeah?" said Clark. "It's time to take care of the remaining Grimm," said Crow. "After we finish off the ones that got through, we're gonna support the huntsman at the wall. So you'll need to use what you learned yesterday about keeping your powers under wraps." "Got it." "Good. Meet me at the bullhead in a couple minutes." Clark walked to the aircraft and greeted Crow when he arrived. The huntsman smelled of alcohol again, but he seemed perfectly alert. Their aura had healing properties. Maybe that also helped them handle intoxication. As they were about to leave, another set of footsteps approached. Familiar, light ones. "Clark. Clark." Cyan ran up to them excitedly. "Who's the kid?" asked Crow as the boy approached them. "I talked with him for a little bit yesterday. He admires huntsmen and wants to be one when he's older," Clark explained before he turned to Cyan. "Hi. Do you need help with something?" The blue-haired boy bounced up and down excitedly. "Can I come and watch you guys hunt Grimm?" "No," Crow said immediately. "But please." Cyan brought his hands together to beg. "I'll be totally safe with 2 huntsmen, and this will be my first time actually seeing Grimm. This isn't fun and games, kid. Go back home." Crow answered harshly. "Besides, shouldn't you be in school?" "It's the weekend," Cyan answered. He gulped nervously, and Clark could actually hear his heartbeat rising, probably because he was afraid of the coarse huntsman. He turned to Clark with more enthusiasm. "Please, I'll be out of your way. I'll do anything." "Sorry, Cyan, but I agree with Mr. Brandwin," Clark said. "It's not safe. But really, I think it would be better for you to just stay here." Clark put a bit more firmness into his voice. Cyan slumped over. "Oh, okay." He walked away from the bullhead with his head lowered. "Come on. Let's go." Crow tilted his head towards the bullhead. More wolves, some snake-like kinkajou, and a few borbay tusks. Those were the remaining Grimm that had entered the walls, and they'd eliminated them in a few hours. Clark had continued with his method of breaking leg bones to stop movement. Although that hadn't been an option against the kinkajou, so for those he just acted as a support. Distracting the serpentine Grimm for Crow. The huntsman had just slaughtered the Grimm Clark had taken down without a word. After they'd finished, he'd asked the pilot to keep the bullhead grounded for a bit so they could eat. Before that though, he brought Clark outside of the bullhead so the pilot inside wouldn't hear them. "Clark, we need to talk," Crow said. "If this is about how I fight the Grimm, that won't change." Crow glared at him. "Well, it'll have to. We're going to the wall now to assist a team of huntsmen. They're not going to accept your attitude, and they're probably going to be a lot more vocal about it than I am." Clark bit his lip. "It's not an attitude. They're my beliefs. I won't kill." "Damn it, Clark. I know you're new here, but you have to get it through your thick skull. The Grimm are monsters." Even the kid back there knew it. Crow pointed to Ashbury. "If we don't protect the workers when they fix the turrets, then the Grimm will get through and go on a rampage." "I know that. I'm not stupid. I just. It's hard to explain." "Well, do it, because right now I'm starting to think that there's no point in you being here," Crow said. "If you won't kill Grimm, then Ozpin will never send you on solo missions where you don't have to hold back. Towns full of people might die because you won't save them." Clark took a deep breath. I understand. Let me just think of the best way to say this." After a few moments, Clark began. "Sometimes, it scares me when I think about what I can do. There were people back in my world who had powers, and a lot of the time it seemed to change them. They used their abilities to hurt people. Even one of my former best friends, his only powers were intelligence and wealth, but I saw how he used them. He played with people, spied on them. I'm sure he even killed some of them." "And what about me?" continued Clark. "There have been times when I wasn't in the right state of mind, or when other people with my abilities appeared. I've seen what they can do, and while I don't remember all of it, I know some of what I did when I wasn't myself. Killing's something I can't do. I won't let myself. I don't care what the reason is, I always try to find a better way, and there always is one." He sighed. "I've thought about it though. If I'm in a situation where I can't see a better option, if a group of Grimm ever attack innocent people and I can't bring them out of harm's way, I'll do it. I'll kill the Grimm if I have to. But only if I have to. Crow stared at him for a few moments. Fine. You know what? Let's go inside and eat. I'm starving. Wait, what? You believe me? Just like that? Asked Clark. Yeah, I do. It might be stupid. Hell, I hardly know you, but I know that you care about people. You'll do what you have to in order to save them. Crow said. Actually, you kinda remind me of someone I used to know. She did all she could to help people too. They went back in the bullhead, and Crow took out a sandwich that he'd bought in town. You gonna eat? The huntsman asked him. No, I'm not that hungry, Clark answered. If Crow was trusting him to protect people, it was time that he gave some trust back. You sure? Did you eat something in town? If not, you're gonna have to keep your strength up. Clark shook his head. I'm fine. I can go. A while without food. Just another quirk of my biology. Really? Crow tilted his head. A good nose, good eyesight. What else is there about you that you didn't mention? Clark cleared his throat. Well, there's the fact that my powers are derived from sunlight. Crow blinked. So, you're like a plant? Clark grinned. I guess so. Never really been compared to one before. Yeah, it's not something I thought I'd say to someone either. Anyway, we need to come up with a reasonable backstory for you and why you won't kill Grim. But if we're lucky, we might be able to avoid the problem completely. We're gonna have to stick close so I can clean up the Grim you leave behind. They'll notice, but hopefully it'll look like a teamwork thing. Nicholas tore through the neck of an ursa with his sword, lopping its head off with brutal efficiency before moving on to the next. Brun was on his right, the tall, muscled man hacking through Grim with his axes. They'd only met a few days ago, but Nicholas liked him. He could respect another huntsman who used simple, reliable weapons rather than the flashy makeshift ones that most in their profession used. He was also mostly silent during fights, allowing both of them to focus on properly doing their job. No childish taunts at the Grim or overexcited whoops at killing. He communicated when necessary and could be counted on to have his partner's back. They finished off the last of the Grim, but still stood at attention, waiting in case more showed up. All clear, came an excited voice from the radios strapped to their belts. Nicholas wiped the sweat from his brow and brushed away a few blonde hairs from his eyes. Good, I could use the break. So could I. Brun covered his eyes as he looked up at the approaching aircraft. A bullhead's here. Think it's our support? Probably. We'll know for sure in a few seconds. Hey! Sarah's voice rang down from the top of the wall. Even though she could use the radios, she didn't like the way they made her voice sound. Come on up you two, time to meet the newcomers. Brun chuckled. Of course she'd be the first to greet them. Nicholas nodded. Sarah's friendliness had been obvious to all six of them over the past few days. They walked up to the wall and took the lift to the top. The other four were already greeting the incoming huntsman, of which there were only two. Nicholas recognized Crow Brandwin. He worked directly for Ozpin, and while they'd never met personally, Nicholas knew that he was skilled. The other one though, was he a teenager? More likely a young adult, but that wasn't really much of a distinction. Nicholas saw the confused looks on the others and knew that they were likely thinking the same thing he was. Why had a student been sent here without them being notified? Hi, I'm Clark Kent. The black-haired young man extended his hand to Nicholas after greeting Brun. He shook his hand and noted that he had a strong grip. Nicholas you and Crow are our backup? Yep, Crow said. Just us. Nicholas narrowed his eyes. Both of you are qualified. It was obvious the question was meant more for the young man. Yes, Clark answered, not a hint of arrogance, or offense at the question of his skills. That showed a bit of promise and maturity, and Crow didn't contradict him. Nicholas accepted it for now. Okay, I assume the others have introduced themselves. Nicholas motioned to the other five. Besides him, 4 huntresses and a huntsman had been assigned here. Clark and Crow nodded. Good. Come with me. I'm going to give you a rundown of this operation. Nicholas turned and walked away from the others, who went back down inside the wall. Nicholas went back on the lift and the other two followed. They stood by an inactive spotlight as Nicholas pointed down to the roughly patched hole that the Grim had torn through the wall. That's one of the 3 main points we're defending. We can't let Grim through, and during our day shifts, we have at least 2 of us on the ground defending that point. Meanwhile, We always have 1 or 2 lookouts on top with ranged weapons. Sarah, the one with platinum blonde hair, has a sniper rifle. Lily and Violet also have weapons which mecha shift into guns, and the 3 of them are the ones who'll usually be up here. You saw my sword, bronze axes, and Lapis has a mecha shifting spear dagger. So we 3 are mostly on the ground. If any Grim happen to reach the top, it's up to the ranged fighters to protect the 2 turrets. Nicholas indicated the enormous weapons on either side of them. They were a couple 100 feet apart, and at the moment had several people fixing them. So those are our objectives. Defend the hole in the wall, the turrets, and the people repairing them. We've been told that the turrets might be fixed as early as tomorrow. The wall will take longer, but the side facing the Grim has already been patched. Once the turrets are fixed, we leave, and they'll depend on the turrets to defend them. After that, Nicholas briefed the 2 about the rotation they had. During the day, it was 2 on the ground and 1 lookout on top, but that changed at night. Grim were somewhat less active then, but still came. That's what the spotlights mounted on the wall were for. Fighting Grim in the dark wasn't easy for the majority that weren't faunus, but the Grim's glowing red eyes could still be spotted against the flat grassland. Lookouts were essential to aim the spotlights. Shifts were also longer during the night, but easier. They all had radios for communication, and used certain channels during their shifts. And there was a universal one that was only used in emergencies. He handed a radio each to Crow and Clark. Now, Nicholas needed to know their weapons and abilities so he could decide how to best add them to the rotation. He learned that Crow's weapon was a mecha shifting sword, gun, and scythe. His semblance could inflict bad luck, make enemies slip or trip up. And you? Nicholas asked Clark as he wrote them down. I don't use weapons, I'm a hand-to-hand fighter, the young man said. Nicholas raised an eyebrow at that. Really? What about dust? Clark shook his head. Well, that was interesting. The few hand-to-hand fighters Nicholas had usually still used weapons such as claws or gauntlets, and the fewer who hadn't had still used dust woven into their clothing. Semblance then? Asked the blonde huntsman. Right. I have one that gives me boosts of speed and strength. To what extent? Asked Nicholas. Fast enough to do this. Clark flashed around them in a wide circle, covering the distance in about half a second. I can also jump off the wall and back up if I need to. Really? Nicholas considered for a moment. Show me. He pointed to the edge of the wall. It was 80 feet tall. If this kid was exaggerating, he'd need to learn what it might cost him or his allies. Instead of backing down, Clark nodded calmly and jumped off. Nicholas' eyes followed Clark's descent as he fell. Most people's aura would take a big hit from a fall like that. Thud. Clark landed on his feet, and he seemed perfectly fine. The impact had kicked up loose dirt, and the ground had sunken in around him. He took a few steps away from the dip in the ground and then looked up and flexing his legs. He leapt, and when he got to the top of the wall, the afternoon sun actually blinded Nicholas as he watched him. Clark had jumped over their heads, yet he landed right in front of Nicholas. Was that good enough? He asked with a smile, although still no arrogance in his expression. Yes, Nicholas said. That had been impressive. He'd admit it. How many boosts do you get? And how does it affect your aura? A couple dozen, and it drains my aura by 3 or 4% with each use. The young man would have to use it sparingly then. He might recover some during the hours on his shift, but probably not enough to offset constant use. By the way, said Crow, who came up and patted the young man's shoulder, it would be best if you put Clark and I together. We work better as a team. Higher there, a long-haired platinum blonde woman cheerfully approached Clark on top of the wall. She wore blue leggings, a white, long-sleeved shirt and bracelets, and looked to be in her late 20s. Clark waved. Hello Ms. Valent. Just call me Sarah. In fact, just call everyone here by their first names. It's faster. She tilted her head. By the way, what are you doing up here? Is it your shift soon? No, mine's in a couple hours. I'm just watching Lily and Lapis. I'm pretty sure Lily's married, you know. And Lapis has a girlfriend. Oh no, I didn't mean it like. He trailed off and calmed down once he saw her teasing grin. That was a bit cruel. He added good-naturedly. Sorry, too bad though, I expected at least an embarrassed blush from you. Guess it's not that easy to floss to you. He shrugged. I guess not. So why are you watching them? Just trying to learn. See how they fight. From all the way up here? Sarah put her hand on her forehead as she narrowed her eyes and looked down. Don't really think you can see much. My eyesight's not half bad, he said. I really need to learn to lie better. Crow had noticed just yesterday that his eyesight was better than average. He had to keep a lid on which powers to show. You're trying to learn by watching them, huh? Are you still a student? She asked. Yeah, I am, but I'm also technically a huntsman, he answered. Technically? I'm from a nomadic tribe in Northern Vale. He easily repeated the backstory. Headmaster Ozpin noticed my talents and thought that I could do a lot of good by helping him. My ID says I'm a huntsman, but I don't really think of myself as one. Fighting Grim is important, but I don't think I'm suited for it. Well, it's not for everyone, but I'm impressed you're giving it a try, she said. Also, even if it's only technically to you, getting your huntsman license at 19 is impressive. We've all been scratching our heads since we thought someone had sent us a beacon student without telling us. Well, don't relax yet, he said with a nervous smile. I'm still not very experienced. Oh, I'm sure you'll do fine, she said reassuringly. Want some pointers? You ready? Crow turned to his partner as their shift was about to begin. Yep, said Clark. Crow smirked. You gonna leap down from the top of the wall again? No, I think I'd prefer my shoes not to be covered in dirt and grass, Clark said. I'm not usually that showy, but I got the feeling that Mr. Ark was skeptical about me. Yeah? You surprised me too, kid. How high can you jump anyway? Clark shrugged. I don't really know my upper limit. It gets hard to control where I land when I jump that high, so I didn't have a lot of opportunities to practice it. I didn't want to accidentally land in a place where someone could see me. At the top of the wall, they met with Lily, who was the lookout for their shift. She would tell them on their radios about any approaching Grim and their ETA. For the first 15 minutes of their shift, Crow and Clark just stood around waiting. Crow knew that was actually the norm for missions like these. A lot of the time, it was just plain boring. You couldn't always expect constant waves of Grim just coming at you. And you wouldn't want to. That would be exhausting. The lack of action was also good because it would be easy to hide Clark's stance on not killing Grim. There'd be less of a chance that someone would notice something off about his fighting style. Still, even if he wasn't exactly enthusiastic about it, Clark still helped Crow kill them. Although Crow couldn't avoid thinking that it defeated the purpose of not killing the Grim if breaking their legs led to them dying anyway. Crow asked him about it during their shift, and Clark had tried to explain his reasoning with an example. Say there were a pack of rabid dogs putting a town at risk, and without cures, the authorities decided to euthanize the animals. If that were his town, Clark would help gather the dogs and bring them to the proper authorities. He personally wouldn't be in danger, but the people of the town would, so it was his responsibility to give them the option to decide how to protect themselves. Clark would want them to try and find another way, but he wouldn't force them. That kind of thinking pretty much proved that Clark still thought of the Grim as normal animals. Apparently, where he came from, people didn't have their aura unlocked, so the fact that the Grim wasn't a big deal to him. He didn't understand how it was indisputable proof of souls. Regardless, it was still dangerous to let the Grim live for too long. They'd just keep growing and getting smarter. They'd start to learn. Those were the ones to watch out for. A group's headed your way from south-southeast, Lily said from their radio. Still a few miles out, so it'll be some time. Understood, Crow answered. Clark replied the same into his. Eventually, they spotted Ursai on the horizon. They didn't come as quickly as the wolves did, but they were louder. As they got closer, Crow counted 13 of them. He hoped that didn't mean anything, considering his semblance. All right, Clark. Just like we practiced earlier, we're gonna stick together, Crow said as he raised up Harbinger. There aren't as many as there would be in a pack of wolves, so it'll be faster for you to just throw them into each other while I finish them off with bullets. Make sure to call out when you do so. Got it. They met the Ursai head-on, Crow's speed matched by Clark as the two of them ran forwards. Once the first Ursa approached, Clark signaled that he would pick it up and throw it into the ones directly behind it. Clark just picked it up by its leg and flung it effortlessly into the rest. It snarled at him and kicked the air before it fell into several more Ursi. Crow finished 4 of them off with a hail of bullets. They penetrated easily and the Ursi faded away into nothing. He then transformed his weapon into a sword again as he stabbed through an approaching Ursu and pulled the blade out before it had even begun to disappear. "Again to your left," Clark announced, followed by enraged roars and the weighty thuds of Grim weighing hundreds of pounds slamming into each other. That gave Crow the chance to eliminate another 3 Ursi with his rounds. He and Clark repeated the process a couple more times, sticking close together as they took care of the remaining 5. Clark was more independent this time. He'd adapted a few lethal techniques so it wouldn't kill them, but they still did a lot of damage. Crow had never seen fingers rip through flesh before. "Man, I'd forgotten how much easier it is working with a partner," Crow said. Clark smiled. "Glad I was able to help." "Yeah, thanks." "Isn't this kind of frustrating for you though? You'd probably be able to finish off a group like that in a flash." "I could," Clark agreed, "but I won't, and I don't really mind that it took a bit longer. In fact, this might have actually been faster than me carrying all of them away. This was also safer than trying to put them away." Crow pointed out. "For you, yes, but I'm still not changing my mind." Crow just sighed. "I still don't get you, kid. So you think it's alright for me, but not for you?" "Well, not exactly." Clark rubbed the back of his head. "But I acknowledge that you don't have the choice of safely relocating them. It would be wrong to judge you for doing what you have to in order to protect others." Crow clenched his jaw. "Clark, I don't know how else I'm going to change your mind besides forcing you to watch the Grim slaughter an entire town. They kill people, and you can't just put them somewhere far away and hope that'll stop them. They come back, you know, and when they do they'll have gotten a little more experience, grown a little stronger, become a little more dangerous. And you can't be around to push them away for us each time. Hell, at some point even you might not be able to." Crow's words were having an effect. He saw how Clark's brow furrowed in thought. He continued. "The Ursi we just fought might not seem like much to you, but as far as we know, the Grim don't stop growing. If you let them live, they'll become bigger threats. Eventually, the huntsman who has to kill them next won't be able to, and a whole lot of people will die." For a few seconds, Clark remained silent. "I haven't really considered that," Clark said, and he firmly looked him in the eyes. "I'll think about what you said." Crow nodded. "Good." Over the next 3 hours, Crow killed the Grim as Clark supported him. Crow noticed that the young man had fought differently after what he said. He was fiercer. He didn't hold back as much when he knocked the Grim around. His expression was more focused, and a few times, Crow had wondered if Clark would actually do it. Use his monstrous strength to force his fist through the chest of a Grim. He never did. Only using his power into taking away mobility. That attitude only appeared when the Grim did. Clark's mood didn't really change during the downtime as they waited. It gave them the chance to talk, and it was surprisingly easy to talk to him. Unlike certain other teenagers, he actually seemed to want to listen. Crow told him stories about his nieces and their complaints about detention, and also got Clark embarrassed when he told him how Ruby was a very avid supporter of the Dart. Clark also told him about his home, how he'd had to use his powers to stop others who abused their own, a sports coach who could control fire, someone with telekinesis. Hell, it was like he was fighting people with rogue semblances. He'd had friends he could trust to help him too. Some normal people, others like a rich guy who put on a hood and glasses and went out to fight crime with a bow and arrow, and another friend who had an aptitude for computers. According to Clark, if she were here he could probably find the last phantom a lot faster. Finally, their shift ended, and they headed back up the wall. Clark went down to his room first, but Crow had been stopped by Nicholas. "I saw you two out there. You're acting as a crutch for him," Nicholas stated with crossed arms. "I don't know what you mean. We're just a team," Crow said. Nicholas snorted. "A team, maybe, but I got a closer look." He held up a pair of binoculars. "He didn't kill a single Grim out there. You killed them all for him." "And is that a problem, Crow?" "Considering you've lived this long, I'm not going to call you an idiot." "You know why it's a problem." "Welp, there went that sorry attempt at misdirection." Of course Crow knew why it looked like a problem. To Nicholas, Clark was just a kid with a powerful semblance and a buttload of aura who was putting himself in danger by not killing the Grim. The reality was that Clark was a lightning-fast, invincible, super-strong alien. He wasn't at risk from Grim, and putting him on solo missions would allow him to go all out. Crow was also sure that Clark wouldn't let them hurt anyone either. Too bad he couldn't say any of that. Just. Trust me, there's more to it than you think, Crow said. He can handle Grim on his own just fine. He has an actual huntsman license for a reason. Just put him and me together for a few more shifts. The turrets will be fixed tomorrow and we'll be out of your hair. Nicholas frowned. This is more than him being able to fight Grim on his own, which I haven't seen any indication of him being capable of. If he's a huntsman, he has to work with others. I know, but now's not the time, answered Crow. I don't see why not. Look, he can learn teamwork later. Right now, it's not a good idea. No. He needs to learn as quickly as possible before he gets himself or anyone else killed. Damn it, the blonde bastard wasn't going to budge. Crow had no other choice. Look, Clark was raised in a nomadic tribe with weird beliefs. He has this principle of no killing, not even the Grim. Nicholas's nostrils flared. What? Then why is he even here? You saw how strong and fast he is. He's not killing them, but he's a huge help. To be fair, he wasn't happy to do that much. But I think I'm starting to change his mind. This isn't the time or the place for that. Nicholas sighed. Fine, I won't team him up with anyone else, especially if they can't depend on him. I'll need to change the schedule, but you and Clark still have the 4 a.m. shift. Crow almost wanted to blame him for giving them that one out of spite, but he couldn't. Nicholas was uncompromising, not petty. The right choice. Knock knock knock. Clark rapped gently on the wooden door to Crow's room. Crow, Clark called out. No answer. He tried knocking again. Crow, it's 3:15. You told me to wake you up now. From the other side of the door, Clark heard how he'd interrupted Crow's easy breathing and the man got up from his bed with a groan. Then, with heavy, plodding steps, he reached the door and opened it. You sleep well? Clark asked with a playful smile. Ha ha, real funny, Crow said. He rubbed some messy hair from his face and yawned. Sorry, but most people need a little something called sleep. I sleep too. Yeah, well you sure don't look like it. Crow looked him over. Waking up at 3 in the morning didn't really affect him as much as it seemed to Crow, but Clark wasn't happy about it either. Anyway, our shift's in about 40 minutes. Clark said. I'll be up on the wall while you get ready. Crow nodded and stretched before heading back inside his room. Clark walked through the narrow, concrete halls until he reached the door leading out to the wall. Once he stepped outside, he saw that Remnant's shattered moon, which he still wasn't used to, shone low in the clear western sky, providing some low light. The spotlights on the wall were on, pointing down to Lapis and Brun, who at the moment were waiting for the Grim. The purple-haired Violet was on lookout to Clark's right with her rifle sword. It was a little while before she noticed him. And once she did, she walked over. It's not time for your shift yet, is it? She took out her scroll. Yeah, you still have like half an hour. Actually, I thought it might be interesting to see how actual huntsmen fight with only the spotlights to see. Clark answered. He saw fine in the dark. Even before he'd gotten the ability to see in infrared, low light hadn't been an issue for him. He'd already tripped up with using telescopic vision around Crow and Sarah, so he needed to try and see how they fought without seeing in the dark. He'd have to pretend not to notice objects that were easily visible to him. You got up earlier so you could watch them fight? Violet tilted her head and narrowed her eyes. Sarah said you'd gotten your license recently. Fine, I'll give you a run-through of what they do. She pointed down at the overlapping circles of light on the ground. Obviously, we want to lure Grim into the light. Can't fight them if you can't see them after all, and none of us are formless. But there's more than that. Always try to keep the light behind you. They're bright as hell. Even from the ground you don't want to look straight up at them. You can use that against the Grim though, hit them while they're blinded. She continued, telling him about strategies that a team of 2 would use. For example, one standing out to the far edge of the light and the pair tagging in and out as necessary while they moved further back towards the wall and into the light. Or even circling around the light, since the mindless Grim would chase after the two rather than go directly for the wall. Roughly 15 minutes later, Violet was able to describe the reasoning behind their moves as they watched Lapis and Brun cut down some borbay tusks. Brun was usually behind her, since she had higher mobility with her spear. They switched around a couple times, and it was a good strategy, as they hardly had to move back toward the wall at all. "Oh, here comes Sarah," Violet noted at the end of the fight. "She's going to be the lookout for you too, right?" "Yep, hey you two." Sarah waved at them slowly. She clearly lacked the energy that had been so prominent yesterday. "You all right?" asked Violet. "I can stay up here for a few more minutes if you need to splash some water in your face or something to wake up." "No, it's fine." Sarah shook her head and yawned. "I already did, and even drank some of that awful instant coffee. I'm just not a morning person, but I'll be okay." "Well, at least you'll be able to sleep again after the shift," Clark said. "Yeah. That's basically all that's keeping me going right now." "Well, that and the fact that Nick would probably rip my head off if I fell asleep on duty," Sarah groaned. "But then we're probably gonna be in action again at noon." Apparently, they spotted a big group heading this way that would have needed all 6 of us. "Now that you and Crow are here, that probably means all 8 of us will be called in." Violet sighed. "That's not going to be fun." "Well, good luck." "I'm going to sleep." She went to the door for the stairs. Crow arrived, and their shift went without any hitches. It hadn't been easy for Clark to pretend he didn't see the Grim until they were a lot closer, but he generally tried to react to them after Crow did. It helped that Sarah also gave them more detailed information with her scope about approaching packs. The pre-dawn glow a couple hours into their shift had lifted everyone's mood though. It was easier for Crow and Sarah to stay awake, and Clark had been used to waking up around this time back home. The faint orange glow was a familiar sight, and Clark could point out Grim in the distance without suspicion falling on him. Their shift ended at 7. The moment it arrived, Sarah immediately rushed off to bed, and Crow obviously wanted to hit the hay as well. However, when they reached the top of the wall, Nicholas Uck was there to greet them. "I need to talk to you too," Nicholas announced, and turned back towards the interior of the wall. "Come with me." He led them down to an unused room with only a wooden table and a few chairs where they sat down. "All right," he said. "I've made a decision, and before I go through with it, I want to make sure of a few things. Clark, is it true that your beliefs are stopping you from killing the Grim?" "Yes." Clark looked over at Crow, who'd suddenly developed an interest in staring at the wall. Hadn't the plan been to keep that a secret? "Then, to be frank, why are you even here?" asked Nicholas. "We need people to defend the wall and kill the Grim attacking it. Your little setup with Crow's worked out so far, but are you going to have him hold your hand for all of your missions?" "Sir, I'm here because I want to help," Clark answered. "I don't think it's necessary to kill the Grim to defend people. I have my own ways of dealing with them." "What? Breaking their legs?" Clark blinked a couple times. "Yes, actually." "And you do nothing else?" Nicholas snorted. "I've seen you fight. You're leaving them behind for Crow to finish off. You think that'll work on a solo mission?" "I'm willing to carry the Grim away so they won't hurt anyone." Nicholas just stared at him before shaking his head. "Unbelievable, Crow. You actually brought him here knowing what he thinks?" "Hey, I'd had some idea of his beliefs, but I didn't think he'd take it this far," replied Crow. "To be honest, I'm with you on this. I've been trying to change his mind for the past couple days." Crow. "Look kid," interrupted Crow. "I know you grew up differently from us, but I've tried to explain it to you. We need you to kill the Grim." "I'll only do it if I have to," Clark answered. "And you think that you don't need to?" Nicholas asked. "Is that final? You're not going to kill the Grim for us?" Clark nodded. "Yes, it's final." "Fine." Nicholas took out his scroll. "Crow, I'm sending you and everyone else a new schedule." "Clark, you're off it, completely." "If you're not going to do your job, we don't need you." "Now hold on," Crow argued. "That's taking it a bit too far. He's still been a lot of help, maybe, but he's not pulling his weight." Nicholas said. "I've seen him toss Grim around. He could be doing a lot more if he didn't hold back. I don't know what his circumstances are, but the Grim won't care. And neither will anyone they end up killing because he let them go." He turned his gaze to Clark. "Do you have a problem with my decision?" For a moment, Clark thought about arguing. Crow was right, even without killing them. He was helping. But after a single look at Nicholas Ark's uncompromising eyes, he realized that anything he said would be pointless. At least, anything besides agreeing to kill the Grimm. "No, I don't," said Clark. He felt uneasy, but he'd seen the huntsmen fight. They'd be fine, and the people of the town would be safe. "All right." Nicholas nodded. "You're welcome to stay here until the turrets are fixed later tonight and Crow's mission is done." "Thank you," Clark said. "But I'll stay in Ashbury. I have something to take care of." "Okay, the bullhead will. Actually, I'll get there on foot." Clark had seen how Nicholas had been confused by his decision to walk to Ashbury. It had actually been kind of funny. Of course, he'd made sure he was out of sight once he sped back to the town. Still, even if it hadn't gone as he'd thought it would, this had been a useful learning experience. Group missions weren't for him. No huntsman would accept his methods of fighting Grimm. They'd likely react the same way Nicholas had. Well, at least he had time to continue with his search for the final phantom. The town's library wasn't open yet, but he was still able to look up articles on his scroll. Hours later, after he'd felt that he'd read enough, he found nothing. Maybe he could head back to Vale and deal with any crime there. Clark decided against it. Getting there without air transportation would seem suspicious if anyone ever started to dig into his background. The only bullheads around were at the wall, and he'd already told them he'd stay in town. If anyone saw him in Vale only minutes later, that would be the first breadcrumb in the trail. And no way he was going to allow someone else try to blackmail or publicize him again. Maybe he could relax for once. If the phantom wasn't doing anything, then worrying over it wouldn't help. With that attitude, he strolled to a nearby coffee shop and bought a breakfast sandwich and some orange juice. The food was good, and were made from local ingredients according to the store owner. The people here were easier to talk to than most in the city. Some in the shop had recognized him as a newcomer, and more than a few were curious about him. He kept up his facade as a regular, albeit young, huntsman. Ashbury had quite the population of farmers, and Clark was more than comfortable talking to them. Of course, it was a bit awkward when they thanked him for fighting the Grimm, but he accepted their words with as much grace as he could. Clark thanked them for their time and bought a pair of headphones from a nearby store. There was a park nearby that looked nice, so he found a nice patch of grass, lay down, and listened to some relaxing music. It was nice taking a break to soak up some sunlight, and the music also took the majority of his attention away from his super hearing. It wasn't often that he was able to loosen up his constant control of it. He didn't feel sleepy, despite waking up incredibly early today. Still, he closed his eyes as he felt the nice and soft grass and his nose caught a hint of pollen. Spring was rapidly approaching. Clark relaxed, and didn't hear the woman's hurried approach until she was almost right next to him. Once he noticed her, he pulled the headphones out of his ears. "Yes, can I help you?" he asked as he sat up. She was a blonde woman who looked to be in her early 40s, wearing a white blouse and long brown pants. What worried Clark though was the panicked expression on her face. Her wide eyes and the sweat on her brow almost made him think of the worst. "You're Clark Kent, the huntsman, right?" she asked in a shrill voice. He stood up. "Yes, I am. It's my son, Cyan. He left this note." She handed a piece of paper to him. "I don't know when, but it must have been while my husband and I were out. Normally he sleeps in or watches cartoons during the weekend, but he's been going on and on about you huntsman, and don't worry Mom, I'll do my best to help. Please, calm down." Clark waited a few moments for her breathing to slow, and he read the note. "Mom, Dad, I'm taking my bike and going to the wall to see the huntsman fight the Grimm. I know you said I can't go but I have to. Don't worry, it'll be totally awesome and safe." Clark, one of the huntsmen, already got his license and he's 19. "If I learn how he fights, I might be able to do it too. I know I'll probably be grounded like forever. I still think is unfair, but that's not gonna stop me." The wall was dangerous, but Cyan would be fine. No way the huntsman would let him near any Grimm. They'd send him back the moment he showed up. "Mom," Clark said in a calm voice. "Don't worry, your son will be fine. I'll call them and make he's brought back home." She nodded, relieved somewhat. "Thank you," she said. "No problem." Clark found Crow's contact information and dialed He waited for Crow to pick up and waited and waited. The caller you are. He looked at his scroll with a confused expression. Why wasn't Crow answering? It was only a bit past noon. Could he be on his shift right now? Wait, Sarah had said that at around no. A scream sounded in the distance, too far and faint for anyone but Clark to hear it. He recognized the voice. It was Cyan. Sorry, I have to go. He rushed off at a normal sprint behind the closest building he could find, and scanned the area in an instant. Once he confirmed nobody would see him, he raced off at full speed. For a brief moment, he heard another sound, like the cawing of a bird. Before he could listen for more, the Doppler effect took hold and distorted sounds beyond recognition. Even as he pushed himself to go faster, it felt like he was moving in slow motion, the trees and grass rolling by lazily. The last time he'd felt hyper-awareness like this had been when he'd caught the cars during the Paladin's rampage. Yet even that hadn't been to this extent. Clark feared the worst. If Cyan got hurt, it would be Clark's fault. It had been because of him that the boy had wanted to do something so reckless. Clark should have demanded to stay at the wall and fight anyway. He would have been in the position to defend him. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Go faster. He pumped his legs as fast as he dared without kicking clear through the ground. Outracing bullets was routine for him. He could make it. He could make it. Finally, Clark saw the enormous Nevermore hundreds of feet away above the grass in the middle of its descent. It must have had a 40-foot wingspan at least, and its talons looked nasty. Clark couldn't spare any focus for X-ray or telescopic vision at this speed, but as he got closer, he saw Cyan flat on the ground next to his bike. Could he carry him away? No, the Nevermore was too close. Clark couldn't slow down. Normally, things he picked up at high speeds seemed to be able to withstand it when they shouldn't. But at this speed he couldn't risk it. He might trip Cyan's arm off, or end up breaking his back. Heat vision was out. Even if he seared a wing off, the Grim might still land on Cyan. Super breath. The Nevermore was pretty big though. And even if the blast of air went hundreds of miles per hour, it still might not reach Cyan in time. In less than a millisecond, Clark made his decision. If he leapt up into the Nevermore and knocked it onto the other side of the wall, Cyan would be safe. He'd make sure to break its wings as well, and let the huntsman kill it. Clark launched off the ground, dirt and loose rocks exploding from his impact. He rammed into the Nevermore's chest and came out through the other side. Clark blinked in surprise and turned his head. He'd pushed the Grim away, but he'd pierced through its body. Already, the corpse began to fade, and parts of it disappeared before they even hit the ground. He hardly noticed the fact that he'd begun to sail over the wall. He'd killed the Grim. Backslash. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Cyan quickly got up and ran over to his bicycle before he began to yell, help, help. Huntsman, please. He didn't know what had just happened. Everything had gone perfectly in his head. He'd come here, see them shoot and slice the Grim while he watched and took notes. There wasn't supposed to be Grim on this side of the wall. They were supposed to be on the other side, but someone had saved him. They must have shot the Nevermore before it reached him. He even saw a crater nearby, which had to be from their weapon. He needed them to come. There were going to be more Grim. They were going to come and eat him, and suddenly, a shower of dirt and pebbles pelted Cyan's face and he had to drop his bike to cover himself with his arms. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is here? A man said in front of him. The anger in his voice was clear, but Cyan was so relieved he didn't care. Clark, it was him. He must have saved him. I was so scared. I thought there. Cyan shuddered as he started crying. This was so stupid. He couldn't cry in front of Clark. He'd look like a total wimp, but he couldn't stop and continued blubbering and wiping his face. Why would you think it would be a good idea for you to come here? Clark's voice still harsh. After clearing away the tears, Cyan saw Clark glaring at him. I wanted to see you and the others fight, said Cyan quietly as he looked down at the ground. He sniffled as he waited for the scolding. He could feel the disappointment coming from Clark. It was almost like his dad, but 1,000 times worse because Clark was actually cool. Plus, he'd just killed an Nevermore, and he was mad. That was scary. You could have gotten killed, Clark said. He motioned for him to come over. I'm putting you someplace safe until we can get you back home. When Cyan walked over, Clark lifted him with one hand. Like a baby. Cyan opened his mouth to complain, but shut it when Clark glared at him. Clark's grip was secure, and in his other hand was Cyan's legs. Clark bent his legs and jumped. Whoa! Cyan scrambled to grab onto Clark when they were launched like 100 feet in the air. The wall got closer and closer, real close. For a second, Cyan was afraid they'd hit the side. Instead, Clark landed softly just on top of the wall, and set the boy and his bike down. That was awesome. How did you do that? He asked Clark. Go inside. Clark ignored the question with a hard expression. Go to that door and stay inside. Don't come out. Cyan looked over to the huntsman in the middle of combat. He had to watch. He'd never get a chance like this again. But Cyan, you can either go in there on your own or I'll find a room to lock you in so you don't hurt yourself. Oh okay. The young boy picked up his bike and walked it over to the door with slumped shoulders. He went in. Any thought of peeking out squashed completely. Clark. Sarah approached Clark with sweat on her brow and her weapon ready. Where the hell did you just come from? I thought you were off the mission. I am, he answered. Well, you're here now, and Sarah turned to the side and took some shots at a group of Nevermore, all smaller than the one that had gotten over the wall. She waited until they all faded before speaking again. I saw you come out of nowhere to take down that Nevermore and bring the kid up. We could really use your help. I'll make sure that kid doesn't get in the line of fire. Clark nodded, and looked down to see that things weren't going terribly great for them. All 7 of them were here. Lily and Violet were further along the wall, shooting off into a group of remaining Nevermore, while everyone else dealt with the multitudes on the ground. It seemed like they had it under control though. The one large Nevermore was probably the only issue. Do you know about my beliefs about killing? He asked. Nope. Is that really important right now? She asked distractedly while reloading her weapon. I won't kill Grim unless I think it's necessary, considering what's going on here. I think it is, answered Sarah. Stop messing around, Clark. I just saw you kill an Nevermore. We're holding up okay here, but the ground team would do great with another member. Get down there as quick as you can. Clark nodded. Now wasn't the time to argue. There were still several dozen Grim remaining below. He jumped off, landing hundreds of feet away from the wall, but right by Crow. Clark? Crow asked once he saw him. What are you doing here? I thought you were back in town. I'm here to help. With a few strong kicks, Clark snapped the legs of a couple Ursi. They fell over and growled, still trying to claw at him with their broken limbs. What in the hell are you doing here? Nicholas Ark repeated the question. The blonde had gotten close while Clark had been distracted and was slashing through the underbelly of a Borbatusk. I talked to Sarah, Clark explained. She said you could use help. We've got this handled, Nicholas said. We can't look after someone who won't even do his job as a huntsman. Go back up the wall. I don't need to be looked after. Clark was hit by a swipe from a wolf, and didn't even flinch. Then, he knocked it flat on its back. He saw Nicholas' eyes widen at the lack of reaction. And no offense, but you don't have everything handled. On my way here, an Nevermore managed to get over the wall. So what? Nicholas said. The 3 on top wouldn't have let it get any deeper inside. They can all use recoil from their weapons to reach up and stab it if they have to. It wouldn't have gone into town. There was a child who'd come nearby because he wanted to see the huntsman fight. Clark said. I had to deal with the Nevermore to save him. It had been too close for anyone else to do anything about it. A child? Where is he now? Asked Nicholas. He sliced through a wolf and jumped back from another's claws. I put him inside. Sarah's making sure he doesn't come out. Good. Nicholas stayed silent for a few moments. Clark realized he was coming to a decision. I can't stop you from staying to fight, but don't hinder anyone else. Once we're done, we'll talk more. For now, focus on your job. Clark agreed, and they fought the Grim for the next 20 or so minutes. Clark stayed near Crow, since he was the one who knew Clark's strategy best. However, he also made sure to place a few incapacitated Grim in Nicholas' path. Enough to show his usefulness, and all the while making sure not to interfere with anyone else. By the time they'd finished, all of the others were breathing heavier and covered in sweat. Clark knew how suspicious it looked that he didn't seem the least bit winded. "I'll go check on the kid," Clark said. He leapt away, hopefully before any of them noticed the lack of sweat on him. Although there were still some surprised noises from the huntsman who hadn't seen the height he could reach. He landed and went inside. "Cyan, you can come out now," he called out into the halls. The young boy came up while leading his bike by the handlebars. "It's over?" he asked. "It is, and you're going home." "Okay, can I at least talk to the other huntsman first?" he asked hopefully. "You can," Clark answered. "In fact, you'll have to talk with at least one of them." Clark first let Cyan gush over Sarah and her weapon. The blue-haired boy's excitement had returned easily. It was incredible how children could bounce back like that, especially from what he'd experienced. He was all smiles as the huntress indulgently explained the workings of her weapon. She was kind to Cyan. She still chided him, but it was without any real heat. Maybe she had a soft spot for children. Nicholas was the huntsman that Cyan needed to speak with though. The blonde was nowhere near as kind to the boy as Sarah. Once the situation had been explained to him, he hadn't held back with his scolding, pointing out to Cyan's stupidity and how he could have gotten himself killed. He must have been quite intimidating to the 12-year-old. Clark disagreed with the way he'd done it, but none of what the man said was wrong. "Clark, take a bullhead and make sure he gets back to Ashbury," Nicholas ordered. "You killed an Evermore. Is that the situation it takes for you to kill the Grim? Or are you gonna help us until the turrets get fixed?" "Sir, I hadn't even meant to kill it," Clark said. "I was trying to jump into it and push it away, and break its wings to immobilize it. Instead, I went too fast and barreled right through it." Nicholas snorted. "And here I'd thought you'd learned something. You can stay in Ashbury too. You're not welcome back." The bullhead ride back was silent, since Nicholas' heated lecture had evaporated all of Cyan's enthusiasm. It wasn't a long trip. Within minutes, they were back in town. "Oh, my baby." Cyan's mother ran up and smothered her son the moment the door had opened. Like only a parent could, her concern and fear immediately turned to anger. "How could you be so reckless?" she screamed. "We're going to be chaining your bike up for weeks, and you're grounded as well. No more video games or TV until I say so either. And none of that huntsman nonsense. No classes." Cyan's head jerked up at the last one. "But Mom, don't you dare talk back. Do you have any idea what you just put your father and me through? Your punishment's going to last for a very long time." Okay, that's fine," he argued frantically. "Punish me. Make me do all the chores. Take away my video games. But you can't stop me from going to fighting classes." "Enough." The blue-haired man by her side spoke for the first time. "Listen to your mother. We've tolerated you wanting to a huntsman for now, but if you're going to risk your life like this, we can't allow it." Cyan didn't answer. Instead, he stared at the ground with clenched fists. Clark watched on silently. Taking away Cyan's dream would only make him lash out. The boy had made a mistake. Admittedly, one that could have been fatal, but children made mistakes. Clark could understand the parents' concern, but the right thing would be to try to teach him to chase his aspirations responsibly, not outright deny them to him. Cyan's mother left with the boy, and his father came up to Clark and shook his hand. "Hi, I'm Merrin. Thank you so much for bringing him back, and I'm sorry for the trouble he must have caused you." "There's no need to apologize," Clark said. The boy had forced his hand against the Grim, but that wasn't the parents' fault. "I knew he was enthusiastic about becoming a huntsman, but I wouldn't have expected him to ride his bike out miles out to the wall. If you don't mind me asking, why is he so set on it? I suppose telling you is the least I can do after you helped us." The father shook his head once he explained. "It's because of his uncle Argent, my wife's brother, who is a huntsman. Whenever he was around, he'd tell stories about his missions, brag about his kills, that sort of thing, and I guess Cyan was inspired by them. He's wanted to be a huntsman ever since he was young, but when his uncle died a few years ago, it became almost all he talked about. He started learning how to fight from a local retired huntsman, and started obsessing over Grim and weapons." "I see. Clark paused, thinking on how to best phrase his next words. I don't have any right to tell you how to raise your children, but I don't think you should try to force him off being a huntsman. Merrin grit his teeth. Excuse me? After what he just did? I don't mean any disrespect, sir. Clark raised his palms to calm the man down. But unless you can keep a constant eye on him, there's no guarantee that he'll stop trying to become a huntsman. He'll probably sneak off to his classes, or hide his books, and if Grim happened to enter the wall again, he might repeat his mistake. He's frightened now, but for someone his age, that memory might not stick. The man was silent, he looked off in the distance, deep in thought. I get what you mean. When I was younger, my dad tried to force me to stop drinking. It ended up pissing me off and made me want it more. But this is different. He almost died. That's true. Clark nodded. But whenever I did something wrong, I was personally taught about my responsibilities and the consequences of my actions whenever I did something wrong. My punishments always came with explanation. At Cyan's age, it's not easy to realize everything that could have gone wrong, and how his loved ones would have been affected. I understand that you're angry. It shows you care. But if you decide to carry out your punishment, I hope you explain why you're doing it. Merrin chuckled good-naturedly. Look at me, taking parenting advice from someone half my age. Well, I'm not too prideful to admit it's good advice. Thank you. Clark shook his head. No need to thank me. I'm just sharing what I saw my parents do. Consider the advice theirs. You're humble too, Merrin noted. Okay, if they did as good a job with you as it looks, I'll try. Seriously though, thank you Clark for bringing him back. And even if the advice is your parents', you are the one who decided to share it. I guess so. Clark assented. Sharing the advice was the easy part. His parents had been the ones who'd put in the hard work and followed it. He should be right in here, Krause said as he approached the door to the room Clark had rented. Okay. Are you sure you won't mind me talking to him for a bit? Asked Sarah. They'd just finished their mission after all, and Krause must have been eager to go back home. She didn't want to waste his time by delaying his partner. Krause rolled his eyes. Answer's still the same as before. If you think you can convince him, I won't stop you. Clark's thick-headed though, so good luck. At that, Krause left. Sarah took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Clark opened it. Sarah? She waved. Hi. Yep, it's me. I'd heard from Nick and Krause about your beliefs, and I wanted to talk to you before you left. Krause agreed to wait around for a while. Okay, and I guess you'll try and persuade me to kill the Grim? That wasn't a good look. For a second, she wondered whether he'd close the door in her face. Instead, Clark welcomed her in. I've been thinking about that too actually, considering what happened with that Nevermore earlier. He sounded disappointed with himself. Why? Even he must have thought he'd had to kill that Grim to save the boy, and the way he'd done it had been incredible. She'd seen him blast through the Nevermore and land on the other side of the wall, and the ease with which he leapt over it had been amazing. Well, I already know the general outlines, but I'd like to hear from you why you think it's wrong to kill Grim. Is that okay? Asked Sarah. It's fine, Clark began, and instead of mentioning the Grim, he first went on to explain about how he'd been raised. Stealing, cheating, violence. His parents had been quick to teach him about right and wrong. Violence was always a last resort to him. And even then, it was hardly ever one he'd followed through with. He'd always grown up with the fact that he could end up killing people if he wasn't careful. She'd been confused by that, and he'd given a hasty explanation about how he'd had his strength ever since he was young, and that he'd had to learn to control it. According to him, no one had the right to kill, especially not him. She was actually pretty impressed by that. He really seemed to think that even the most terrible people might still have a chance at redemption. But he extended his tenet of not killing even to Grim. He did admit though, that once he'd left his home, he'd had to amend that. Acknowledging that there would likely be situations where he'd have to kill Grim if he wanted to save human lives. He actually wasn't sure whether the incident with the Nevermore earlier counted. He'd planned to deal with it another way, but after thinking on it some more, he wasn't sure whether he could have pulled it off otherwise. So far he'd been immobilizing Grim for other huntsmen to pick them off. and he'd said he would have preferred to carry the Grim off instead, where they wouldn't harm anyone, which was insanity, although she kept that thought to himself. Did he really think he had that luxury? Was he really willing to put in the hours to lift them miles away? From the look in his eyes, he was. Still, he hadn't interfered with the huntsmen doing their jobs. They weren't like him, he said. They were in actual danger from the Grim while he wasn't. Hold on, Sarah interjected while he was in the middle of his explanation. You're saying you're safe from the Grim? I've seen them attack you. You might have a lot of aura, but it can't be infinite. What are you talking about? What confused her most, how he'd said it without a hint of arrogance, like it was just a fact. His eyes widened and he shook his head. That was a mistake. I'm different. That's all I can say. Sarah tilted her head. She was curious, but didn't try to dig any deeper. Okay. Well, I think I have a good idea of your beliefs now. Thanks. You've given me a lot to think about. You're not going to tell me that I have to kill them? He asked after a few moments of silence. Or that they're just monsters, and that I shouldn't hold back from killing them before they become bigger threats? No, I'm not. Sarah actually surprised herself a bit with that answer. When she'd come here, she'd thought that Clark might be some religious fanatic or something. But he was just a good kid, and now she knew why. You've probably already heard that from Crow and Nicholas. Do I think you should kill the Grim? Yeah, but that's your choice, and besides, you were still helpful in your own way. Thank you. He grinned. Crow and Nicholas looked at me like I was crazy. Hey, I may not necessarily disagree. She smiled to show she was joking. She then gave him a serious look. I think it might be a good idea for you to read up on some history though, specifically how the towns Raynham and Oved fell. Just a warning though, they're not pretty. Thank you. I will, he promised. She nodded and said her goodbyes. Had telling him about those towns been the right thing to do? The recordings were brutal, but they might be the only things that would convince him. Friends. A gentle rapping sounded from the other side of the wooden door. Come in, Oabalek said, putting aside the assignments he'd been grading. It was rather late in the evening for a visitor. Was it a student who'd come to his office to request assistance? Or a colleague? A young man stepped in. Clark. Oabalek greeted Beacon's newest, and somewhat odd, staff member. Greetings, is there anything I can help you with? Hello Professor. Clark greeted the professor and sat down in front of his desk. And yeah, I've been trying to research a couple topics, but I'm having some trouble. I thought you could help me since you're a history professor. Of course, I'd be glad to assist you. Oabalek nodded and took a drink from his thermos. What are the subjects you're trying to research? 2 towns that fell to the Grim. Raynham and Oved. Oabalek's grip tightened, almost to the point where he'd crushed the handle of his container. I see. Is there a problem, sir? Clark asked. Oabalek shook his head hurriedly. No, not at all. If I may ask, do you have a particular interest in these 2 towns? Not really. The young man still seemed confused by Oabalek's reaction, but he was at least convinced that it was nothing to make a fuss over. I was just told that I should learn about them. Told to learn about them? Why would anyone think that was necessary? Oabalek wasn't one to scorn knowledge, but most graduated huntsmen weren't even taught about the destruction of either of the 2 towns. It was detrimental to morale, but if one wished to learn, Oabalek wouldn't stand in his way. I have some footage and documents that I can send you, he offered. But before I do so, I should warn you, the records are rather disturbing. Raynham and Oved fell to ancient Grim that had developed intelligence, but what makes them more unique is that they are the only cases which we have footage of. Strange and terrible behavior was noted. How bad is it? I'd recommend you not share them with anyone who can't hold their stomach. Oabalek answered. Nor any of the students. While I am averse to depriving them of knowledge, this is a different matter. Clark narrowed his eyes. Okay. Very well, I'll send them to you later tonight after I've completed my work. The professor said. Again, please remember, they're rather gruesome. Clark nodded and stood up. I will. Thank you Professor. After the young man went out the door, Oabalek sighed. That had been weird. The moment Clark had mentioned Raynham and Oved, Professor Oabalek had paled and tensed up. These were people that fought monsters on a regular basis. Were the events in those towns really bad enough to affect them like that? The professor had even thought that the students weren't ready for it. Clark went to his room and sat at the dining room table, tapping the wood with his finger. He'd read up on what the Grimm were capable of, but pretty much everyone else in this world knew better than he did on how terrible they could be. Had the attacks on these towns been awful enough for Sarah to think they'd convince Clark? His thoughts were interrupted by his scroll buzzing. He took it out of his pocket, expecting Crow or Headmaster Ozpin. However, the call was from a number he didn't recognize. "Hello?" he asked, accepting the call. He briefly wondered whether it was a telemarketer. He hadn't been bothered by them before, and he hadn't given this number out to anyone. "Hi Clark." It was a girl's voice. "Wait a second. It is you, right? I'm only getting sound on my end." It didn't take him long to recognize the voice. "Velvet? Why yeah. It's me," she answered in a cheerful tone. "How did you get this number?" There was a pause before she answered. "I asked the headmaster how I could get a hold of staff members, and he gave me your number." "Sorry, that was pretty creepy, huh?" "Not really," he replied. It was strange, but he didn't find anything wrong with it, although he would have preferred it if his number had been kept private. "So, is something wrong with your scroll?" she asked. "I'm only getting audio from you." He held the device away from his ear and looked down. He was receiving video of her. The Faunus girl was sat at a desk and looked at the camera in confusion. The image was actually pretty high quality, way better than the webcams back home. "Sorry, I prefer to use audio calls instead." Clark just wasn't used to having a device in his pocket that could let him talk with people face to face. "Oh. So, anyway, I called because I wanted to ask. She looked down and fidgeted with her hands. "There's an Achievement concert this Friday and I was wondering whether you wanted to come along with me." Clark tilted his head. "Are you asking me out on a date?" Velvet practically jumped out of her chair and her cheeks flushed. "Why yeah, I guess I am. Do you want to?" "I'm really flattered. The thing is, I got out of a relationship fairly recently, and I'm not really ready to get into another one," he said. Velvet was rather pretty, and she seemed to be a nice girl. Her bunny ears were strange, but he'd get accustomed to them after a little while. Normally, he would have given it more thought, but after what happened with Lana. "Oh, okay," she answered. Her head dropped and her ears drooped down. Clark tried to think of something to comfort her. It was terrible being rejected by someone, and she had more courage than he had when admitting her feelings. "What?" Velvet raised her head and looked to the side. "Excuse me?" Clark asked. He could hear someone making pencil marks on paper from the scroll. "Oh, it's nothing." Velvet looked back before glaring off to the side. She then paled, and turned back to the camera. "I forgot to ask. Coco's been curious about you too. When I told her about how you helped me, she said that she wanted to meet you and thank you personally, along with the rest of my team. Is that okay?" That teammate of hers was crafty. It was a good excuse to try and get him to spend more time with Velvet, since it wasn't like he could say no. "Sure. Maybe in a couple days though, because I'm a bit busy." "Is Wednesday at 4:30 fine?" "Yeah." "Gee great." Velvet seemed a lot more nervous than excited. "We'll meet you at the front of the school." "See you then." She waved and ended their call. How could you do that, Coco? Velvet looked to the side where her leader and best friend stood. "Do what?" Coco smirked. "Get you some time with Loverboy." "I think you should be thanking me, but now he knows how I feel. It'll be so awkward," said Velvet. "It's just a little crush. I would have gotten over it." "Really?" Coco lowered her shades and looked Velvet in the eyes. Her little bun had been gushing over Clark for over a week. "Eventually." She answered weakly. Well, thanks to me, you won't have to. Come on girl, have some confidence. You're pretty, smart, skilled, and you have a hell of a weapon. You can get this guy no problem." Velvet blushed. "He already said no though." "And you're gonna leave it at that?" asked Coco. "Now, obviously you shouldn't pester the guy, but we've learned something important. He didn't say no because he doesn't like you. He said no because he still has baggage from his last relationship. Which implies that otherwise he'd give you a shot. Or he could have just mentioned that to be nice. He still might just not want to date me." Coco shook her head. "Oh, cheer up. If that's true, then spending more time will still help us by confirming that. Besides, A lot of people start off as friends before they date. He might not want to date you now, but give it some time, and I'm sure you'll be able to bring him around. You think so? I know so. Have I led you wrong before? Who was it that helped you work up the nerve to ask the headmaster for his number and make a call? You, Velvet admitted, and then scowled. But you also basically threatened me into a super awkward meet-up with him and our team. Coco held up the paper she'd written her message on teasingly. Hey, I wouldn't have actually told the guy you wanted to have his babies. Not unless it was true, she added with a smirk. Velvet blushed before turning around in her chair. HMPH, Coco chuckled. Her teammate was just too cute. She was so painfully shy that it had taken quite a bit of prepping and reassurance to make this call. No way was Coco just gonna let Clark go after all this work. He seemed like a nice guy too, and Velvet really liked him. She'd have to order Fox and Yats not to go too far as intimidating, overprotective teammates. Maybe they could let a little bit out. Couldn't have let someone take advantage of Velvet after all, no matter how nice they seemed. And it'd be hilarious how her little bun would be mortified by their behavior. Sir, could I get an explanation as to why my scroll number was just given to one of your students? Asked Clark. He'd come to the headmaster's office soon after he'd gotten the call from Velvet. Luckily, the man had been in and he could get answers. Excuse me? Ah yes, if I recall. Miss Scarletina had requested it. Was that an issue? Asked Ozpin. Clark narrowed his eyes. Normally, listening to a person's heartbeat and watching for any little tells was a pretty good indicator of whether they were lying or not. But this man was different. He was always calm and collected. Clark couldn't get a good read on him, and even when he'd first admitted that he was an alien, the most he'd noticed from the headmaster had been some slight shock and the expected skepticism. I want to keep the extent of my abilities a secret, Clark reminded Ozpin. So I want to keep my presence here discreet. I realize that, but have you not already used our library's facilities openly, and gone into the city on your own? Asked Ozpin. Miss Scarletina asked for you specifically. It would have been strange had I denied that you were under my employ. Okay, that's true, but did you have to give her my number? The headmaster set down his mug idly. Clark noted that both he and Oablek still drank coffee even at night. Were they that busy? Strictly speaking, I suppose I could have denied her your contact information. However, are you satisfied living in our world all by yourself? Asked Ozpin. In the weeks you've spent here, despite your alien nature and abilities, you seem very human to me. And part of being human is forming relationships with others. You've not done much of that. Crow tells me that you've been busy becoming accustomed to our world while simultaneously searching for these phantoms and helping the people of the city. That is a rather lonely lifestyle, and you do not strike me as someone who'd be happy alone. Clark snorted. So you're playing matchmaker? The headmaster didn't react to the joke. I wasn't aware that was what she intended, but her teammate, Miss Adele, seems to have an interest in you as well. They are good students, it would not hurt to form friendships with them. Well, thank you. I'll consider it. Clark had to admit that the headmaster was right. He felt cooped up after looking for the phantoms for so long, and while crime fighting helped, it didn't satisfy him either. He'd have felt a lot better if Chloe, or even Oliver were here with him. He didn't really have anyone to talk to. Ozpin nodded. It would be helpful if Clark formed attachments to people here. He was certainly altruistic, but people fought harder when those they personally cared for were at stake. Crow had reported that Clark had refused to kill the Grimm during their mission to Ashbury, which made this even more necessary. By the way, do you have the magic knowledge on portals I asked for? Asked Clark. Yes. Ozpin opened a drawer and brought out some papers that he'd compiled information of magic on. He handed the bundle to Clark. This is it? The young man tried and failed to hide his disappointment. He flipped through them, as if that would reveal more than the dozen or so pages. I did inform you that much knowledge of magic has been lost. Ozpin reminded him. It is even possible that there may not have been any on traveling to other dimensions in the first place. Thank you, then. I guess it was something at least. What about the council? Did they agree to leave Cedar Monroe alone? Unfortunately, I was not completely successful with that matter. There are a few who still believe that action is necessary. Even confirming the police captain's encounter with you did little to dissuade them. Ozpin sipped from his cup and gave him a small smile. Perhaps they will require a personal visit from the Dart. Clark sighed. More intimidation. He didn't like it, but he couldn't let an innocent man's life be ruined because of a phantom. All right, I'll take care of it later. By the way, Crow mentioned a possible reason for why I'm having so little luck with finding the last phantom. He thinks the council could be suppressing news of it. Do you think it's true? Ozpin paused. Perhaps, but if they were, I would certainly be aware of it. Although it would be wise for you to ask the councillors directly, in addition to confronting them on the matter of Mr. Monroe. Clark nodded. Okay then. Thank you for your help, he said as he walked out of the office. It was nearly midnight when Clark returned to his room. Recently, if the weather allowed it, he just kept the window open and leapt up to it from the ground. He'd usually be more careful, since there was a good chance he might just crash into the wall. But he'd gotten some good practice at Ashbury with his jumps. The cliffs surrounding Beacon were also helpful with that. He'd been out for about 4 or so hours listening to the city and catching criminals. There'd been a noticeable increase in crime tonight, more than there would usually be on a Monday night. He'd caught several teenagers who'd been trying to break into a car, scaring them off rather than knock them unconscious like the rest. 5 people committing assault, 17 robbers trying to break into stores or in the process of stealing from them, and 2 or 3 dozen vandals. Vale was a large city, and he couldn't do everything, but no way should there have been this much for him to deal with at his usual pace. Especially when he hadn't really gone out of his way to find them. Could it be because of the brief break he'd taken from the Dart when he'd gone on his mission? Maybe, those who thought he actually existed just knew him as someone who flashed by and put crooks in dreamland. For all they knew, the break might have been a sign of him leaving for good. Maybe he could start to use his reputation, leave some sort of mark for the times he took action. He took out the Kytonian crystal and traced the symbol with the finger. That could work. Clark removed his black jacket and hung it up in the closet, changing his black pants and shirt for night clothes as well. He chuckled. If Chloe had seen how much black he wore, she'd have said he looked like a badly disguised vampire. Really though, his usual red and blue stood out too much during the night. He checked his scroll. He'd received the documents and papers from Professor Roeblek a few hours ago. Now was as good a time as any to read up on them. Walking over to the desk and sitting down, he first opened a video named The Fall of Ovt, with commentary. Greetings. A deep voice sounded out from the screen as the scene panned to a street view from the camera on the side of a building. It looked like it had been shot from a security camera. This is a presentation on the collapse of the town, Ovt, which fell just this past May at the eastern boundary of the Kingdom of Vale. As this content is meant to be shown for military, academic, or the purposes of informing the general public, technical jargon such as that on grim behavior will be omitted. Clark was grateful for that. Trying to figure out what they meant would have been a bother, and he wouldn't have wanted to go and bother the professor any more about this. The first signs of Grim were seen at 7:14 a.m. Eastern Standard Time as alarms were set off due to the approach of a sizable pack of wolves. Local huntsmen were dispatched, and they dealt with the Grim summarily. However, just as they had concluded their extermination, another alarm was announced for a herd of boar bay tusks stampeding from the opposite side of the town. The Grim barreled through the defenses in place, knocking over the wooden walls and causing chaos. Luckily, by this point, most citizens had taken shelter indoors and the town suffered little more than property damage. The huntsmen were redirected to deal with this new threat. Clark saw the scene of several of the large Grim rushing through the streets and causing mayhem, colliding with stores, knocking over mailboxes and fences. Clark's eyes fell when he was shown the occasional, unfortunate person stranded outside. At 9:03, the huntsmen had begun exterminating these new Grim. At first, this considered an unfortunate occurrence, but seemingly still routine mission. However, that was before the approach of another Grim, an ancient Grim. The video cut to a scorpion-like death stalker, and Clark had to blink before he realized the scale of it. It was the size of a 2-story house. The stinger at the end of its enormous tail was as big as a person, and its legs were easily the thickness of telephone poles. The top of its head had to be at least 15 feet off the ground. This Deathstalker was also accompanied by smaller, more juvenile ones. Based on its size and obvious age, intelligence was suspected, but it was later confirmed based on the behavior observed. The video turned more grainy as it showed a huntsman chasing after one of them. This one was the size of a pickup truck, but it was somewhat fast and crawled into an alley where several more were lying in wait and ambushed the huntsman, stinging him, chipping away at his aura and keeping their distance. The commentator just droned on in an even voice. The intelligence of the juvenile Deathstalkers is still debated, as while they are clearly able to carry out a plan, it is contested whether they thought of it themselves or whether it was ordered and organized by the ancient Grimm. Regardless, their tactics were very effective, and left the town bereft of defenders. By this point, more Grimm had arrived. Ursai, Nevermore, and additional Beowulfs. They rampaged through the town, but the behavior of the Deathstalker is still most striking. The following footage is what was recovered from a resident of Olv who had placed security cameras throughout their home. The next scene showed the Deathstalkers, those who'd survived against the huntsman, surround the house, closing in on any exits before they broke in. The analyst gave some details about their movement patterns, but what was most interesting was that they didn't kill the elderly couple living inside. Instead, they dragged them out to the ancient Grimm, and the big one tore into them while they were still alive. Clark looked away. The video didn't have sound, thankfully. He didn't get queasy around blood, but that didn't mean he wanted to see this. When he looked back, the two people were dead, and the Deathstalkers had moved on to another house. Other homes had already been broken into by other Grimm. There were a few that were on fire, perhaps some had set their houses on fire to take the monsters with them. The Deathstalkers repeated their gruesome process, and Clark watched from other points of view each time they surrounded a house. Their formation proved effective when two men tried to run. They were caught and brought to the big one. This time, the creature was able to prolong its killing of the two, using the very tip of its claws and stinger to mangle the ends of their hands and feet. It and the other Deathstalkers pushed away the other Grimm if they got too close. It is without doubt that what we are witnessing is a Grimm torturing humans. Somehow, the man commentating was able to keep calm and composed as he described it, considering their seeming hatred for humans, and the intelligence this Deathstalker developed. It is perhaps not too surprising. It is unknown whether it derived any pleasure from the act, or whether this is adequate evidence for the theory that Grimm consume negative emotions to survive. It tortured nearly 100 victims, gaining more experience with each human. There are even apparent examples of it trying to teach its younger brethren how to do so as well. Clark was grateful that they'd decided not to include most of it. The narrator mentioned the possibility of whether the strange coiling of the Grimm's tail indicated pleasure, and how its method of torture changed, stepping on individuals with a single leg at a time, and even using tools by slowly pushing cars onto people to crush them. The town had been considered lost, and a bombing run had been ordered to eradicate the Grimm. Hours later, aircraft had flown over, and nearly all the cameras ended their footage with the blasts from the explosives rained down from above. Clark took a deep breath. That had been terrible, disturbing. Words didn't describe it fully. He was glad for the lack of video quality in many cases, and how there hadn't been any sound of the event, but it had still been awful. He opened the next one on Raynham. It was a similar situation, an intelligent, ancient Grimm using planning and foresight to overrun a town with Grimm. This video made references to Ovt. Raynham had fallen several years after that town. This time, a colossal Nevermore was responsible. It was about twice the size of the one Clark had defeated at Ashbury. Was this what it could have grown into? He wondered. It and its flock had massacred the huntsman called to the town's defense, although not as well as the Deathstalkers at Ovt. The narrator was different this time, a woman. Her voice was clipped and to the point, but still just as emotionless as the man before. Describing with complete composure as the Nevermore learned to peck people's arms and legs first to keep them alive longer, leaving bloody stumps. This one had a few clips of sound. Clark couldn't ignore the screams, and this time he forced himself to watch. These had been their last moments, and he wouldn't cringe away from them. After he'd finished the video, he set the scroll down without a sound. So this is why Sarah had wanted him to see this. The extremes of the terrors that the Grimm could be for these people, the terrors that they'd become unless huntsmen killed and fought them. They kept growing larger and smarter. Torturous behavior might not be common, but the people of Remnant apparently had so little information on ancient Grimm that they couldn't even say whether or not all ancient Grimm were like that. Their intelligence alone was frighteningly dangerous, considering how they'd massacred even huntsmen, who'd been trained to fight them. If Clark had succeeded in letting that Nevermore go, would it have become a thinking monster like the one in Raynham? If so, then Clark would have been responsible if Ashbury's defenses later failed against it. Clark would have been responsible for all the people that would have died if the Grimm came for them. All because he hadn't stopped a single Nevermore. And how many Ursi would he have spared if Crow or the others hadn't killed them? How many Borbay Tusks or Beowulfs? How many more would have been given the chance to grow and become more dangerous? No matter what Clark did, there would be death. Death for the Grimm if he decided to kill them. Death for people if he decided to spare them, since that would give the creatures the chance to return stronger and smarter. Another way. He always believed that there was another way, but right now, even with all of his vision, he couldn't see it. Ironwood narrowed his eyes as he looked at Penny. She'd been strangely quiet this morning. "Are you nervous?" he asked. I suppose so," she replied. "It is all just very strange to me. My mission is to make a friend, but I must also report on this friend to the Atlas military. Does it bother you? If you're not willing, you don't have to." The girl, which Ironwood considered her as such, shook her head. "No, I am willing. I understand the importance of this mission. Thank you, Penny. If it helps, you can still be actual friends with him. This mission will only work if you're open and honest with him. That's the basis for any true friendship. Covetousness is less of a consideration for this. You'll even be allowed to tell him that you talk about him to me. After all, it's normal for you to talk about the friends you've made." Penny nodded. It seemed to lighten her mood. "Yes, I suppose so." "Exactly," said Ironwood. "Besides, you probably won't be doing much talking with him right now. Remember, you'll be gathering combat data at first." "Yes." Ironwood smiled. "Good. Now let's go meet your new friend. He's down in the Emerald Forest." Together, he and Penny walked down the path to the forest. Ironwood had asked the alien to spar with someone from his forces, and he'd specifically asked that he not hold back with his abilities. It wasn't subtle by any means, but they were sorely lacking on the limits of Kent's capabilities. It was worth the risk and suspicion. Besides, he seemed rather well adjusted to living in human society as an alien. Penny would benefit in other ways from interacting with him. "Greetings," Ironwood said when they saw Kent. "Salutations," Penny called out with her usual cheer. "Spar." "Salutations." The orange-haired girl accompanying the general greeted Clark with a wide smile. She had bright green eyes, freckles, and wore a bow in her hair. Her outfit consisted of a mostly grey blouse with overalls and black stockings. Clark's eyes narrowed. Her footsteps on the grass were way too heavy for someone her size, and not just that. With a bit more focus, he realized that she wasn't breathing and didn't have a heartbeat either. Clark extended his hand. "Hi, I'm Clark. And you are, Dot." "My name is Penny Polendina." She shook his hand eagerly. She was strong. Clark had to relax his arms so that he didn't automatically put up any resistance to her quick up and down motions. "She's the one you want me to spar?" Clark asked General Ironwood. The man nodded. He rested his hand on her shoulder and smiled. Had Clark ever seen the taciturn man do that before? "Yes," Ironwood said. "She's a very important member of my forces and it's always good for her to gain combat experience for a range of circumstances." "She is an artificial person, a machine imbued with aura." So that explained it. Clark did a quick check with X-ray vision. Yep, her internals consisted of wires and metal instead of bones and organs. A complete robot, not a cyborg like Victor had been. And according to the rules of this world, if she had aura, she had a soul. Ironwood continued. "While she may not be able to keep up with your speed, it would be helpful if you would test her to the best of your other abilities. She needs to learn as much as she can in order to ease the burdens of many huntsmen and save lives." "I understand." Clark didn't enjoy violence, and normally he wouldn't have agreed to this. Showing off his abilities would be suspicious. He might be able to pass off his abilities as aura and a semblance for a while, but an extended match would be too much. The general had been clear that she wouldn't know about him, but that didn't do much to put Clark at ease. Although, after what he'd learned last night about Raynham and Ovid, he'd need to do what he could to help people defend themselves against Grimm. If this robot girl needed to fight him to learn, then fine. Even if Ian Wood definitely had other reasons for arranging this spar. Good. Do you have any questions? Said Ian Wood. How do we decide who's won? Asked Clark. When she runs out of aura. That will likely be the criteria for your victory, Penny stated. Otherwise, I believe the general will decide when the match ends. That is correct. I will be observing from a distance, as I expect this match will be rather hectic. This will end the spar. Ian Wood took out a remote. It will emit a high-pitched tone from Penny when I press this button. Until I do so, or Penny's aura falls into the red, you two will continue sparring. Will you be comfortable with extended periods of combat? How long exactly? Asked Clark. Perhaps half an hour at most. I'm fine with that, said the young man. Excellent. The general turned to the ginger girl. Penny, do you have anything you'd like to add? Just that I am grateful to my opponent, Clark, for this opportunity. She answered with bright eyes. Ian Wood smiled. Yes, well, set a timer for 30 seconds. When it goes off, the spar will begin. The general started walking and seemingly out of nowhere, a sword flew out from behind Penny and split into 10. They were suspended by thin wires, and with X-ray vision, Clark saw that she'd kept them in a compartment in her back. Her smile was replaced with a focused expression. The match will start in 10, 9, 8. She counted down calmly. Meanwhile, Ian Wood had distanced himself by about 50 yards, and behind some trees. 3, 2, 1. Penny launched her swords at him, the sharp blades glinting in the sunlight. Clark dashed to the side as he dodged them, and kept jumping around as they chased after him. How much speed should he use? Even if she was a robot, he doubted he could expect her to do anything against him if he was at full speed. If he wanted to, he could go fast enough that most cameras wouldn't even catch a glimpse of him. But the point of this spar was to help her, not win. It would be best to go at the speed he'd seen from the huntsman at Ashbury, maybe a little faster. To make Penny put in some real effort, she switched tactics, probably realizing that she'd never hit him like this, and brought the swords back to her. The tips of the blades pointed outward and began spinning around her. She ran at him, her heavy footsteps plodding along the ground. He dodged to the right from the first swipe of her swords. In half a second, she switched the direction of their rotation, and he had to move again to avoid them. This would never end if all he did was keep dodging. He needed to go on the offensive. This time, only a few swords were sent flying at him rather than all of them. Again, he dodged them, and dashed up to her. He threw a fist at her, and she tried to deflect it with her remaining swords. He'd put some actual strength behind the blow, so it pushed them aside. However, she backflipped to avoid his fist, and Clark jumped away once he heard her blades slicing through the air behind him. She'd pulled back the ones she'd sent flying earlier. He looked down at the arm he'd shoved into her swords. The fabric of his jacket from the elbow down had been torn to shreds. Clark frowned. He'd liked this jacket, although considering that he'd agreed to a spar with one of the general's soldiers, maybe he should have expected it. Clark turned his attention back to the fight. Penny charged at him once more, and he ran up to meet her. He dodged when he could, but without using super speed. He couldn't avoid all the swords. He knocked some of them away into the trees, but was still hit by a few. They tore through his jacket, and he inwardly winced at the sound of tearing fabric. Thankfully, he wasn't wearing any clothes from home. The blows weren't soft, not nearly hard enough to hurt, but he had to focus to not be knocked off his feet. He managed thanks to the footwork Ms. Goodwich had instilled in him. Clark hit away some of the swords, and got through Penny's defense, preparing a fist to land a blow. He hadn't made up his mind exactly how hard to hit her. She was made of metal, and more resilient. But he didn't want to end up punching too hard and making a hole through her. Too light though, and it probably wouldn't even affect her. How hard? Maybe, twice what he'd done against Miss Goodwich in spars. He aimed at her stomach, but his fist didn't land. She was pulled back, and he saw that she'd embedded 2 more swords into trees and reeled herself in with her wires. Nice trick, he admitted once Penny landed and pulled her swords out. Thank you. She nodded slightly. If you'd like, you may increase your speed. The general has told me about your phenomenal capabilities. I think I will be able to handle a bit more. What? Am I not good enough right now to put up a challenge? He asked jokingly. She blinked. Oh no. Not at all. If I have offended you or implied you lack skills, I sincerely apologize. He smiled. It's fine. I'll admit, I'm not much of a fighter. If it weren't for my powers, I'd be no match for you. I'll kick it up a notch if you want. Thank you. He leapt at her, faster than before, but still at a somewhat reasonable speed. He'd see if she could handle it. If not, he'd slow down. She reacted rather quickly, firing a single blade at him. This time though, instead of dodging, Clark caught it between his fingers. Penny started to try and reel it in. He kept a tight grip, but damn, this girl was strong. The string went taut, and she put up some decent resistance against him. He planted his feet though, and pulled her in. She lurched towards him. She tried embedding her swords into the ground and surrounding trees to stop herself, but with some more strength, even those were pulled free. If she hadn't been made of metal, Clark wouldn't have tried this. High acceleration still affected people, even if they had some kind of force field surrounding their body. Still, Clark checked with X-ray vision to make sure he wasn't hurting her. He wondered if it would be overkill if he took her aura away in a single hit. He'd managed it a few times during Ms. Goodwich's lessons. After all, if he ever came up against enemies with aura, reducing their aura to the red quickly was a reliable way to get them to surrender. Before he could try that with Penny though, the swords around her started changing, transforming into guns. They spun around her and fired an enormous green blast. It hit him in the chest. He lost grip of her sword and was thrown back through the trees. His back hit a tree trunk with a solid thunk, but he hadn't been knocked over though. Whoa, he said, looking around. Her aim hadn't been perfect. She'd seared through several trees and a few leaves were on fire. There was a curved line of scorched earth as well. He looked down at his shirt. It had been ruined. The blast had been powerful, not too fast for him to react, but he'd thought he'd be able to take it. The fact that it had propelled him into the forest proved otherwise. It hadn't hurt though, not like Bayern's blasts. Still, he'd make a mental note to stay out of their way. Penny jumped back, increasing the distance between them. Her weapons still in gun form. You truly are resilient, she said. Even with the general's instructions, I had misgivings about using such an intense blast. But you're not even scratched. Yep, he said. And you can turn your swords into guns. Didn't really expect that. Neither did I expect physical strength to such a degree. Her swords started glowing. I will not underestimate you again. This time, her gun fired smaller blasts. He was still wary and dodged them, but after a while he intentionally let one hit him in the hand. It dissipated when it struck whatever it was made of. It had less force behind them than some bullets he'd caught. She hardly used her weapons as swords again, which made sense, since she'd seen how easily he'd plucked one out of the air. But that gave him an advantage. It would take time to shift them into swords to protect herself or reel away. Time which he used to get in closer, and land his first hit on her. He avoided her blasts and got in close, but Penny was skilled in hand-to-hand as well. Much better than him. When he put his hands up to block a punch, she took advantage of a blind spot to kick him in the side. She got a few more hits in, and it really wasn't a good showing for him. The most combat experience he'd received was some basic lessons from Kra and Ms. Goodwich, and what little he could remember from Jor-El's brainwashing a couple of years back. Luckily for him, even though he didn't move out of the way of her blows, they didn't affect him. He was impressed by the blunt force behind them, but they didn't move him an inch, allowing him to tank them, brute force his way through her defense, and punch her in the stomach. He'd put enough force into it to throw her back, but in midair she somersaulted and landed on her feet. How's your aura? He asked her. Penny blinked a couple times before answering. It is. At 63.2%. Clark tilted his head at her somewhat distracted expression. You all right? She focused on him again. Yes, I am fine. It is just that I've never had my aura reduced by such an extent by a single blow. 15% is when we stop, right? She nodded. Her weapons again started to glow as they charged up. Clark dashed from side to side to avoid the blasts. Right a few steps, then left, then right again. She caught on quickly though, and he skid to a stop to avoid a blast by mere inches. She was getting pretty good at predicting his movements. Penny went for a low, wide blast, forcing him to jump or get the bottom half of his pants singed. He avoided that, but she'd been prepared, and used several guns instead of all of them at once to shoot him. It pushed him back, but only a fraction as much as the large blast before had. She didn't let the opportunity go to waste, focusing blasts from all her guns to fire bursts of energy continuously. He covered his face. Damn. Each individual shot hardly feels like anything, but being pelted by this many at once is annoying. He jumped back, taking cover in the forest. The trees didn't stand up nearly as well to the energy blasts, but they'd last long enough. Clark wrapped his arms around a sizable tree and lifted. He uprooted it, the roots shaking dirt all around. Then, he threw it in the direction of the robot. From what he'd seen earlier, she might be strong enough to catch it. The trunk flew at Penny, oriented completely horizontally, the branches scraping across the dirt and grass. She jumped up to dodge it, and succeeded. But Clark had followed closely behind the tree, ready to attack when she came back down. Her guns transformed, probably to use the swords to pull herself away. But they weren't fast enough. She brought her arms up to block, which he purposefully aimed for. He hit hard, more than a bit harder than he had before, enough to make her aura flare up and become easily visible. He felt a little pushback from it, but he remained upright. The same couldn't be said for Penny. Her landing wasn't soft, and she rolled backwards a few times before getting back up. Surprisingly, her cheerful smile returned. That was sensational. My aura was reduced to 13.3%. You're happy about that? He asked. He hadn't expected this kind of reaction. Well, I had wished to leave you no alternative but to use the immense speed I was informed of, but I've still learned much from this spa. I would very much like to do so again. Penny gasped, which was a bit strange because she shouldn't need to breathe as a robot. I have a great idea. Would you be my friend? Sure. Sensational. Oh, here comes the general. She waved at Ironwood, who was walking up to them. I can't wait to tell him that I've made a new friend. Ironwood came up to Penny and put a hand on her shoulder. She looked pretty roughed up compared to her earlier neat appearance. Parts of her clothes were covered in dirt, and her synthetic hair was ruffled. Are you all right? He didn't hurt you, did he? He asked. Penny shook her head. No sir, my aura is still well within safe thresholds. More importantly, I am glad to say that Clark has agreed to be my friend. I see, the general said, and turned to the young man. He actually gave Clark a small smile. Thank you for agreeing to that. No problem, Clark answered. He'd thought this spa would be more of a one-time thing. He hadn't expected that she'd directly ask him for his friendship right after, even if it was obvious that she wasn't the most socially adept. Clark looked down at his clothing. Surprisingly enough, his pants were mostly fine, even though a few shots had definitely gotten him in the legs. His jacket was ruined, and his undershirt wasn't in good condition either. His chest and stomach were bare. Anyway, I'll be going now, Clark said to them. I need to change. Wait, Penny said. Before you leave, may I see an example of you at your top speed? I am curious about how the fight would have differed if you'd used it. Clark flashed to about 20 feet behind them, not at his top speed, but he still went fast enough to catch most bullets. Is that good enough? He asked. Ironwood tensed when Clark spoke and quickly turned around to face him. Penny, on the other hand, had a calmer reaction. Yes, that was exceptional. Okay, bye. He raised a hand before speeding back to Beacon. Normally, he'd walk, but it would bring too much attention if he walked into the school with burnt and torn clothing. Ironwood and Penny waited as Clark disappeared again. It always put the general on edge when the alien did that. Speed of that degree was almost impossible to counter. Did you see him? He asked Penny. Perhaps she'd fared better with her enhancements. Reviewing the footage, I am able to catch a few blurred frames of him in motion, she answered. You didn't see him as he moved? Penny shook his head. He is fast. Faster than I can process. Ironwood scowled. Even after the work Dr. Polendina had put in, it hadn't been possible. Was your spa successful at least? What did you learn from it? She reported what she could. Firstly, Clark's strength. He'd overpowered her handily, which was a feat in and of itself. Penny had the strength to reel in a bullhead, and according to her Clark hadn't even seemed to strain himself when he pulled her in. Her attempts at hand-to-hand hadn't been successful either. None of her blows had even made him flinch. Next, she explained the results of her energy blasts. They'd pushed him away, but even their high temperature hadn't even seemed to affect the alien's invulnerable skin. In addition, she'd noticed his perceptiveness. Penny specifically mentioned an instance when he'd dodged her swords coming at him from behind without even looking. Sir. What is Clark? She asked uncertainly. Ironwood had told her about Clark's powers, but not the alien's nature. Nonetheless, it had been obvious that no human could have fought like Clark had. Even with aura, shaking off blows and energy blasts like they were nothing wasn't possible. Still, if Ironwood had told Penny, then he doubted she'd have been able to hide that she knew. He couldn't risk earning the alien's ire by sharing knowledge of his nature. You should ask him that when you next meet, said Ironwood. Now, did you notice any weaknesses from him? He seemed to be very inexperienced in hand-to-hand combat during our spar, she said, before re-evaluating her statement. Although his speed and durability render that irrelevant. Otherwise. I am sorry, sir, but I saw none. Her chin fell as she looked down. That's all right, reassured Ironwood. I'd expected as much. What do you think of him? Will it be a problem for you to form a friendship with him? If she was unsettled by Clark, then it would be pointless to have her get closer to him. She didn't have the qualities of a spy. No, Clark seems to be a nice person, answered Penny. He showed signs of concern when he struck me, and agreed much more readily to be my friend than most others I've requested. Ironwood smiled at her innocence. Whether it was an act or not, Clark was rather polite. He'd most likely agreed out of confusion and to spare her feelings. Ironwood would have been a fool not to use that, and had encouraged Penny to ask the alien for friendship almost immediately, even if she would have likely done so on her own. Well, good work. Ironwood praised her. I'll get you his scroll number later so you can talk to him again. For now, you may have some free time. Although Seal will be supervising you. Yes, sir. She saluted with a wide grin. That was quite the commotion in the Emerald Forest this morning, said Glinder. Yes, Ozpin agreed. They'd both seen the footage from the cameras placed in the forest. The battle between James, Soldier and Clark had been. Interesting. Although I would have preferred it if James had informed me of this beforehand. Glinder sighed. You know how close-lipped he can be. He won't tell us anything even if we confront him directly. Not unless he wants to. Thankfully, it's not difficult to see what his objective was. Ozpin nodded. It was prudent to gather information on a possible threat, but not when it was done so overtly. Miss Rose had been rather descriptive of Penny Polendina's capabilities, especially her energy blasts and their effect on bullheads. The Ecclesian hadn't held back against Clark, considering the state of the surrounding forest, but she'd managed little against him. That was useful information, but it had been obtained with extreme risk. I do believe it would still be prudent to discuss this incident with James, Ozpin said. He needed to ascertain the general's goals, and perhaps he could dissuade his friend from making any further unnecessary risks. Although he doubted it. Clark leapt down into the Emerald Forest. It was rather late at night, and he decided that he'd had enough crime fighting for the day. He needed some time to unwind, to think, and he felt too cooped up in his room. The robot girl, Penny, had called him from his scroll earlier. He'd groaned at the thought of another person having his scroll number, and it didn't take the sharpest tool in the shed to realize who'd given it to her. General Ironwood was really starting to get on his nerves. Clark sighed. He was being unfair. Penny seemed nice enough, even if she was rather talkative and lacked social awareness. He'd tried to hint that he was busy, but eventually he'd had to outright say that he couldn't talk with her. She'd taken it in stride and hung up cheerfully. He actually had been busy this whole day. Clark had read up on the documents that Professor Oberleck had sent him, Inside were more detailed notes on the behavior observed on the attacks on Ovd and Raynham, such as how intelligent Grimm interacted with types different from their own or their movement patterns, along with more thorough accounts from autopsies of the few tortured bodies that had been left intact from the bombing. Once he'd had enough of that, he'd reviewed the day's worldwide news for any sign of the Phantom, which was starting to feel more and more useless. He'd slogged through it though, reading through hundreds of thousands of words for anything suspicious. 3 weeks, and he still hadn't found the Phantom. Then, once he'd gotten sick of that, he'd gone into Vale to deal with crime. It had taken his mind off the Phantom and the fallen towns, but did little to improve his mood. Clark sighed, and looked up at the stars. It was too close to the city, and light pollution drowned out many of them. Telescopic vision was helpful here, picking out stars that would have been hidden otherwise, but they made wholly unfamiliar patterns. He'd always used to feel somewhat at peace when looking up at the night sky, thinking that he'd belonged somewhere out there, but now the sky was even more alien to him than the people of this world. He continued walking on. He'd come out to the forest tonight to do more than stargaze. He took out his Kryptonian crystal and traced the symbol with his finger. If incapacitating the Grimm wouldn't work, there might still be another alternative besides killing them. After a few minutes, Clark had the opportunity to test it. He came up to a lone nurser, still 8 feet tall even on all fours. It roared and ran at him, while he held up the crystal. Using it against Zod had sent him back to the Phantom Zone and kept the body he'd possessed on Earth. However, his follower's bracelet had been able to send physical bodies to the zone. The crystal should be able to do the same. The device made contact with the Grimm's fur. And nothing happened. No portal, no bright light, no vortex appeared. Just a loud thud as the creature slammed into the crystal. Clark didn't even move. He was capable of stopping cars going at highway speeds. If he didn't want to be, this Grimm wouldn't move him. He smacked the Grimm away. Damn it. He punched through a nearby tree. Bark exploded and exited from the other side of the hole he'd made as the trunk fell over. The crystal hadn't worked. Can't you see I'm trying to find another way? He demanded of the stupid bear. It just snarled and rushed at him again. Clark felt a familiar heat in his eyes. He hadn't meant to activate his heat vision, even if he hadn't fired anything yet. He was just frustrated. Why couldn't it just back off like any reasonable animal would? Why did they have to hunt people specifically? There were so many ways he could do it. Burn its head off, rip it apart, freeze it, and leave the body to fade away. Why not? It would just hunt people otherwise, no matter what Clark did to it. Instead, he dashed off, going back up to his damn room, meeting the team. At the front of Beacon, Clark waited patiently for the arrival of Coco and Velvet's team. There'd been a forecast of rain later in the evening. It was still sunny for now, but he could spot some clouds rolling in from the east. The entrance to Beacon had a larger-than-life aesthetic to it. The statues and stone pillars especially contributed to that. There was still a sense of normality thanks to the students walking around, probably finished with their classes for the day. Well, someone's nice and early. Coco smirked as she greeted Clark. He answered with a small smile of his own. He'd been standing there for the past 5 minutes. I guess so. This is your team? He glanced at each of the 3 other teens accompanying her, all in their own very unique outfits. Velvet was with there, and beside her were 2 guys. One of them looked Asian, or Remnant's equivalent, and he towered even over Clark at around 7 feet. He wore a green robe over his shirt and pants, along various pieces of armor, such as the green plates on his left shoulder, his brown leather belt, and guards on each arm that went from wrist to almost up to his elbows. The other guy had messy red hair and dark skin. He wasn't wearing armor, instead sporting an orange vest with black pants and gloves. Clark noted the scars on his arms, but didn't stare. Yep, their team leader said. He's Yasuhashi. She introduced the tall one. And that's Fox. Then the redhead. Together, we're Team CFVY. Coffee. Hello. Yasuhashi extended an arm and Clark shook his hand. Fox waved with a hey, Velvet. Meanwhile, hid behind her towering friend and gave a quiet hi. Our team is very thankful for you standing up for Velvet. Yasuhashi began. She's fully capable of doing so on her own, but often refrains because it usually leads to further escalation or unwanted attention. From what I hear, you handled the situation rather admirably. Thanks, but I didn't really do that much. Clark tried to deflect the praise. I'm pretty sure the store owner would have said something if I hadn't first. Hey, you still said something, Fox pointed out. A lot of people would have just stood by. The fact that you didn't makes you cool in my book. The statement about bystanders struck Clark as a bit unfair, but he couldn't argue against it. So, Coco began. Everyone's been introduced to each other. Clark, how long are you going to be free? I guess I can stick around for an hour or so, replied Clark. Why? We just want to properly show our gratitude, said Coco. Wanna come hang out with us in Vale? Sure. I can't believe she's doing this, Velvet said. She wanted to go back into her room and scream into a pillow, or maybe crawl under the covers and never come out. This was a disaster. It'll be okay. You know how she can get. Yatsu placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. She just wants to help, and has a unique way of doing so. The 3 team members of Team CFVY watched their leader snap at Clark again. No. Coco shook her head at Clark. It's not bad, but it doesn't look right. Here, try these on next. She handed him another jacket and pushed him back into the changing room. They'd been at this clothing store for the past half hour. Coco, as usual, had been the one to suggest it. She'd made some excuse about wanting the team to expand their wardrobe, but Velvet knew Coco had laid this trap for Clark. She'd first suggested that Clark come back with something that he liked, and he had, bringing back a plaid shirt with red and black stripes. Coco had been set loose, immediately snatching it out of his hands, informing him that plaid was not fashionable, and ordering him to put it back where he found it, no matter how much he liked it. A comment like that would have been normal between the 4 of them, but they barely knew Clark. Velvet had been mortified, expecting Clark to be angry or offended. Instead, he'd accepted her opinion without a fuss, along with Coco's demand that she'd find something good for him instead. That was the way things would have gone anyway, but Clark's fashion sense had brought it on sooner. Every once in a while, Coco would ask their team for their opinion on an outfit she'd chosen for Clark. As usual, her choices made him look amazing. His preferred colors had been red and blue, and the shirts and jackets Coco had found really went well with his deep, blue eyes. Velvet's cheeks turned red as she recalled the times when Coco had asked for her opinion specifically on how Clark looked. Velvet had fumbled and stammered, managing to blurt out that he looked nice as she tried to avoid noticing at how well defined his chest and abs were in a few of the tight-fitting shirts Coco had handed him. Thankfully, Clark hadn't noticed. Or maybe he pretended not to notice. She didn't know. Velvet cursed silently. She was supposed to be used to seeing well-muscled guys. She went to a school for huntsmen and huntresses, for God's sake. I still got it, Coco said proudly as Clark once again emerged from the changing rooms. Velvet wasn't able to see his outfit, since her leader was in the way. The other ones were good, but the most important thing is that you like it. Think this is the one? Yeah? Clark said. I think it looks pretty good on me. Well then, Coco turned to her team. Take a look and praise my handiwork, she said, stepping out of the way as she presented Clark. It really does suit you, Fox said. Yatsu nodded. I agree. The previous outfits didn't seem to match your personality as well. Velvet had to agree with the first ones Coco had brought. Everyone thought they looked nice, but Clark had been uncomfortable, claiming that they were too flashy for him. He'd tried to choose plainer clothes with duller colors. Unfortunately, Coco had put her foot down, outright saying it was a shame for someone as good-looking as him to wear them. That had actually embarrassed Clark quite a bit, while Velvet could only gawk at how her teammate could be so blunt. Now though, it seemed that both Coco and Clark were satisfied. He had a pair of dark blue pants on, almost black. His shirt was also blue, but a lighter color, the closest so far to the almost hypnotizing shade of his eyes, which helped keep Velvet's eyes away from the outline of his toned chest and stomach. Thankfully, the muscled arms she'd caught glimpses of earlier were underneath the sleeves of a red jacket lighter than the bright, eye-catching hues that Coco had first chosen. This red was rich and deep. It had a hood, which Clark kept down for the moment. All of his clothing looked to be durable, including the shoes he'd come in with. Coco had actually approved of. She'd still made a few suggestions, but he'd declined, saying that they were best because he did a lot of running. As she took in his outfit, Velvet could only imagine how she looked, considering how warm her face felt. "It looks great," she managed to get the words out. Her heart raced when Clark grinned. "Yeah, thanks. This isn't what I'd usually wear, but I can't argue with how nice it looks." "Thanks, Coco." "You're welcome," Coco answered. "Hit me up if you ever want more fashion advice." "Maybe I will," Coco chuckled. "Good, you really need it." Clark rolled his eyes. "Hey now, I'm not that bad, am I?" The silence was telling. So was Coco's smug grin. Well, I don't think plaid would have looked bad on you," Velvet said timidly. "Thank you," Clark said. Velvet turned away from the direct eye contact. "Hey, you'd have to try pretty hard to make anything look bad on him," Coco said. "My point is that if he put on plaid, he would have been squandering his potential. Maybe it would work if he was going for a farm boy look, but he's a huntsman." "Only technically," Clark brought up. Yeah, that had been a surprise. Clark was only a year older than them, but he already had a huntsman license. He seemed uncomfortable about it though. His circumstances were unique, and he'd been reluctant to say more. "Anyway, I'll go change," said Clark. He walked back to the changing rooms. "All right, Yats, Fox. Velvet and I are going to find clothes for ourselves," Coco said. "Girl stuff. Make sure Clark doesn't come by until we're done." She led Velvet along to the women's section of the store, giving Velvet the perfect chance to speak up against Coco. "How could you do that?" Velvet said in a low voice. "Do what?" "You know, putting me on the spot like that when you and he both know how I feel." "There's no way you do this just for someone who helped me out once." "You're trying to set me up with him." "Yeah, I am." "Didn't you already know that?" "What's wrong? Did you think I was being too obvious with him?" "Well, no," admitted Velvet. Coco made friends a lot more easily than she did. On the way here, her team leader's attempts to befriend Clark had seemed genuine, probably because they were genuine. Coco was the most extroverted person on their team, and the best to strike up conversation with him. She asked normal questions about him and his life, and gotten the rest of the team included in the conversation. She hadn't tried anything overt to make Clark and Velvet closer either. Even when presenting Clark's new outfits to the team, she hadn't asked for Velvet's opinion any more than she had Yatsu's or Fox's. "So what are your complaints?" "You're embarrassing me." "Oh," Coco said it as if she was realizing it for the first time, which was definitely not the case. "Yeah, I know, and it's adorable. Still, there's a reason I did that besides my enjoyment. You got to admit, you're starting to get more relaxed around Clark, right?" "I guess." Coco nodded. "That's going to help with the next part of the plan." "Next part? Plan?" Velvet didn't like the sound of that. "Getting you some new clothes to catch Clark's eye," Coco said. "You're already rocking it with your combat outfit, but it won't hurt to show off a little skin too." Velvet's jaw dropped. She turned her head. Thankfully, Clark and the others were at the register and hadn't heard that. "Coco!" Velvet almost shouted, but held back because she didn't want to draw attention. "I couldn't." That's. Calm down, Bun. It's not like I'm saying you have to, just mentioning the option. Hell, some girls at Beacon show off aplenty. Spring's just around the corner and it might be time to try on some short shorts or give a little peek of that midriff." Velvet glared at her teammate while she covered herself with her arms. Her face burned at the thought of Clark seeing her in those kinds of outfits. Then, she started to wonder about what she was currently wearing. It wasn't skin tight, but her leggings and jacket didn't hide her figure at all. No. She was being stupid. She wore it all the time, even when she'd first met Clark, but now. "Wow, this might take longer than I thought," Coco interrupted her thoughts. "Good thing we can buy the clothes now and surprise Clark with them later, and they don't have to be revealing, just different. Although I won't say no if you change your mind, Tilda." Coco lowered her sunglasses and winked. Velvet really hated her teammate sometimes. After visiting the clothes store, Clark and CFVY had agreed to Fox's suggestion to eat out at a sandwich shop. It was around 6 right now, but Clark had told them that he could stick around for longer. It wasn't like he had anything pressing to deal with at the moment. And the truth was, he liked hanging out with them. Team CFVY had a strange, but lively rapport. Coco was confident and very upfront, considering her comments about his appearance and taste in fashion. She knew her team well, saying exactly the right thing to embarrass Velvet, which often prompted the calm Yasuhashi to come to her defense. And while Fox was the more silent type, but he had a sharp sense of humor that he'd inject into the conversation at just the right times. Clark should have felt out of place with such a tight-knit group, a fifth wheel, but he'd noticed the subtle ways they settled him in. Fox whispering explanations to him of certain inside jokes, or Coco asking for Clark's opinion on certain topics. "So, when did you start working at Beacon?" asked Coco as she took a sip of her drink. "A bit before the beginning of the term," answered Clark. "What exactly do you do?" "No way, you're a teacher, and I doubt we need a huntsman to work at the library. Even though you seem to be there a lot." "Yeah, I guess so." He idly wondered whether he should have stayed cooped up in his room to research. No matter how crazy it would have driven him, it would have avoided the need to watch his words carefully and lie. He didn't need to be that careful though. It wasn't as if anyone would guess what he was unless they saw him use his abilities. "I'm not really a huntsman," he explained. "I have a license, but that's about it. I don't have the same level of education you guys do. I was just recruited by Headmaster Ozpin, and I don't really have specific duties. He just sends me on missions to fight Grim every once in a while." "The headmaster recruited you?" asked Yasuhashi. "As a huntsman no less, rather than a student. That is remarkable." "Whoa, you must be strong," Fox said. Clark shrugged. "I'm not anyone special, but I guess the headmaster thinks I'm useful. Honestly, I probably belong in classes with you guys more than I do out in the field." "Yeah, I don't buy it," Coco replied. "You must have some serious skill if the headmaster gave you that sort of treatment. You open to spar with us?" Clark shook his head. "I'm more suited to dealing with Grim than people. You all probably have better fighting techniques than I do. Not to mention that a spar with them would expose him immediately. He wouldn't be able to pretend he had aura the whole time for one." Clark had only agreed to spar with Penny because she'd been somewhat aware of his actual abilities. Coco put her hands up. "All right, if you say so. Too bad though, things can get really passionate during a fight. Velvet would have been a great opponent to show you that. Isn't that right?" She looked over to her teammate. I guess so," Velvet said, and Clark didn't miss the look she gave her leader before turning back to him. "I like to learn lots of different fighting styles. Since you fight hand to hand, I'm kind of curious to see it." There isn't much to see. His style was to run up to the Grim at super speed and punch really hard. Anyone could have done it if they had his powers. "Sorry." He gave an apologetic smile. "I don't really have anything to teach you. I don't have much experience fighting other people. We'd be happy to teach you," Coco said with a mischievous grin and pulled her teammate over. "Especially Velvet, you know. I'm sure she'd be happy to give you a hands-on teaching experience." Velvet's cheeks turned a familiar shade of pink. Poor girl. Her leader had largely refrained from teasing her about her crush on him until now. The least Clark could do was pretend not to notice it. "If you say so," he replied. After they finished their meal, they continued talking for a bit longer. Clark had to give them some of his fake background. Living in an isolated tribe in North Vale, but he was able to give them some idea of how his actual parents had raised him, along with how he'd been approached when Ozpin had learned how he'd helped some loggers in a Grim attack. He'd had to add that he'd grown up in an isolated region without many Grim, which is how the conversation turned to his reluctance to kill, and how he could possibly reconcile that with the necessity to protect people. Maybe the students would have some perspectives he wouldn't have known. "That's a very unique philosophy," Yasuhashi said. "There are many which value the sanctity of life, but I've never heard of one that extended the tenet to the Grim, except, perhaps for some cults which worshipped them. It's what I've been taught to never kill, even if they're monsters," Clark said. "But, I've seen things, and I'm not sure what alternative there is." "Does there have to be an alternative?" Coco asked, Her mirth had disappeared. The Grimm are monsters. We have to kill them to stop people from dying. She paused as a realization seemed to dawn on her. Hold on, then what have you done on your missions if you haven't killed them? I've assisted other huntsmen by incapacitating the Grimm. Clark explained. I would have preferred to relocate them, but they kill them before I can say anything. Inwardly, Clark cringed at the looks they gave him. They didn't scoff at him like Nicholas Ark had, but the confusion and surprise were evident. This was probably the strangest thing he'd said so far. He would have liked to seem normal to them, but he wouldn't lie about his beliefs. Fox was the one to break the silence. Dude, you're not some kind of cultist like Yats said, right? No, of course not. Don't insult him, Yasuhashi said. I, for one, find it quite admirable that Clark cares enough to struggle with such a dilemma. To us, killing Grimm is natural. But from what I've heard, Clark may not have encountered Grimm at all until rather recently. Am I right? Clark nodded. I lived in a pretty remote area. There were geological barriers stopping the Grimm. He lied. Yats, you can't seriously be agreeing with him, Coco said. I'm not, the tall student said. I consider killing Grimm a necessity, and I think I can understand why Clark doesn't. I was raised with similar principles. Really? Asked Clark. Yasuhashi nodded. I was taught to respect the sanctity of life. The Grimm are said to not even be truly alive, as they have no aura and therefore no souls. They're called mindless, but they do have rudimentary instincts, and likely have minds little different from animals. With age, they can develop intelligence, and how can a creature not be considered alive if it can think, experience the world, and be aware of itself? But to protect ourselves and others, there's no other option but to kill them. Even if you have a semblance which can somehow incapacitate them, displacing them is a temporary solution. That only gives them the option to return and again threaten the innocent. Yasuhashi sighed. If you go on further missions, and a town you protected this way fell in the future, would you be able to accept that? Clark, there's no other way. I find that regrettable, and have come to terms with it. I see. Clark had expected an answer like that, but he appreciated Yasuhashi for not acting like he was crazy to even consider another option besides killing the Grimm. Maybe he was being obstinate, maybe there was no other solution. Thanks for the advice. I should probably go. Clark said his goodbyes to the team. It had been a nice time, but he wasn't sure whether he should continue. He had a lot to think about. Team RWBY walked down the hall back to their dorms. We still have another week of detentions, right? Asked Yang. Yes, Vice answered. Yang groaned. God, there's only so much guilt they can make me feel. What's next? Are they going to make us get on our knees and apologize to everyone who got hurt by the paladin? Hey, these detentions might suck, but they're important. Ruby spoke up. I mean, I hadn't even thought about the people who might get hurt from us chasing a giant robot. None of us did. And if it weren't for the dart, they might have died. I know, Ruby. Yang sighed. Her little sister had been mortified once she'd learned what had happened. They'd all felt the same. I'm just letting off some steam. I know we messed up bad. Writing apology letters and seeing the damage isn't that bad of a punishment. Blake's shoulders slumped, and Ruby patted her back. The Faunus blamed herself for leading the paladin to the highway, but it was a mistake any of them could have made. Everyone else had arrived without a second thought to the civilians' safety. Hello, friend Ruby, a voice called out from the front of their dorm room. Penny? Asked Ruby. Her robotic friend was waving excitedly, and she had another girl with her. She looked like Atlas Military, and her teammates all shuffled around them to get inside, leaving Ruby out with them. What are you doing here? I heard that you had detention, said Penny. I thought that it would be best to wait outside your room until you returned. And, who's this with you? She's Seal, my supervisor, Penny said. Hello, the blue-haired girl said evenly before glancing back down at her watch. Cool, so how exactly did you find out where my room was? Asked Ruby. Not that she was upset her friend had showed up. No way, she was just busy with homework and stuff. I asked the headmaster. Oh, Ruby waited in silence, but Penny just looked at her with a wide smile. So, do you want to come in? Asked Ruby tentatively. Maybe if she showed her around for a bit, they could call it a day. Penny's eyes widened. Yes, may I? Sure. Ruby opened the door and proudly showed off her room. "This is my team. That's Yang, Vice, and Blake." She pointed to each of them, and they all gave half-hearted hellos back. "These are our bunk beds. We made them ourselves." Penny looked at the beds suspended by ropes, then the one supported by extra books. "They seem rather precarious." "I'm inclined to agree," Seal added. "PFFT, they're fine." Ruby waved their comments away. "We've been sleeping in them for months. Anyway, how long can you stay?" 15 minutes at most, Seal said. Ruby cheered in her head. That would mean she wouldn't have to stay up late doing homework, and she'd have plenty of time for, what is this? Penny had walked over to a wall and was looking it over. Oh. Ruby's eyes gleamed as she finally had a chance to show it off to someone besides her unappreciative team. With a flair, she presented. "This is my dart wall." "Your dart wall?" Penny asked with a confused look. "Yep." Ruby pointed at the posters and maps she had of the darts knockouts. "This is a dartboard, 'cause, you know, he's called the Dart and All. And I've been marking all the spots he's caught criminals in, trying to find a pattern to see where his hideout is." Penny gave the wall a once-over before asking, "I have a question. Who is this Dart?" Ruby's jaw dropped. "Who is the Dart, Penny? Where have you been these past couple weeks?" "The Dart's a superhero. He comes in, finds criminals, and safely knocks them unconscious for the police to apprehend. I wonder how much brain damage he's caused," Blake said dryly. "Hey, I checked, and all the people he's done it to wake up with just a headache," Ruby argued. "All the doctors say that they're fine." And again, we dive into my sister's new obsession. Yang shook her head. "Penny, some advice. Don't encourage it." "I told you, it's not an obsession." "Ruby, it is," Vice interrupted. "How often do you check the news per day on this vigilante?" "Vice, he's a superhero, not a vigilante," Ruby corrected her. "And how often I check my scroll is none of your business." "Excuse me, how exactly has this Dart apprehended so many criminals in such a short amount of time?" Penny asked while looking at the map. "He darts by really fast. That's where his name comes from. And hits them on the head," Ruby said. "Really?" Penny paused, deep in thought. Or maybe she'd frozen up. One or the other. Oh God. Would she have to be rebooted? After a few tense seconds, Penny turned around. "About this Dart." "Yeah?" Ruby asked. Why had Penny just trailed off? "Ruby, what is the meaning of the motions your teammates are making?" "What motions?" Ruby turned around immediately, to a scene of Vice at her desk, Yang looking at her scroll, and Blake reading a book. Totally normal. Too normal. "Was it something like this?" Ruby asked as she crossed her arms into an X. "Yes." They were repeating that action rather urgently. Ruby grinned evilly. They were going to get an earful of Dart news for that. Right after she told Penny everything she knew. "This is what we were able to find on him, Mom," reported Emerald. Cinder accepted the scroll handed to her with a picture of the young man they'd spotted accompanying Crow Branwyn several days ago. She noted that he wasn't a student at all, but had a position as a staff member at Beacon. His name was Clark Kent. "Is this all?" asked Cinder. There was hardly more than a single paragraph on him. Emerald bowed her head. "Yes, Mom, I've asked around, but few people seem to know anything about him. I could have asked the teachers. But if he was of any importance, then inquiring about him would put them in Ozpin's notice." Both Emerald and Mercury knew better than that, and they would have been able to find any noteworthy information on him if it were available. Cinder would have to check thoroughly herself, of course. She had her own methods that neither underling knew of. "Very well. What else did you notice about him?" asked Cinder. "I also saw him go into Vale with the second-year team earlier today," said Emerald. "Team CFVY, led by Coco Adele." Cinder nodded and found records of the four of them with her scroll. They were close to the top of their year, but otherwise seemed to be ordinary. They hadn't gotten into any serious trouble with the teachers, nor attracted any special treatment. "Do you want us to befriend them like we did for our WBY?" Emerald asked. "No. If Ozpin had plans for this team, then it would not do to draw suspicion by having newly arrived transfer students approach all the teams he had his eye on. I will handle this matter. You two continue focusing on teams RWBY and JNPR. At most, you will monitor this Kent from a distance. Emerald nodded. Yes ma'am. I'll inform Mercury. Good. Cinder turned her attention to her scroll. This Clark Kent was young, about Mercury's age, yet he had been hired by Ozpin rather than accepted into Beacon as a student. That implied a high degree of talent. If he were a student, Cinder would have probed him by having Mercury or Emerald spar with him in a class. That wasn't an option in this case. But there were other ways to gauge his strength, freedom and control. Using the magical power stored in certain artifacts, entire rooms can be cut off from the outside world in their own space. Access to them can be controlled by affixing a key to another object imbued with the wielder's own magic. The wielder can even provide access to other individuals by imbuing a unique magical signature to them. The process for doing so is complicated, but it must be followed exactly. First, one must gather. Clark frowned as he read through the pages of magical knowledge that Headmaster Ozpin had given him. At best, this was describing how to make a kind of pocket dimension, maybe not that different from the Phantom Zone, but still not what he needed, which was a way to travel to other complete dimensions. He placed the sheaf of papers back down on the desk in his bedroom. He'd been warned not to get his hopes up too much. At least it hadn't taken long to figure that out by reading the notes first thing in the morning. Clark stood up and took out the Kryptonian crystal. Guess I'm going to have to depend on you to get me back home. He flicked it up in the air, making it rotate a few times, and caught it again. Jor-El, you there? The crystal gleamed silently. Clark sighed. Yeah, didn't think so. Well, he had other things to do. Finding a way home could still wait until after he caught the last phantom. For now, he could pore over news stories from his scroll. That's always fun, he thought wryly. Or maybe he could go out into the city as a dart. He usually waited until nighttime to stay stealthy, but even in broad daylight, people would see a blur at best. He wouldn't even need to change out of his normal clothes. Then again, he could just roam and explore the city without crime fighting. There were still parts of Vale he wasn't familiar with yet. It might be nice to see more, and it would help him to become more familiar with the routes as the dart. Before he made a decision one way or the other, his scroll buzzed. He put aside the crystal, and took the device out of his pocket. It was a message. Hey, it's Coco. You busy tomorrow? Coco? Clark had thought that he'd come off as rather strange yesterday when he'd mentioned his stance on killing Grimm, but it seemed like she'd accepted it. No. Why? He texted back. The team's heading out to a concert tomorrow in Vale at 8. Wanna join? A concert? Loud sounds didn't bother Clark's super hearing. Not after he'd trained himself, but he still wasn't a big fan. For what band? Asked Clark, planning to search it up and listen to some samples of their music. Achieve Men. Come on. It's gonna be awesome. An Achieve Men concert tomorrow? Tomorrow was a Friday. Wasn't this what Velvet had planned when she'd asked him out? Are you sure it's okay? He asked. Things might get awkward between me and Velvet. It'll be fine. Just a night out with friends. The whole team's gonna be there. Loosen up. You can't just stay cooped up in the library all the time. He didn't correct her. Recently, he'd been avoiding the library. He wasn't one to brag, but he had noticed a few female students eyeing him up. He did not want his scroll number being handed out to people, so he mainly stuck to reading news articles from his scroll in his room or somewhere outside and private if the weather was nice. Coco had a point though, maybe it would be good to get out of his comfort zone. Okay, I'll go. How much is a ticket? 50 lean. I already got yours, so pay me back later. Clark grinned. She'd certainly been confident that he'd say yes. Then again, maybe she was right to be. Another message came in. Meet us an hour or so before the concert at our room. It's 207. Alright. At ease, soldier. Ironwood smiled as he greeted Winter in his office in the airship. Her duties in Atlas had been handled more quickly than he'd expected. Then again, his request for her aid had most likely prompted her to complete them as quickly as possible. Winter nodded slightly before relaxing. Nowhere near at ease, but at least they'd progressed from the days she'd be as stiff and proper as possible. "Have you been informed of what your responsibilities will be here?" he asked her. "Yes, I am to investigate Roman Torchic, the White Fang's activities in Vale, and recover the stolen paladins. However, when the vital festival begins, my primary duty will be assisting with security." He nodded. "Good. I'm sorry to burden you, but there's another task I have for you. This will supersede all your other obligations, and may possibly be even more important than the security of the vital festival." "Very well. I will accept it gladly," she said. On the surface, Winter seemed as calm and composed as ever, but Ironwood could see the slight confusion in her eyes. It was understandable. What could be more important than the safety of the civilians during the International Vital Festival? The alien, Kent, posed a threat far beyond terrorists or criminals, perhaps even more than this mysterious queen figure. Ironwood needed to tread carefully. Winter was a specialist. She was much more capable of keeping the secret of the alien's nature than Penny. However, if the alien found out she knew, and that Ironwood had told her without his consent, it would place her at risk. "Tell me," Ironwood began, "do you still train with as much dedication as I remember?" "Yes," Winter said. She wasn't one to lie about these matters, especially when she was aware that he needed accurate knowledge of her capabilities. "I'm glad to hear that. Now, how powerful has your time dilation become?" Overall, I have highly enjoyed my time in Vale. Penny held up the cup of coffee and poured it all down her throat without even a gulp. Clark took a small sip from his cup. Penny had excitedly asked him if he wanted to go into the city as her friend, which was why the two of them sat at a table in a coffee shop. Penny was eager, and it had been difficult to say no, especially when she'd sadly mentioned that she didn't have many friends. Besides, the general liked her. Maybe if Clark spent some time with Penny, the man would stop glaring at him like his powers were a nuclear bomb about to blow. This wasn't quite how Clark had thought events would play out. For one, he hadn't anticipated that Penny would be followed by an attendant, a blue-haired girl, a somehow natural blue as far as he could tell, named Seal. Her presence made conversation a bit muted, at least for him. Instead of talking, he'd mostly listened as Penny had enthusiastically told him about her adventures since arriving in Vale. Apparently, she'd run into the famous criminal Torchic and a terrorist organization not that long ago. "Do you like Vale, Clark?" asked Penny after she finished her story. "Well, it's very different from where I used to live," he answered. This entire world, where people ran around with powers and transforming weapons to fight monsters, was still bizarre to him. Heck, he was talking to a robot who'd asked him out for coffee. "But I'm still glad to see that people are the same here as they were back home." "In what ways?" "Oh, people still go about their lives. They have jobs, pay taxes, make families, that sort of thing." As far as he could tell, the people with animal parts were the same as well. And just like back home, Clark couldn't stand by when people were in trouble. "I'm still not used to spending so much time in a city. People aren't as polite as I'm used to. Not that they're rude. I'm sure that they're busy with their own lives, but I'm used to a more close-knit community." "That sounds wonderful," Penny said wistfully. "I wasn't sure whether it was people in general or just those in the city, but when I explored Vale unsupervised, my requests for friendship were often rejected or just ignored." Her sad tone shifted to a lighter one. "But I am glad that I was able to make a dear friend that day." "Really? What's she like?" "Oh, she's extraordinary." Penny perked up immediately. "Her name is Ruby Rose, and she attends Beacon Academy." She continued talking about her friend. According to her, Ruby had gotten into the school early, at the age of 15 rather than 17, which honestly shocked him, since he knew that the school's initiation had students fight Grim. Yet allowing a girl that age to do so didn't seem to bat an eye. Her weapon sounded unique. A large scythe which transformed into a sniper rifle. That alone had been enough for Clark to confirm that Penny was talking about Krau's niece. However, she also added that Ruby was a fan of that art. He couldn't hold back his amused grin when Penny had told him that her friend had an entire wall dedicated to him. It was honestly embarrassing, but he hid his sheepishness and laughed. After that, they left the coffee shop. "Anywhere else you want to go?" he asked as they stepped through the doors. Penny looked up as she thought, I'd very much like to visit a park. Is there one nearby? Yeah, I think Lakeview Park isn't that far from here. We can walk, Clark suggested. They navigated through the city streets with Seal quietly following in step behind them. They talked a bit more on the way. Clark had been a bit curious about General Ironwood, and Penny's eyes lit up even more than when she'd talked about Ruby. General Ironwood is the best superior I could have hoped for, Penny said. I'm aware that he is often burdened by his duties, but as far as I can remember, he has always found time for me. Many things were difficult for me because I was different, such as when I didn't perform as well as expected for certain tests. It was discouraging, but I'm incredibly grateful for the support he gave me at those times. You love him, huh? Even if she was a robot, Clark could hear the feeling in her words. It resonated with how he felt for his parents. Penny's description revealed a side to the strict and somewhat paranoid general that Clark had never considered. I suppose so from what I've read. He is like a father to me, Penny answered with a smile, and not the slightest bit of embarrassment. What about you? Clark turned his head back to Seal. What do you think of the general? I have no opinion either way, she answered curtly. I don't often interact with the general. My rank is too low to be of such importance. Oh, was all Clark could say. Clark, is that a buzzing I heard from your scroll? Have you received a message? Penny asked. What? His scroll was in his pocket, and he hadn't felt or heard anything. No, it's... His scroll vibrated. He took it out of his pocket, and raised a curious eyebrow at Penny. She just gave him a wide smile. Yeah, I guess I did get a message, he said, and opened it. The number indicated that it was from Penny. Clark, if you don't mind, would you use your speed to get the two of us away from Seal? I would very much prefer being unsupervised. And there are certain subjects that I'd like to discuss with you that I can't in her presence. I have the general's approval. He said that he would have preferred that I be able to speak with you freely, but he wasn't able to convince my creator or other officers in his army of the necessity of giving me some freedom. However, he shall make sure there isn't any panic at my apparent disappearance. Clark nodded, showing he understood. She attempted to wink back. Technically, she succeeded. One eye did open and close while the other remained open. Although it wasn't at all natural, it was like a curtain had been pulled down and then up again over her eye, and the rest of her face hadn't even twitched like a normal person's would have. Could she be lying about having the general's approval? It seemed really strange that the man would trust Clark with Penny, or that he wouldn't have the authority to order something like this. But then again, Clark didn't know how their military was organized. That wouldn't have changed Clark's decision to help her either way. If she was lying, then that almost certainly meant she wanted some freedom from a military that put her under their constant surveillance and control, considering that they had a soldier follow her seemingly everywhere. General Ironwood had shown genuine care for her, but Clark doubted that everyone who made decisions regarding her felt the same way. When Ironwood had first told him that Penny was meant to fight Grimm, it was obvious that the military considered her a weapon. Penny might be a robot, but it was clear to Clark that she had her own thoughts and feelings. If she wanted to escape their constant watch for a little bit, he'd do what he could to help. Even Ironwood would probably understand after he explained, if this turned out to be a lie. The three of them reached the park. There were a decent amount of people, not overly packed as city parks sometimes were. The air buzzed with the constant hum of conversation, along with the sound of children playing. Some couples were out in the fields, relaxing on their picnic blankets. In the center of the park was the large pond which gave Lakeview Park its name. Further in the distance, there was a soccer match between a group of high school students. Clark liked this park. There was plenty of greenery here to offset the steel and concrete of the city. He'd only seen the place on a map before, although he'd probably run by once or twice as that art. I'm always amazed by the magnitude of activity at public parks, Penny said. And they are so different from the facilities I usually spend my time in. Really? What kind of places were they? Asked Clark. Most of my life was spent with engineers in a laboratory. At least, before I attended Atlas Academy. Even then, there weren't many places like this there. The climate isn't suited to it. Clark remembered now. Atlas was up north, colder than the other kingdoms. "Ah, if you would excuse me, I need to use the restroom," Penny said. She started walking to the public bathrooms, the nearest one on the east side of the park. That was obviously the sign that he should super speed them out of here soon, but they were still in public. And to make things even better, Seal followed her along. "Very well, I shall follow and wait outside," she said. "I guess I might as well go too," Clark added, and went to the men's room. Thankfully, it was empty. He stepped inside, and the moment he was sure no one could see him, he backed out again in less than a blink of an eye. Seal had her back to the wall beside the door to the ladies' room, and unfortunately, to grab Penny he had to go inside. He put aside his qualms, and thankfully, it was only a few steps before he picked her up, and dashed out before the door closed. A strong breeze blew by Seal before it died down almost immediately. Seal smoothed her skirt and straightened her hair as she waited patiently. Some time later, Seal checked her wristwatch as she waited for Penny and her friend. It had been 3 minutes so far. While she didn't exactly want to time how quickly they relieved themselves, she couldn't help the realization that she was doing so without even meaning to. Truly, there were times when the focus she had on punctuality was inconvenient. "Strange, I don't think Penny has ever asked to go to the bathroom before," she noted. Seal had been overseeing Penny for quite some time. It wasn't like she paid any particular attention to how often Penny went, but she had hours-long shifts supervising her. Also, it seemed like Penny hardly asked for meals either. And the way she drank that coffee earlier. Seal put those thoughts aside. If her superiors decided she needed to be informed on Penny's peculiarities, then she would be. Otherwise, there was no point speculating or prying into what could possibly be state secrets. Some brief moments later, Seal checked her watch again. It had been 7 minutes, which turned into 8, which turned into 9. Neither Clark nor Penny exited, although a couple women had earlier. This was concerning. At 10 minutes exactly, Seal went into the restroom. "Penny?" she called out, and received no answer. She lowered her head. Thankfully the floor was rather clean, and she didn't see any feet in the stalls. She had to remind herself to remain calm, and briskly walked by each stall and pushed each door open. They were all empty, and Seal spun around, her eyes checking the entire room as if Penny might somehow be camouflaged or hiding up on the ceiling. She was nowhere to be found. Seal ran out of the bathroom and to the nearest man she could find, a middle-aged bald man who sported running attire. "Excuse me." She intercepted his path, and ignored his wide eyes and confused expression. She pointed at the restrooms. "Can you please check if there is a Clark Kent in the men's room? He's over 6 feet tall, has black hair, blue eyes, and wearing a red jacket and blue jeans." "Huh? Oh, I'm sure. I guess." The man agreed somewhat quickly, Seal's military uniform likely playing a large role in his compliance. Although if it had been a true emergency, and no other option was available, she wouldn't have hesitated to enter herself. A few moments later, the man walked out. "Yeah, there's no one like that in there." He pointed back over his shoulder with his thumb. "Thank you." Seal activated her earpiece and began to report this incident to her superior. "Captain Moore, I've lost Penny Polendina." She stated her location, and the circumstances in which she lost the girl. As she did so, a thought kept running through her mind. How had Penny ran away when there were no other exits from the restroom? Near the docks, in an empty area of Vale's industrial district, Clark placed Penny down on her feet by a warehouse. "Oh," Penny said in surprise while looking around before turning her eyes back to him. "That was amazing. You traveled here in 2.34 seconds. Really? That was interesting." Clark had never timed himself accurately before. "There may be inconsistencies," she amended, "as I was unable to react quickly enough to start timing you the moment you picked me up. But what is certain is that you crossed miles of the city in seconds. Which is quite a bit more than the speed of sound. A few times more in fact." She looked at him with a confused expression. "Yeah, I'm not really sure how that works either." He was used to running around at speeds like that, yet not once had he set off a sonic boom. He didn't know how it worked, but he chalked it up to the same reason he was able to catch fragile objects falling from enormous heights without them being crushed by the sudden deceleration. He wasn't ignorant of physics. There were so many reasons why he shouldn't be able to run like that. Hell, his shoes shouldn't even be able to get the traction to go that fast even when he was strong enough to push off the ground to get to that speed. And when he did, he somehow didn't get sent flying up in the air when he ran with all he had, when it should be like an astronaut trying to run on the moon. He lifted his foot and stared at the sole of shoe. No scorch marks, like usual. And even though they were more durable than most, his shoes didn't wear and tear nearly as much as they should. It was honestly kind of terrifying if he thought about how often he defied physics with almost anything he did. He tried to take his mind off it. Anyway, you don't have Seal watching over your shoulder anymore, Clark said. Is there any place you want to go? Penny shook her head. No, I'd rather not risk being found in public. General Ironwood will do what he can, but I'd rather not cause trouble for him. Clark placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. We can go outside the city if you want, he suggested gently. She looked down and fidgeted with her fingers, seemingly struggling with the decision. No, she said finally. I actually think it's rather nice to stay here and watch the ships. Penny sat down, her feet hanging off the edge of the water. Clark sat down as well and followed her gaze out to the horizon. The sun was still high up, and the light sparkled off the blue water. There were several boats in the distance, a few motorboats and a couple cargo ships. Back in the city, Atlas ships hovered overhead. Clark had heard from Crow that there were disagreements between Ozpin and Ironwood about him bringing them here. He could understand why. They weren't comforting presences. Their looming shadows and easily visible weapons even made him uneasy. He glanced over at Penny. She was looking at them as well, but with a relaxed expression. She didn't fear them. They were familiar to her. Maybe she was thinking of the general on one of them. They sat in silence, until after a while she spoke. Clark. You're not human, are you? He wasn't surprised. No human must have been able to fight like he had during their spar. Did you figure it out? Asked Clark. Or did the general tell you? The former. I didn't notice at first, but as we fought, I saw that you didn't have aura. Yet my fists and swords had no effect on you, and my energy blasts did little. Penny leaned back. The general wouldn't tell me how. He is. Afraid of you. He feared what would happen if he told me about what you are. He doesn't have to be, answered Clark. I don't exactly want the news to spread, but I'm not going to do something drastic if he tells someone. Penny nodded. I see. I learned of the dart recently. That's you, isn't it? Yep. Pardon my rudeness, but what are you? Clark took a deep breath. I'm an alien. Penny looked at him strangely, and after a few seconds she said, is this what is called a joke? He chuckled. Yeah, that's probably what would first come to mind. People would probably believe him more quickly if he was green or something. He'd always thought that it would be enough to show his strength or speed to convince them, but here, powers like that weren't too beyond the realm of possibility. Clark smiled, but now there wasn't any laughter behind it. No, it's not. I'm seriously an alien. You can confirm with Ironwood later if you want, but I'm incredibly tough, strong, and fast, among other things. But he was keeping those powers secret for now. General Ironwood still seemed as paranoid as when Clark had first arrived. You do have impressive abilities, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're an alien. He shrugged. Why would I lie about something you could easily check for yourself later? Sorry, but there's really no easy way to show you besides the powers I have, which you already know about. Clark reconsidered. Actually, there is this. He took out the Kryptonian crystal and showed it to her. A piece of alien technology, except I really can't make it do anything. If so, then I don't have the capabilities to test it. She replied. She held out a hand. May I? Clark handed the crystal to her and she turned it over a few times. To me, it just seems like a blue crystal with an S on it. A strange object, but not strange enough to make me think it's alien. Penny gave it back to him, and Clark put it back in his pocket. So you don't believe me? I do not know. I'm not adept at detecting lies, but I see no reason for you to do so. I'll try to believe you, but I'll be upset if I learn from the general that this is a prank of some sort. It's not. Clark reassured her, "I wouldn't do something like that." "Very well. Then I have some questions." "All right, shoot. Why do you look so human?" "If you truly are an alien, it seems incredibly unlikely that life on another planet would develop to look so similar to ours." I don't really know. It's a big universe, I guess, so maybe anything can happen." The answer was weak. Clark had paid attention in biology class. Convergent evolution might develop wings for bats and birds independently, but he knew the odds had to be pretty much zero for aliens to look so similar to humans. Then again, maybe anything could happen. After all, he was in a completely different dimension with monsters which sensed negative emotions, and people with magic force fields. "That does not inspire much confidence in your claim," Penny said. "You know, you can just call Ironwood and ask him if you want. He wouldn't play a joke like this on you. He's too busy with his other responsibilities at the moment." "I'll do so later." Clark rolled his eyes. "Okay, until then, I guess we're at an impasse. You sure you just want to sit here and talk?" "Yes. Being able to speak to you freely is plenty more than what I could do around Seal. She doesn't even know that I'm a robot, and it's unlikely you would have told me about your true nature in her presence." "You're right about that." It struck Clark as strange. Why choose a soldier to supervise Penny if they didn't even know what she was? He'd had that question in minutes since the moment Penny had ordered coffee, and there was no way the excuse of her needing to go to the bathroom would have worked if Seal had known. Clark realized something. "You know, if you figured out that I wasn't human, and it didn't occur to you that I'm an alien, what did you think I was?" Penny looked down and twirled her fingers around each other. "I'd thought that maybe, you were like me," she said quietly. "When I punched you, I could tell that your body was hard. Even harder than my own. I did think it strange that the general wouldn't tell me, but I couldn't think of anything else. Or maybe I wanted it to be true and didn't consider any other possibility." "Sorry," Clark said, "but even if I'm not a robot like you, I do understand some aspects of what it's like for you. For example, having to hide what you are all the time." "Ah, I hadn't considered that." She turned to him with a questioning expression. "Supposing you are an alien, how do you blend in with people so easily?" "I'm no expert in social interactions, but you talk and behave so naturally that I'd have no suspicions of your non-human nature." "That's because I've spent my whole life with humans," he explained. "I was raised by them and made friends with them, but more than that, I always make an effort to try not to stand out." He rubbed his chin in thought. "You know, I could give you some advice on how to blend in if you want." "Yes," she said almost immediately with sparkling eyes. "That would be extremely helpful." He smiled. "All right, first, most people don't down an entire cup coffee in a single sip. Hello, Penny said calmly to a soldier walking by. According to Clark, it was much more common to say hello than salutations. He'd also suggested that she lower the volume of her voice, as she hadn't realized it might be off-putting to those she greeted. In addition, she'd been informed that it could be upsetting for others in the vicinity in public situations. She raised a hand and greeted another soldier. Neither had responded, but it was likely they had their own responsibilities. Perhaps the general populace would be more open to her. Penny had spent quite some time with Clark, learning how she could blend in with people and trying to gain a deeper understanding of social cues. He'd first commented on the method she'd used to consume coffee. She'd thought that it had been best to take it all in at once, but apparently that wasn't the case. Most drank it sip by sip, and she supposed that made sense for coffee, since the temperature would make it difficult to drink quickly. However, it seemed to apply to all drinks, as apparently humans would feel discomfort at taking in so much liquid at once. She could have learned that on her own eventually, but Clark was very helpful. He had also explained some confusing aspects of human speech, such as trying to demonstrate how to detect changes in tone, but it had been difficult. She'd need much more practice before she could differentiate emotions such as boredom or annoyance from voice alone. Body language was only slightly easier. Now, she was on her way to General Ironwood's office. He'd asked that she report on her time with Clark once she returned. When she reached it, she knocked on the metal door twice. "Come in," The general's voice called out. General Ironwood handled some files on his desk. As always, all of his papers and folders were neat and ordered. The desk lamp at his side was off, as was his computer. Through the window, Penny was able to see the lights of the city at night. Penny Polendina. Here to give my report. She saluted him at ease. Did Kent tell you what he was? He claimed that he was an alien, sir. Ironwood nodded. It's more than just a claim. DNA testing, or the equivalent for him, confirmed it. How was your time with him? Did you learn anything useful? Oh, very much so. Penny practically vibrated with excitement, but she did her best to hold it in. Even if she had spent time with a friend, it had also been a mission. She needed to report it calmly. First, she told the general about how she and Clark had agreed to meet at a coffee shop. She'd chosen it because she'd heard that those were the kinds of places where friends met to talk. Then, she moved on to how the two of them had evaded from under Seal's watch. It didn't cause too much trouble for you, sir, did it? Asked Penny. She knew how insistent other Atlas officers were concerning her surveillance. It's fine, I was able to handle it. Now, were you able to measure his speed? She did. She had certain navigational capabilities. With those, she'd known the start and end point of when Clark had carried her within several tens of meters. Along with her timing, she gave the general the best estimate she had of Clark's speed. The general nodded, and didn't seem the slightest bit surprised. Her measurement must have agreed with other data he'd collected. Then, she reported on the knowledge Clark had given her. How he'd patiently explained concepts that she still didn't understand now, such as advice on how to make friends. He'd said that most people didn't go up to others and ask for it forthright. Usually, it was something developed between people with common interests or chemistry, which apparently meant that they interacted particularly easily with each other. Most people wouldn't respond well to direct requests of friendship. She'd seen firsthand, but until now, she hadn't understand why. Personally, she'd be ecstatic if someone had asked for her friendship. In the middle of her story, General Ironwood held up a hand. Penny, it's good that he helped teach you how to interact with people, but did he mention anything significant relating to him? Weaknesses? Limits to his abilities? Penny thought for a moment, and shook her head. No, he didn't mention anything like that. Should I have asked? No, it would have roused too much suspicion. If he has any, he'll probably only mention them to you after you've gained enough of his trust. Is there a problem? The general must have noticed her troubled expression. Penny turned her head to the side. No, I just. I trust your judgment, General, but Clark seems very nice. Is it necessary to search for ways to neutralize him? I like him. He's a good friend. It is necessary, the General said in a soft tone. Perhaps his intentions aren't malevolent in the slightest, but he's far too powerful to be allowed to roam freely. Your spar with him confirmed that even our most powerful weapons will do little more than knock him off balance. And that's if he stands still and allows them to hit him. The general sighed and continued. He could be the perfect Grim killer, but for some reason, he chooses not to. He claims it's because of altruism. But I'm not so certain. He's a mystery, and with his powers, we can't allow that. The harm he could cause is disastrous. Do you understand? I do, she admitted reluctantly. Penny knew how strong Clark was. He'd overpowered her motors and withstood intense energy blasts with ease. But there were those who said she needed to be kept under control, and that she was too dangerous to be allowed to roam freely. Even though both her father and General Ironwood made arguments against them. True, Clark was more powerful. But otherwise, how was his situation different from her own? She'd never do anything to hurt people. Could the general see that the same might be true for her friend? Penny kept these thoughts to herself, and finished her report. Tap, tap, tap. There was a rapping on the wooden door. Counselor Owen Asenish woke up. Who is it? He called out from his bed. Tap, tap, tap. Those sounds were the only reply. Just go get it, his wife said drowsily. All right. With a groan, he pushed himself off the bed, which squeaked slightly as it no longer supported his heavy weight. Who was knocking on his bedroom door in the middle of the night? If it was his estate's security, they would have answered. Was it one of his children playing some sort of prank? It was far too late for such nonsense. He opened the door, and the moment he did, A hand pulled him out of the room by his shirt. Then, for a moment, he was lifted. Before he realized it, he was set back on his feet. What? Fully awake now, the counselor looked around. He was outside. The stars shone overhead, and he was surrounded by trees. He was in a forest, and a nighttime breeze blew by, making him shiver in the cold. Then, without warning, the trees in front of him erupted in a half-ring of fire. With the orange light from the flames, a figure in black was visible. His face was hidden in the shadows, but he could tell that the man had black hair. "I'm sorry," the figure spoke in a deep voice, "but you need to calm down. Otherwise you'll attract the Grim." Grim? There were Grim here? Where was he? No. This had to be a dream, a hallucination. This wasn't. We're in the Emerald Forest near Beacon. There aren't any Grim very close by, but they'll probably be able to detect your fear. For now, you're safe. Calm down. Eventually, the counselor's breathing slowed down, and he was able to get his heart rate back to normal. The man just stood there in silence. "Who are you?" Counselor Asanish asked. "The people of Vale call me the Dart, so I guess you can call me that too." The Dart. If this wasn't a dream, that could have been the only explanation. The man had carried him all the way from his home to the Emerald Forest in a moment. "What do you want with me?" the counselor demanded with a snarl. It didn't faze the figure. "I want you to leave Cedar Monroe alone. I don't want him followed, watched, abducted, blackmailed, anything. He's an innocent man, and I don't want his life ruined. Do you understand?" It took a few seconds for the obese counselor to recall the name. He'd seen the terrifying footage of the slaughtered workers of those power plants. The man responsible had exhibited incredible speed, strength, and durability, along with the ability to siphon off energy from dust. Asanish's eyes widened in realization. "You're him, aren't you?" "The Dart is Cedar Monroe." The Dart shook his head. "No. Cedar Monroe is just an ordinary person who was caught up in something beyond his control. He doesn't pose any danger. And you didn't answer my question. Will you allow him to live his life in peace or not?" The counselor glared at him. "How dare you? You think you can just abduct me from my home and make demands of me? Whoever you are, there will be consequences. Is that a no, then? You and Counselor Florin are going to continue pushing for Cedar Monroe to be investigated?" The question gave the counselor pause, and a bead of sweat ran down his back despite the chilly night air. The Dart knew. He knew that the two of them were the most eager to capture Monroe and find out how he'd gained such power. Ozpin had cowed all the others, but both Asanish and Florin had little to fear from him. "I will," the counselor answered. "Actually, you won't," the Dart said. "I spoke with Miss Florin just a short while ago, and she agreed that she'd let it die down." Then, nonchalantly, the Dart raised an arm and backhanded a tree he'd been standing by. The impact boomed throughout the night, and the casual hit launched the tree in the air. It tumbled in the night sky, before slamming back into the ground some distance away. "I suggest you do the same," the Dart added. Counselor Asanish's throat was dry, and he gulped nervously before steeling his resolve. "No, no, no," he repeated, his fists clenched. "I will not be threatened into submission." For some time, the Dart just stood there. Then, he finally spoke. "Looks like we attracted a Grim anyway." An animalistic growl emanated from the forest, soon followed by the sound of heavy feet pounding on the grass. Soon, red eyes were visible, and the counselor could see the creature's black skin and bone armor in the orange light. He screamed and tried to run. The Dart just waited under the flames. Asanish wasn't fast enough to escape it. He could hear it getting closer, its claws tearing into the ground, and he could almost feel its heavy breath on his back. Then, the man in front of him disappeared, and he heard a smack behind him, followed by a heavy, wooden thud. The counselor turned, and the Dart was behind him. The back of his head and his black clothing were bathed in flickering, orange light. The Beowulf, for now Asanish could recognize it, had been thrown against a tree, but it barreled at them again. "What are you doing? Kill it!" Asanish cried out. Then, calmly, the man in front of him spoke. "First, I want you to agree to leave Cedar Monroe alone." "Fine, fine. I'll agree to anything, just kill it first." The Dart nodded, and both he and the Beowulf disappeared. "And another thing," the voice called out again a moment later, but Aisnish couldn't see where he was. I don't want any news suppressed for any more incidents like the one with Monroe. There haven't been any others, have there? No. Aisnish's eyes looked around wildly, trying to peer into the darkness to pinpoint the dart's location. Good. Then if you think you have to suppress something to prevent panic and a subsequent grim invasion, you'll send it to Headmaster Ozpin and General Ironwood first. I'll get it from there. Do you understand? Curse him. Aisnish was a counselor, one of the esteemed men who ruled Vale. He would not tolerate this. While he fumed, the dart taunted him. Looks like some Mersai are approaching, and they'll be here soon. Are you going to wait for them, or give me an answer? Aisnish paled. All right, he yelled. I agree. They'll be given the news and Cedar Monroe won't be bothered. Good. And I'll be watching to make sure you follow your word. Understood? Yes. Then, without warning, Aisnish was at the front door of his manor. He spun around, but there were no signs of any intruders on his fenced land. No sign of the dart. He slammed his fist on the ornate oak doors. Let me in, he demanded. He would have to increase security and fire the imbeciles that had managed to let the dart intrude on his home. If he found that any of them were slacking, he would string them up and make sure they never found other employment. The confused guards inside his home rushed to open the door and let him in. When they finally did, Counselor Aisnish stomped inside to retrieve his scroll. He would not stand some damn vigilante kidnapping and threatening him. If he'd done the same to Maria Floren, then she would be thinking along the same lines. Dear, what happened? What's with all the fuss? His wife asked, awakened by the guard's activity. He ignored her, and picked up his scroll. He dialed Floren, and she picked up almost immediately. Considering what time it was, that alone told him all he needed to know. Oh, you tracked dirt and grass inside. His wife was aghast, but he had more important things to focus on. Were you outside? What were you doing? He waved a hand for her to silence herself. Hello, Owen. I suppose you received an unwelcome visitor as well? Floren said from the other end. I did, answered Aisnish. If the dart thought he was safe because he was fast and powerful, then he was sorely mistaken. Back in the Emerald Forest, Clark put out the last of the flames and made sure no cinders remained. He sighed. This was necessary, but it still left a bad taste in his mouth. Crow said the counselors were dishonest snakes, especially the two Headmaster Ozpin had told Clark about. But that didn't excuse intimidation and threats. Hopefully, this would work to keep Cedar Monroe safe. Clark had also learned something important. There really was no news on the last Phantom. Both counselors Floren and Aisnish had told the truth. Aisnish's heart rate had been too erratic to read properly, but Floren had been calmer. There hadn't been any news to suppress, so if it was still in Vale, the Phantom hadn't yet been noticed. Clark shook his head. He would have preferred to find that out another way, but it was over now. Hopefully, the counselors wouldn't be too shaken by it. A new way. Cedar Monroe exited the office building at around 5:15 p.m., the same time as usual. He made his way over to his gray car and started it up. Then, after leaving the parking lot, he made a left and headed for the highway. A figure watched patiently from above. He jumped over to the next roof to keep pace with the car and repeated the process for the next few buildings. It would have been easy enough to run alongside it, but at those speeds, people could still easily see him. The sun was low in the sky, so his darker clothing wouldn't even be helpful as camouflage. Clark still wore a plain red though, rather than the bright jacket Coco had chosen for him a few days ago. That was still too flashy for comfort. Maybe it was a bit paranoid to follow Cedar so closely. Usually, Clark was satisfied with a quick X-ray and telescopic check. However, that was before he'd given the counselors his ultimatum about leaving Cedar alone. Neither had been happy about it, so Clark wouldn't take any chances. Especially when Crow had informed him earlier today that Counselor Aisnish had raised a commotion. He'd had forensic specialists brought to his home to look for any traces the dart had left behind. Along with slowly firing and replacing his security force, Clark had been careful not to leave anything behind. No fingerprints, footprints, or video footage. He didn't have to worry about hair didn't fall out of his head unless he pulled with some decent force, or cut it with heat vision. Cedar's car reached the highway, which was when Clark jumped down. This was good, because now he could follow it without being noticed, just in case. He looked out for any cameras, and he kept to the blind spots of any on the way. 20 minutes later, the red-haired man arrived at his house, a modern, rectangular building made of concrete and steel, with plenty of large windows available, and a couple balconies. There were curtains for privacy, and Clark had also noticed before that some of the clear windows were actually frosted glass that could be changed with a touch of a button. The lights were on before Cedar entered, at which point he was quickly greeted by his girlfriend. It looked like she still hadn't relaxed from his disappearance weeks ago. This was enough for now. Unless one of the counselors sent him men to kidnap him out of his own house, Cedar was safe. It wasn't impossible, but if they wanted to, there would be easy times to take him. Clark completed his usual scan of any other people in the area that might be watching Cedar. There was a woman walking her dog a street over, but otherwise, the coast was clear. Every 2 days for the next month should be fine, Clark decided. That was the new schedule he'd have to stick to when keeping an eye on Cedar. After that, he would still check in once in a while, but not nearly as frequently. He left, returning to Vale in seconds. It really is crowded. Clark leaned over to check on the front of the line, which they were still a good distance away from. They'd been waiting for half an hour, and it might be easily that much longer until they finally got in. There were already hundreds of people inside, but that number was still dwarfed by those waiting to get in. Of course it is. Coco rolled her eyes, which were visible for once now that she'd taken off the sunglasses for the night. Who knows when the Achievemen are going to be back in the city? Weren't they here, like, just 8 months ago? Fox pointed out. Just 8 months? Coco said. It's not like there are that many cities besides Vale they go to perform live. Other bands are here at least twice as often. I'm sure they're just busy. Velvet added. They're famous. There has to be plenty of demand for them. So, you guys are big fans of them? Asked Clark. Coco shrugged. I guess. Who isn't? Yasuhashi and Fox raised their hands. That was a rhetorical question, you two. She rolled her eyes and gave them a mischievous grin. You know what? As your leader, I could order you to fang Earl like crazy with Velvet and me tonight. Fox sighed dramatically. You know, there used to be a time when you were a fair and beloved leader. I like their music, not as much as you two, but poor Yats here is going to suffer the whole night. Don't exaggerate, Yatsu said. I might not enjoy them as much as you three, but I'm hardly going to suffer. Yats, that doesn't sound like fang Erling. Coco warned playfully. Yay. Woo. Go Achievemen. Yasuhashi did try and sound excited, but there was just something off about a guy 7 feet tall cheering for a boy band, especially if he did it with a completely straight face. Good enough. Coco accepted it and turned to Fox. And don't think I forgot about that comment about my leadership. I wonder how quickly the extra small I Love the Achievemen shirts are going to sell out. I think you'd look good in one. Fox swallowed nervously. You wouldn't really make me wear that, right? I mean, it'd be a terrible fashion choice. I don't know, I think the sight would be worth it. Don't you two think so too? Coco turned to Velvet and Yasuhashi. Velvet giggled. I think it would think great. We should get him one with a big pink heart in the middle. I could get a picture of him in it. She held up a camera. Yes, it would certainly be amusing, Yasuhashi said. Fox widened his eyes. His team actually seemed to be considering forcing him into a shirt. Traitors. Clark, you wouldn't let these heartless teammates of mine to torture me like this, would you? Clark glanced at each remaining member of the team. Both Yasuhashi and Velvet were amused, while Coco gave him a look as if daring him to argue, and that if he did, the three of them would force him into one of those shirts along with Fox. Clark grinned and raised his hands in surrender. Sorry, but I think this should be settled within your team. Fox's hopeful expression fell. Welp, I guess my dignity's not going to last the night. Velvet, I know you're going to be taking pictures. What will I have to do to make you erase them and never share them with anyone? Team CFVY talked and joked as they made slow progress to the front of the line. Clark was comfortable with his role on the sidelines and only chimed in occasionally. Eventually, they showed their tickets to the employees and finally entered. It was loud. The hundreds, or maybe even thousands, of people here were talking excitedly or even shouting. Lights from the ceiling and the stage swung around, the circles of illumination traveling over the crowd. Smoke machines were set up on stage, and fog trickled down to the people in the front rows. There were seats on the upper levels, but down below everybody stood. That was where Clark and the others were headed. Their tickets got them up close, but not all the way to the front, which was cut off by barricades. Unsurprisingly, those tickets cost quite a lot. It's a bit of a tight squeeze, Clark said, his shoulder brushing up against some guy to his right. Fox was to his left, while he was about a foot from people in front of him. That's part of the experience, Coco replied further down, almost shouting. Being part of the crowd where everyone loves the music. Maybe, but Clark did notice that the immediate area around was less tightly packed. Part of it could be because of him, Fox, and Yasuhashi. The three of them were rather tall, and no one would to block their own view by standing right behind them. However, that didn't explain the way a couple people had subtly glanced at the team and moved away. He didn't know why, but put it out of his mind. When does it begin? Asked Fox. The opening act's supposed to be in 15 minutes. It's a solo one by a new singer, Velvet explained. After that, the Achievemen are going to perform. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom first, Clark said. I'll be back in a second. He left the team, and went off to the nearest bathroom. Already, there was a line of about 4 guys. Clark walked straight past them, and found a hidden corner. He sped off, getting outside the building with only a hint of a breeze. It had been loud there, but that was good practice for super hearing. He needed to concentrate more than he usually did to hear people in trouble. You got a message from her? Asked Roman. Neo nodded, and pocketed the scroll she'd shown when she'd walked over to him. Cinder had sent her a message rather than to Roman directly. That was good. It was probably nothing too important. No changes to the Mount Glen plan or any new orders for him. Cinder had other uses for Neo. Covered stuff which usually kept her safe. What does she want? He asked. Neo typed into her scroll, rather than have him play their usual game of charades to guess what she meant. It was fun most of the time, even if they had to because she couldn't speak. The fact that she wasn't playing it now was a bit worrying. Neo turned her scroll around. Just says to get to Vale because she's going to need me in a few days. And that I'll need to come up with a different disguise from the one for the Vital Festival. He snorted. Right, Cinder wouldn't tell him or Neo anything even when she had him by the balls. She'd put him in the middle of grim territory ordering around brain-dead White Fang while they handled explosives. As if that wasn't already suicidal enough. He was working ahead of schedule. Quantity had some quality apparently, since he'd gotten more terrorists to work with. They'd pretty much left Vale completely because of the dart. Not that Cinder would care. It was probably enough for her that things were going well. Roman took a puff from his cigar. You leaving soon? Neo nodded and pointed down. Now. She was leaving now. That was the safe move. Cinder liked her pieces in place, which was all they were to her. He nodded. Good luck then. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Be careful. Neo, like the lovable midget she was, smirked and stuck her tongue out. Making fun of him, as if he was stupid to worry. That was the case most of the time, but Cinder was different. She was insane. Well, not exactly insane. Everything seemed to work fine in that pretty little head of hers. No, it was her plans that were insane, and he was not going to lose Neo to whatever she had in mind. Neo shattered. She liked using her semblance whenever she could. She was still there when she did that, but her illusions made her invisible to everyone around her. A few days without her wasn't going to be fun. After all, there were only so many different variations in the phrase "I hate humans" the animals could come up with before it got old. But he'd last. She'd be back soon anyway. Someone's finally returned, Fox said. And good timing, the opening act's about to start. Yeah? There was a big line at the bathroom, Clark said as an excuse. 15 minutes hadn't been a long time. He'd only been able to stop a couple crimes in progress, which was why he'd thought of starting to use a different tactic tonight. Time would tell whether it was a good idea or not. The solo singer came up to the stage, and the noise from the crowd lowered a bit. Clark could tell the guy was nervous. His heart was pumping like crazy, and he was shaking slightly. Despite that, he mustered up the courage to walk up to the microphone with wide strides, almost showing off his electric guitar. "Hello Vale. My name is Azure. I'll be playing a song I wrote. It's called It's Not Easy." Azure began, strumming a few chords. Then, he started singing. "I can't stand to try. I'm not that naive. I'm just out to find the better part of me." It wasn't what Clark had expected when he'd been invited to listen to a boy band with Team CFVY. Azure sang wistfully and clearly. The pauses he put between lines and words were very well timed, making Clark focus on certain words or syllables. It was a sadder song about Azure's failures and how they'd affected him. The mood in the crowd had shifted, and the murmur of conversation had disappeared. Everyone was listening respectfully, even if his music wasn't what they'd come here for. "Wish that I could cry, fall upon my knees, find a way to lie of a future I'll never see." It didn't seem to be very long. The song lasted for a few more minutes. Eventually, he came upon the final lyrics. "It's not easy to be me." The final echoes of his voice died out, and the crowd erupted in applause. There was plenty of clapping and whistling, although none of the extreme fan reactions that Clark had seen from videos of the Achievement concerts. Still, the man flushed and gave a proud thank you before walking back behind stage. "Wow, that was." "Wow," Coco said. "I gotta remember that guy." Clark nodded. "Yeah, I think he's made fans out of us." The title of the song had been misleading at first thought. It seemed like Azure had written a song about himself. He had, but it was more than that. Everyone could relate to having tried and failed, feeling upset and thinking that hopes and dreams would remain fantasies. For Clark, it had brought back memories of wanting to be normal. He'd had the chance once, briefly, when Jor-El had taken his powers from him last year, yet he'd had to take them on again to save everyone. After he'd had to continue to lie to Lana, lose her to another man, lose his dad to a heart attack, lose a future he'd thought had finally been possible for him. He wondered how the lyrics had resonated with Team CFVY. Coco and Fox were both trying to find Azure on social media. Although they weren't having much luck, Yasuhashi was silently stood beside Velvet, who looked like she was on the verge of tears. Clark walked to her side. "You all right?" She jumped, and turned to meet his eyes, before her face turned red and she looked away. "Why yeah, I'm fine, just fine." The song just brought up some powerful memories. He smiled to comfort her. "It did for me too. How about you Yasuhashi?" He turned to the big guy. Yasuhashi nodded. "It's the same for me." His lyrics describe perfectly how I felt during difficult parts of my training. Although now I'm much more confident with what I've achieved. "Hey, that's great. Anything specific part come to mind?" "My strength training for my sword wasn't easy. Even after I could finally lift it, I doubted that I could ever swing it or use it properly in combat. That I would never learn." Yasuhashi flexed his arm with a grin. "That's no longer the case." "Yeah." Clark could see the muscles there. He was impressed. He could see the effort that the man had put. Clark turned to the formless. "What about you Velvet? Were you remembering about difficult training too?" Velvet nodded quickly. Yeah, that was it. My new weapon's not even finished yet, so I've been kind of down about that." She laughed nervously. Clark accepted her answer. If she didn't want to share what she'd really been thinking of, then she didn't have to. He gave his own answer. "I'm not much of a fighter, so his lyrics about a future he'd never see hit me in a different way. Since things didn't exactly work out with my ex-girlfriend." Clark regretted the words the moment they came out of his mouth. For a moment, he'd forgotten how Velvet felt. "You know what?" Clark said immediately. "Never mind. It's been a while. Are the Achievement going to perform soon?" Velvet giggled at his admittedly lame attempt at deflection. "Yeah, only a couple minutes. I listened to some of their music, and it was interesting." Clark wasn't sure how else to say it. Their music was chaotic, that was the only way he could put it. They had talent. They needed to in order to attract so many fans, but they weren't really like anything he'd listened to before. Sometimes it was almost as if they cut each other off in the middle of their song, and the volume of each singer was all over the place. It was on purpose, of course, at least for their recorded songs. Their live performances were more controlled, but it was still hectic. Somehow, they were strangely entertaining in a way Clark couldn't really understand. Yep, that's how they are. The six of them just work together really well. Velvet's eyes gleamed. You have to know at least the basics of their personalities to really appreciate them. She took out her scroll. Yatsu, you come over here too. I've heard this before, Velvet. Do you remember everything from the last time? If so, then you can ignore me. Otherwise, get over here. Yasuhashi sighed, and leaned forward to get a good look at her scroll. She held it up, and showed the two of them photos of the 6 Achieve men. These two are Jeff and Jack. They're the first members of the band. Neither really lead the band though. They've actually cracked jokes in songs that they don't need to do as much since the other members owe everything to them. Velvet explained more. The biggest event in the band's history was when a couple of years ago, one of their members Ray left to pursue his own goals, and they'd found a new member, Lil J, whose real name was Jeremy. How this person had a unique singing technique, how these two members were best friends, the names of their spouses and children, if they had them. You really know a lot about them, Clark said with faint surprise. He hadn't expected that much information. And was Yasuhashi taking notes with his scroll? If the guy probably wanted to avoid another lecture like this in the future, then Clark understood it. That's nothing. Coco knows more, she loves the Achieve men. Velvet answered after putting away her scroll. Then, she froze when looking up a few inches at Clark's face. She briefly glanced down, before blushing and scurrying away. Anyway, they're here. She pointed up at the stage. The 6 men walked up to the stage, and hit with the cheers of thousands of people. The one called Jeremy walked forward. Hello Vale, give us some love. The crowd cheered even harder, Velvet and Coco among them. Fox did too, although not as loudly as they did. Yatsuhashi did so as well when he got a look from his leader. Woo! Jeremy shouted. Alright, get ready everyone. We're starting off with a new song. Hap on tonight. The music started, and nearly all the lights focused on them. Then, smoke blasted out from the machines and they began to dance. Clark winced as the crowd somehow got even louder. At midnight, Velvet, her team, and Clark boarded one of the late-night bullheads back to Beacon. Coco started the conversation. So Clark, what did you think of your first Achieve Men concert? Velvet watched with interest. Clark shrugged. It was unique. I'm not sure it's the type of music for me. It was kind of loud in there. I agree, Yatsu said. I'd also prefer to sleep at a more reasonable time. Coco laughed. Come on Yats, you're such a stiff sometimes. It's the weekend. And what was that, Clark? You couldn't handle the noise in there? You sound like an old person, she teased. Clark scratched the back of his head and grinned sheepishly. Really? If that's the cost of not ruining my hearing, I guess I'll have to take it. Velvet smiled. He'd done the exact same thing when he'd gone clothes shopping with the 4 of them. It was funny in a way. He was such a handsome guy, but he seemed really humble and down to earth. He got embarrassed pretty easily, and Velvet was really glad for that. If he'd been super suave and charming, she wouldn't have been able to say a word to him or even look him in the eye. Admittedly, she didn't do very well with those right now. It was just unfair how deep and blue his eyes were, or how chiseled his cheekbones and jaw were. And she'd totally made herself look like a weirdo by going on and on about the Achieve men. Velvet had to resist the urge to cover her face with her ears. Coco continued teasing Clark. Velvet would have been embarrassed about that if she didn't do it with pretty much everyone. Clark probably knew by now that this was just how she was. By the way, Clark, was it really a good idea to buy that bottle? Asked Fox, pointing at the Achieve Men merchandise Clark had bought. Don't tell me you actually think you're going to win the contest. Velvet agreed. After they'd finished performing, the Achieve Men had announced that in one of their bottles was a special bottle cap which would give the buyer a prize. They'd get to hang out with the band for a day. There'd been an insane rush to get to the bottles, and by the time Clark had made it to the cellars, there'd been hardly any left. Clark shrugged. I probably won't. It wasn't cheap, but I don't think it's the worst purchase out of the 5 of us tonight. His lips curled up as his eyes fell down to Fox's shirt. I don't even know why I'm still wearing this. Fox grumbled. Velvet and Coco giggled, while Yatsu chuckled deeply. The team had actually managed to force him into a tight-fitting "I love the achievement" shirt with a big pink heart behind the word love. Velvet had taken quite a few pictures of him in it. It had been hilarious when he'd tried to fight off Yatsu, but none of them stood a chance against the giant in brute strength. And he hadn't been able to run when Coco had grabbed his legs. Velvet had taken pictures, but she'd only let the team and Clark see the photos. She wasn't cruel enough to embarrass Fox like that at school. The bull had landed, and the students who were coming back from a night in Vale exited. The 5 of them entered the main building. Would you look at that?" Clark said. He'd screwed off the bottle cap, and showed it to them. "No way," Coco said. Her jaw had dropped. Velvet's did too. In golden letters, the bottom of the cap said "You're the winner." And below was a phone number he could call to redeem the prize. "Guess I got lucky," Clark said. "You know what? I think you two would appreciate it more." "Here." He handed the cap to Coco. Coco stood there, stunned for a second, before she laughed out loud. She slung an arm around Clark's shoulder. It didn't look easy with his height, but Coco was fairly tall. "All right, Clark, you're my new second best friend." She then looked to Velvet. Bun, you and I are gonna go meet the Achieve Men. Now, you guys all go back to our room. I'm gonna have a little chat with Clark. Oh, and hold on to this." She handed Velvet the bottle cap, their ticket to meeting the Achieve Men. "Come on, big guy. We have a lot to talk about." Coco dragged Clark along, and he looked confused, but didn't put up any resistance. Coco was totally taking advantage of his politeness. The 3 of them obeyed their leader, returning to their room. It had been an exciting night, and Velvet could use the sleep. On the way, she received a message from Coco. It was an image. Velvet's cheeks heated up when she saw it. It must have been taken just before the Achieve Men performed. It showed Clark, and he was leaning over Velvet as she showed him something on her scroll. It had to be when she was explaining about the Achieve Men, since Yatsu was in the upper corner. And it was obvious Coco had focused on her and Clark. Oh God, had they really been that close? It looked like Clark was only inches away from her. Had she smelled weird? Had her ears gotten in his way? Velvet's thoughts were cut short by the text message below the picture. "Proud of you." Velvet wasn't sure whether to feel embarrassed at her leader's teasing, or grateful that she'd taken a photo of the moment. So, come on Clark, how did you do it? Coco asked with a curious smirk. The 2 of them were in the middle of a hallway, with empty classrooms on either side. He shrugged. "I told you, I was just lucky." "Well, lucky to have X-ray vision." Clark had enjoyed the night, and wanted to do something nice for them in return. He'd checked the bottles for the winning cap, even if he'd first thought the chances were low that the right one hadn't been sold yet. It had been surprising that the prize had been behind the counter for a while. When they'd restocked, he'd chosen that one. "I don't buy it," said Coco. "I saw you make a beeline for the store way after a bunch of other fans bought theirs. And you chose that bottle specifically. How'd you do it? You bribe one of the workers or something?" "No. I told you, I was just lucky." "Really? Really? Fine." Coco rolled her eyes and clearly didn't believe him. "Not like it matters that much. Velvet and I are stoked. Thanks. However you did it." "You're welcome. But you know, I should be the one thanking you. I had fun tonight." "Oh? Did we actually make an Achieve Men fan out of you?" "You already gave us the cap, but maybe we could let you come along to meet them if you ask nicely." Coco really was one for banter. He had to admit, he enjoyed it. It made things light-hearted and fun. "No, their music isn't for me. I liked hanging out with you guys. I'm new to the area, and I've been busy, so I haven't been able to make new friends here. It's not that big of a deal. You seem like a nice guy. You would have found some eventually, maybe, but I have to admit that I probably wouldn't have tried at all if you weren't so forceful, insistent," Coco suggested. "Well, I wouldn't put it that way." "Hey, it's cool. I know how I am. Some people like it, others don't." "Although I did have a reason to go after you specifically." "Velvet?" he asked. She nodded. Clark sighed. "Look, I know you're trying to set me up with her, but I'm really not ready to start another relationship. Even if I were, I might not be at Beacon for long. I'm planning to leave after I take care of a few things. Things like tracking down a dangerous alien phantom and finding a way back home. So you want me to stop? Asked Coco. Yes. She considered it for a few moments, then frowned. Fine. Normally I'd say no. But if you're so against it, then okay. I'll tell her your reasons too. He nodded. Thank you. All right, see ya. She waved, and started to walk off. Wait, he said, and she turned back around. He wanted to ask her something before she left. The thing is, I'm actually surprised you invited me so casually. When I talked about my beliefs on killing Grimm, except for Yasuhashi, you guys seemed shocked. Does it not bother you anymore? End of block 1.